Day one of the second leg of the Grand Chess Tour in Leuven, Belgium. It was an afternoon full of shocking mistakes. Hikaru Nakamura, the conqueror of Paris, stunned everyone by losing his first 3 games, but he managed to bounce back when world champion Magnus Carlsen inexplicably blundered a piece right out of the opening in absolutely stunning fashion to join Nakamura at the bottom of the tournament table. 5-time world champion Viswanathan Anand also blundered a piece after only 8 moves to Fabiano Caruana, but he defended valiantly to miraculously save the game and now stands in clear first place in the event. The pressure is on as the best chess players in the world try to control their nerves. The final day of Rapids, coming up live, starts right now.
Welcome everyone, I'm Alejandro Ramirez here in the city of Leuven, just outside of Brussels. Behind me is the 15th century Cathedral of St. Peter's, just across the street from a beautiful playing hall in the main market of Leuven. We are in the second day of the Rapid Chess, and for more information of a bunch of exciting games coming up, we go to the studio with Jen, Yas, and Eric.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Shahade, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser, Seirawan, and also Eric Hansen.
Good morning, Jennifer.
And I'm so excited about it. Part 2. The sequel be even better than the original?
Wow, well, it's going to be an exciting day, that's for sure. A lot of people have the ground to make up.
A lot of people have many points to make up. Let's take a look at our results after 5 games. We've got Vishy Anand, who wasn't even in Paris, leading the cross table with 7 points. But that's actually the narrowest of margins because remember that in the Rapids there's 2 points at stake for each game. So Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana, our American stars, just behind. The other big surprise here is that we see at the bottom of the cross table, Nakamura, the Rapid and Blitz legend, in the basement, and Magnus Carlsen also doing quite poorly.
A complete reversal of what we saw in Paris.
And honestly, any of these players could come back today with enough wins. Our format, 4 rounds today, and then we've got the Blitz on Sunday and Monday. And remember that these are not distinct competitions. Of course, there's a little bit of bragging rights for the person who comes out on top in the Rapid, but ultimately, Grand Chess Tour points money only determined by your final standing.
Exactly, and the scores will be combined for this event as well.
And let's take a look at the pairings for Game 6. We've got a lot of biggies. Nice to see 2 Americans, Wesley So and Nakamura, facing off in the first round. A lot at stake for both players.
Exactly. Hikaru's got a lot of ground to make up. Wesley So has played excellently in both competitions. He'll have his work cut out for him in that big matchup.
And we've got Grandmaster Eric Hansen with the big news of Leuven so far, the Magnus meltdown.
Thanks, Jen. Well, in Blitz and Rapid, nobody goes without a loss. The big point in being successful, though, is to not be streaky and stop the bleeding. Magnus Carlsen yesterday, losing to Fabiano Caruana and then playing Nakamura, he makes one of the worst blunders in his professional career. Certainly among the most basic blunders you'll see ever at the top levels of chess. And a lot of eyes are going to be on him today, see how he's going to try to recover, because that was a really key game in getting him back into it. We did not see anybody finish really high in Paris if they struggled in the Rapid. So both Magnus and Hikaru need a really big day today. Both, well, yeah, one of the worst blunders. I think we're all just shocked.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But Nakamura thinks that as long as he has just a couple points between him and the field going into the Blitz, he can recover. And who can blame him after his dominance in Paris? But we do have Maurice and Alejandro over in Leuven to give their thoughts on what we should expect today.
Welcome, everyone. Well, we are here getting ready for the round, and yesterday was absolutely shocking. I mean, it's not every day you see Kramnik drop a piece, Anand drop a piece after 8 moves. Carlsen drop her piece. It was just like a Christmas time in Belgium. They were just giving away pieces. But we expect to see much better chess today as the players are settling themselves down to get into the rhythm of the rapid.
Shocking mistakes yesterday. That's all I can say about all of 5 rounds. It wasn't a single set of games that I can say, wow, such high-quality games. There was problems with every single round, blunder after blunder. I don't know what happened. There was not something that we can say this player was off form. But it was a series of mistakes by everybody's team. Hikaru Nakamura starting 0 out of 3. You think that would be the story of the day. But Magnus Carlsen blundering a piece, that turned out to, well, be the most exciting part of the day. Today, 4 more games of rapid, crucial for some of these players to recover if they want to go into the blitz with real hopes of winning the event.
No, we expect to see them recover for sure. You know, the bells toll every 15 minutes right here in the town square, so maybe that's throwing them off a little bit. People talking about the place might be haunted. Well, I don't expect to see any ghastly moves. At least we hope we don't see any. Let's hope for some clean chess today as the round is about to begin.
That would be a pretty crazy thing to do as a ghost, though, to just like go around and make people play bad chess moves. I mean, you would think that you would have some better priorities.
And we see there in Leuven that the players are being introduced onto the stage.
That's right.
And that fantastic, that's just beautiful playing hall with those great paintings.
It
enjoyable.
Is stunning, and you know it's Saturday, so you see that it's actually quite crowded today.
Yeah, it looked,
with fans watching their favorite players, and there's so many favorite players to choose from here. We see our Singfield Cup champion, Leuven Aronia, and he's always a crowd favorite because of his, you know, pleasant demeanor and down-to-earth attitude.
Absolutely.
First time I saw him in St. Louis, he was playing blitz with some chess club regulars, and they didn't even know who he was at first.
They found out quickly. He plays really, really, really well. And for yourself, Jennifer, I thought Vichy was very, very smooth, and his opening win yesterday against MVL is going to be a brilliancy that we'll talk about for years and years to come. But he looked very good, even though he blundered against Fabiano. What a fight back,
yes,
piece down.
Absolutely. I think with the players that succeed in this format are the ones that pace themselves a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So as much as I admire, you know, going all for it and playing really exciting openings every game, you see that some of those types of players get punished with more blunders.
Yeah.
And somebody like Vichy, who plays ambitiously one game and then maybe plays a little less the next game, and Wesley has a similar technique here, they tend to play fewer howlers.
Yeah, they seem to be looking for their spots and their opportunities a lot more than, for example, Veselin Topalov, who we see on screen. Veselin, a very, very streaky player, but certainly acquitting himself well after a poor outing in Paris.
It's a pacing thing here. It's a marathon. If this was spread out over 3 days, I think it'd be different, and players could really give their all in all 3 games. But that, I think, is the real reason for the blunders, not the ghosts. Although I'm not there, so I can't really say. I mean, you know, do you believe in ghosts?
No.
You don't?
No.
Do you even think there's like a 1% chance?
No.
Whoa, wow. Wow.
But I say the
1%.
Children are going to be making the ceremonial move there for
and
Magnus Carlsen. Oh, how sweet.
And how well dressed those little children are. I love that. I love the fashion sense they got rocking there.
There you have it. So I'm looking at E4. You think that's Magnus is going to let that one stay on the board?
Magnus is smiling.
They dropped the pawn.
So I think he's forgotten.
Oops,
well,
he whipped it right back after E2, E4.
Yeah, I think there are some tells actually with this first move stuff. It's like you can tell that, like for instance, yesterday Wesley wasn't going to play the move that the child played, or I think it was actually Iris, so women's champion in Belgium, that played his move. But that's the thing, like you can't really do that much with that information here. It's like the players are pretty much set on what they're going to do anyway. I mean, sure, if Magnus were to play like G3 or B4 or something, it might cause a little bit of thought from their opponent, but everything else, they've already decided.
Yeah, they're very, very set into their openings as, again, play is about to get underway. Big matchup here. Hikaru needs to get back into this tournament, but he's playing Wesley So, who's been playing excellently, as mentioned already.
Now we've got Fabiano Caruana, still well within striking distance of Anand. He's playing against MBO, and it looks like this is steering towards Benoni or something like that. Yeah, it looks like a Benoni is underway.
And there you have it.
Yeah.
So, Fabi, playing a little bit risky.
Looks like some kind of ghost interfered with the clock in Carlsen Topalov.
Right.
But it's, you know, it's better for there to be a confusion over the clock at the beginning of the game than the end of the game.
Exactly. 25 minutes per side, plus 10 seconds, of course, is the time control.
Right, so it's hard to lose on time with that 10-second increment, but of course, in Paris, Magnus did freeze in a winning position, so it is possible.
Absolutely.
And we've got another 2e6 opening, but I don't think this one's also going to go towards Benoni.
Well, and funnily enough, of course, Veselin has been known to play Benoni, but here he essays the Nimzo Indian with bishop b4.
This will be fun.
Yes.
We haven't seen a lot of Nimzos.
Well, I'm just so delighted that we're not going to see e4, e5 in all of the games. And let's just switch to our leader for a second, Viswanathan Anand. And
speaking of e4, e5.
E4, e5, and we do have an Italian game between these two players. And it's, you know, yesterday, those 5 rapid games really, really do zap the energy of the players. Today, a little bit more modest with 4 games. I think the players will have a lot of energy for today's games. So we've been seeing this Italian with d3, a very slow, or what is called a quiet game. And after knight b2, let me just refresh my board for a second. Sorry, I'll switch out of this game and back into the... Yes, we're up to date. All of these moves very, very well known to both players. Let's switch over to that game between Hikaru and Wesley So. Very standard Queen's Gambit declined opening. And again, with Hikaru can play so many defenses. It's not as though he's a moving target. It's not so easy to prepare for Hikaru, but Wesley has a lot of experience in this opening as well. A2, A3 has become a kind of topical line as White is preparing to play C4, C5, should Black allow it. So Black plays C5 himself, and they go into this isolated queen pawn position that I think Timur Radjabov, Vladimir Kramnik, and many others have played. I like it for White, but it's a very solid choice. And let me go around the board. Just and you were mentioning in the game the Benoni. What do you think about the Benoni, Jen?
I used to play it a little bit, but
did you like did you like it because of its rich tactical complexity, or
yeah,
what?
There's lots of great natural counterplay for Black, especially if you utilize some move order tricks, disallowing the sharpest lines.
With that, the ones that would come from F4, for
exactly,
example.
F4 and Bishop B5, an early Bishop B5 check. So that's why you see a lot of move orders in which you only play the Benoni once your opponent plays Knight F3.
Yes, exactly. You can move. You can avoid many of the sharp lines. And then, of course, here's Magnus Carlsen with White against Veselin Topalov, going for the 2 bishops. On the monitors, we had seen Knight F3 at the webcam. B7, B6. I think this is the most challenging way for Black to play. Queen C2, Bishop B7, A3. Now, a little controversy here, because exactly at this moment, there's a school of thought that says Black should actually occupy the e4 square with his bishop, gaining a tempo against White's queen. So we just get the same position like in the game, except this bishop is on e4. And sometimes that's very useful as it cuts out any tactical opportunities with d4, d5 when the bishop is on b7. But that was not how Veselin played, and they have reached this exact position. Finally, I'll go to the last game, and this game, of course, is between Leuven Aroni and Vladimir Kramnik, 2 very likable players on the tour. It's a Catalan. Vladimir Kramnik's favorite Catalan is White, and this time he's defending it on the Black side. And let's see what he brings to this very rich and complex opening. I'm going to turn it over to Eric to get his views on the opening moves of this round 6 Grand Chess Tour in Leuven. Eric.
Well, I was actually hoping Sorry, yes. I was actually hoping you'd ask me my opinion on Benoni, because I've had some strong opinions in the past. Not a big fan of the opening, but I don't have the greatest record against it, so I still have something to prove. But I am quite happy that some players such as Fabiano are playing that opening. If there's a time control where Benoni, King Zinian can be played, it's rapid and blitz. I mean, if people are afraid of playing in classical, rapid and blitz, I'm really hoping to see some openings like that, because they're very rich, lots of tactical opportunities. And it really reminds me when Garry Kasparov played in April. I believe he had a Benoni, a very, very sharp one against Hikaru, and it was just fantastic to see. It was a very sharp game, really exciting, and I hope we see more of those. So far, that is the game that I'm paying the most attention to, because, I mean, Nakamura, this line has a reputation to be very, very, very drawish. So unless Wesley has something new there, I mean, it's going to be some mild endgame grind, but it's supposed to be very close to equal. We got an Italian there, but the Benoni is the main game I'm paying attention to, seeing what Fabiano has come up with, since it seems like he's feeling well, playing well, and he has a chance today to do really well, because blitz is not his specialty. So I'm watching out for Fabiano today, right now.
Thank you, Eric. And just going to the game of Vichy, our tournament leader, versus Anish Giri. Again, it's this quiet game, quiet Italian game. After this move, bishop e6, bishop takes, f takes. Black has the double pawns, but he has dynamic play. Specifically, this bishop on c5 eyeballs the f2 pawn, and the half-open f-file for this rook means that there will be activity as soon as black gets in moves like, for example, knight h5 to f4. Knight c4 is an interesting idea for white. Basically, what white is doing is he's preparing this move d3, d4, as well as potentially bishop e3. A light Anish reaction, which is queen e8, protecting the h5 square, making the move knight h5 possible because there's no discovered attacks on knight takes e5, and also just bringing the king, the queen's looking for some nice pastures over there on the king side. The crucial question is, can white get an advantage after d3, d4? If he tries to slow play it for too long, then black's going to get some nice play on the king side with queen g6 and knight h5. And finally, let me get to that Benoni position. Eric mentioned that he has strong opinions, but he didn't fully suggest where his sympathies lie, that whether they were with white or with black. What's your take on this particular position?
It is a pure Benoni. I generally like those for white. White's going to play knight c4, but if Fabiano gets bishop e5, and I mean there is a bit of a struggle.
And that happened, knight c4, bishop
Knight
bishop
c4,
e5.
bishop e5. So, I mean, he certainly has some ideas here. I'm pretty much, in general, I like having a knight on c4. I like playing against a pawn on d6, so I always favor white. But once you lose control, as white in these rapid games, the Benoni tactics are very, very annoying. The positions slip much quicker than other openings. So as long as Maxime, stays in control, I think he's going to be quite comfortable in the position, as long as things don't get too tactical, because then otherwise, it's very hard to calculate everything properly, and mistakes happen. But yeah, I'm strongly in favor of white, but I managed to play Vugar Gashimov in the World Cup shortly before he became too ill to compete. So it was a big honor to play one of the best Benoni players ever. So I have some respect for it, but I do believe, I do like the white side of it still. And I lost that game, so I did lose the Benoni.
To continue the game as it might go, Eric, I'll toss it over to you. We see after this move, bishop b5, that the queen now protects the d6 pawn. How would you reckon white should continue? Would you continue with bishop f4?
Well, after bishop f4, I figure black's going to take on c4 and try to play b5.
Precisely.
And I'm trying to, the thing is, I want more pressure on d6. I don't like to give away my knight on c4 for this light squared bishop. A lot of times the light squared bishop in Benoni for black is a bit of a nuisance. It's hard to develop. Bishop g4 is not stable. Bishop d7 is temporary. So if Fabiano gets that, it seems like there's black's fighting, but maybe I still have to play bishop f4. I'm not sure about this position.
Exactly.
But one big thing, I guess, is can white play e5? And maybe with bishop f4, instead of putting pressure on d6, I'm just actually going to play e5 and try to go right through the center. So that has to be calculated. But so far, it's not like a great Benoni for white. I'd say it's kind of balanced. Fabiano is playing the way you're supposed to play as black, which isn't losing by force. So,
and by the way, these variations did occur after bishop f4, bishop c4, bishop c4. Yeah, the only difference is that what black inserted this move knight h5 in before playing b5.
Exactly. I think it's, I'll just come back to my board for a second. I think that the line with the immediate b5 does allow white this opportunity to play e5, because now knight h5 can be met by takes on d6.
Right, and you're going to get that nice in-between move with taking on c7 after knight takes f4.
Exactly. So in this exact position, I think this was a very, this was a very exacting move, precise, I mean to say. Knight h5 attacking this bishop on f4. Should the bishop, for example, just picking a square, bishop retreats to d2. Now b5, en passant, a b6, rook b6. We can see that it's not that easy anymore to get in the move e5. And on a good day, black has a very clear strategic idea of playing knight c7 to b5, which is a little bit passive, so that the knight can always hop to this d4 square.
Yeah,
yes, please, Eric.
I want to say I think black. I like the way Fabiano is playing right now. Clearly, he's looked at the opening a bit, and I like, as you said, he's found an easy to play position, which isn't under a lot of pressure. Knight b5, playing on the dark squares, maybe bishop e5, bishop d4 on a good day. But there's not that long-term pressure on d6 that you so often see in the Benoni. So he's playing it well. I don't think white's much better, if at all.
All right, very good. And let's turn to the game of Magnus Carlsen for a moment. Magnus Carlsen playing against Veselin Topalov, taking away the two bishops from Veselin with this classical Nimzo-Indian of queen c2, a3, bishop c3, queen c3. Knight d2, knight d7, e3, and c5. Not a very big fan, personally, of this move c5.
Because you don't like opening up the position for the bishops?
Yeah, yes, correct. But most especially after the move c5, quite often in these patterns of the Nimzo-Indian, the pawn on d6 actually becomes a target for white pieces. I actually think it's a lot easier for black to play the move rook e8 here and play for the move e5. This bishop on b7 is a bit annoying, at least. Keeps white honest with this pawn on g2 under attack.
We had to probably play f3 before we develop our bishop, so
exactly.
We had some weakness.
Yes, I had games against Anatoly Karpov with rook e8, f3, e5. There's a very important trick here to be aware of, and that's d5. There's always these tactics with knight takes d5 that you have to keep in mind. Notice that this bishop hasn't come to the e2 square, and in this particular line of play, it actually works out very well for white. Knight on c3 as well as pawn on d6 are on pre's.
And your knight also has very few squares. It's going to have to go to a4.
Or, yeah, a4 and back to c5. Yeah. So I like that line of play for black. Pardon me, I think that is the correct line of play. After the move c5, d takes, what I especially like about white's positions now, he always has this opportunity to bail out into a slightly favorable ending thanks to this bishop on f6. But again, this pawn on d6 becomes a very obvious target when this rook slides over to the d file. Let's see how the game has continued.
Yeah, let's see how it's continued. They've played several more moves.
Okay. Magnus just drove that knight on c5 backwards with the move b4. Knight went back. Why did the knight go back? Because in this line with knight e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4.
Yeah.
I have bishop e7 followed by, bishop takes d8 followed by bishop e7. Another reason why the rook on e8, avoiding these kinds of tricks, is a better square than the f8 square. So that was why Veselin was forced to drop back with the knight, and then f2, f3, again blunting the effectiveness of this bishop, and also, let me just go back one move here. I wanted to say, let me make another move for black for just a moment, for white for just a moment. There is a line where after h6, the bishop can be hunted down, so to speak, right? Bishop goes to g3, knight goes to e4, and there's a knight takes g3 down the road. With the move f2, f3, as we see in the game, one nice idea for white is that the bishop is given the extra retreat to f2, so you can keep your two bishops. And just easy game for white here. I don't think Veselin's that comfortable in this position.
No, and this is a great try for Carlsen to really get back in the tournament. He needs to try to win this game, so a slow maneuvering game with a slight advantage is really exactly what the doctor ordered.
I couldn't agree with you more. He really needs to find his form, and these games where he's not under intense pressure is an ideal answer. One thing that Veselin might essay is an early b6, b5 to try to just take Magnus out of his groove a little bit. You know, if white just kind of consolidates his position, play moves like queen b2, castle short, he's going to have a very big advantage.
Let's check in with our tournament leader, Vishy Anand, because that game has changed structure since we last looked at it. Remember, it was another one of those slow
Italian builds, yes. When we left it, we had just seen this move, queen e8 by Anish, bishop e3. Again, I was thinking that to really get anything in these positions, I think d3, d4 is the way to go, but bishop e3, we saw a trade. b7, b6, fair enough. Rook d8, queen e2, queen f7. Okay. Knight d2, a real slow maneuvering game. I'm not sure why Vishy is attracted to these knights on c2 as well as d2. They look rather passively placed in my eyes. And kind of a little floundering going on here by Vishy.
There has been some more moves actually after knight f3. Rook e8.
Rook e8, preparing to keep this pawn defended in case of trades, yes.
Also in case of some kind of knight g5 stuff, you have more options for your queen.
Yes.
And now b4.
b8, b2, b4.
It's a great move. It's a great move. Just
wow,
let's
b5. Take it away, Eric. That's a surprise move.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, white is playing against black's double pawns, and that's why when the knight was on c4, I mean, originally, you know, the knight took a long way to get here. Instead, white could have developed the knight when it went to a3 to c2, but instead, if she takes on e3, keeps the structure intact, and then he's just waiting for, he's actually waiting for Anish to be ambitious, play d5, and allow e5 to get weak. Now, knight d2, d5, knight c2, it seems like pretty good strategical prep, at least the way it turned out is after rook d7, knight f3, now you have all your pieces out, you cover the d2 square, you can double as black. You're still not really getting into the position, you can't build more pressure on. So after rook e8, which just seems like a bit of a waiting move, to me it doesn't seem like black has a clear way of increasing his development. Now after b4, looks like a good position for white. I'm going to play b5, and there aren't many good ways to defend this pawn on e5. I mean, it is, after all, double and immobile, so it's looking tough. And we have some more information or insights from Alejandro and Maurice in Leuven.
Well, we're here in Leuven, and yesterday there were some blunders, some really horrible moves, and we've been talking about it. But, of course, we have the top 10 players in the world hanging out here, so there were some spectacular moves. So this segment we're going to call the top 5 spectacular moves from yesterday's action. And we're going to start off with a huge one. This probably is number 1 on the list, but it's round 1, so we're going to start off there. The show started off with a bang when Anand played a fantastic game to crush MVL. Take us to this moment that was so wonderful in this game, Alejandro.
Well, Anand has just played this move 94 that he spent quite a bit of time calculating. And here it's where Maxime Vachier-Lagrave thought he had everything under control with this powerful blow, bishop h6, attacking the g7 square. It seems like black's basically busted. And it's very important for black to have seen this resource beforehand. So after 94 bishop h6, Vichy comes up with the idea of queen c7, which
beautiful
was
move.
Just absolutely beautiful.
Seems like it has nothing to do with the g7 pawn at all. The queen leaving the castle position. Just a completely ridiculous looking move, but of course a very deep point.
Well, the idea is that somehow this diagonal is very weakened, and there's a very specific way of taking advantage of this. Bishop takes g7 doesn't work, so Maxime tried knight takes g7.
Which was even worse.
It was even worse. And actually, white had a saving resource of queen b3, the only move in the position something Vichy saw, but Maxime didn't. And actually, Maxime said after the game that he was more affected by the fact that he didn't say queen b3 than how good the combination that Anand performed was. So instead of that, knight takes g7 was played, and after knight takes f2, king takes f2, queen h2 check, which was the point of the entire combination, to coordinate the rook on the f file with the queen penetrating king e3 and queen g2. Well, it was all lights out for Maxime as he realized that he couldn't defend his position.
Fantastic play by Anand. Went on to win a beautiful game to start the party off. Great for him and his fans. But in another game of the same round, it was Fabiano Caruana who played in spectacular style as well against Vasilij Topalov. This time, not super accurate necessarily, not a body blow that finished his opponent off as Anand did, but certainly a great move that was just simply too complicated for Vasilij to calculate in time pressure. Take us to this moment right here. We're on move 35 in the game.
We didn't have a lot of time to talk about this because Anand's great move in the same round, but also in this round, Fabi came up with the spectacular idea of playing rook takes f6 in this position. It is not the only move by any means, but it does seem to have the most powerful, the most energy. After rook takes f6, pawn takes f6, rook takes f6. White finds himself down a full rook. 2 pawns do not compensate a rook in any scenario. But the fact is that now White's bishop joins the fray, and the king on h8 becomes very weak. It's threatened by many checkmates. And more importantly than that, the queen can come to e5, take another pawn. Black's pieces seem a little bit disorganized in order to defend. But the
what I liked about this, though, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
What I liked about this is the point is, I may not be winning, but you've got to figure it out. I'm not losing, but you've got to work out all the variations. If you're a computer, fine, but I know you're not.
And it seems like black has a couple of defenses. Mainly putting the queen on the 7th rank with queen c7 or queen b7 seems to be the best solution. Unfortunately for Vasilij, he was unable to find it. And after the move rook 8 d7, queen takes e5, he completely underestimated what I think is a brilliant move by Fabiano here in this position after king g8. It doesn't seem like black has any problems, and seem like White's attack is there. It should be enough for a perpetual, but little more than that. And boom, comes the move rook e6, which I thought it was great. Because you're calculating taking, you're calculating checks. This is a quiet move. And the traits rooks, by the way, which is something you usually wouldn't want to do in an attack. But it works here. The idea is that after rook takes, which is completely forced because of the threat of rook e8 check, then after queen e6, there isn't a good way to coordinate black's pieces because of this spin. After king f8, bishop g5, there is a threat of checkmate on h6. White won some material back and was left with a winning endgame.
Fantastic idea. Certainly not crushing completely, but enough to win the game. And that started off Fabi well. Well, these two guys, both Anand and Fabi, are featured in yet another brilliant game where Fabi took a piece from Anand early on. I mean, that's not normal to see a move 8 Anand blundered, but in the same game, fighting like a lion, well, a tiger, you might call him, as his fans call him in India. Anand came up with some spectacular ideas to defend, but none more spectacular looking than the move he played earlier. Let me get to this moment here.
Yes.
After the move king to g2. Right in this moment, his rook is under attack, and the next move he played had all our eyes bulging.
I think that Anand drew just out of sheer resourcefulness. It's a position in which White, even though he is the one being attacked. It's easy to play as white. You just defend everything, and eventually you're going to be up a piece, and that's it. That's the game. But Anand kept finding resources and finding problems for Fabiano until eventually it was even Anand that was thinking, hey, can I win this game? And I think it all really started with this move, rook e3. Any other move would have left the game easily winning for white. This move, rook e3, started to cause those problems which Fabiano was unable to solve. The fact that the rook can be taken by 3 different pieces, including a pawn, and the fact that you're not taking a bishop that seemed free to be on e6, there's just so many things that are cool about this move.
Fantastic move, certainly a sparkler from Anand. Well, in the next game, it was the U.S. top player, or one of the top players in the United States, Hikaru Nakamura, who was taking it on the chin a lot of the rounds, and he was really out of form, starting an attack in this game against Anish Giri, and then switching to materialism, and his young opponent simply whipped him off the board. It was just ridiculous the way he beat him, and in this position, it was this move we were most impressed by. If I go back to...
We got to go up.
We got to go up, in fact. Let me go up to here, to this moment in the game after the move, bishop to c5. You know, it looked like he might have stolen a pawn, maybe bravely done so. Giri was having none of it.
Yeah, I think Giri was aware that what Nakamura did wasn't correct. He wasn't really considering if he was that much better, but it was in this point after the move bishop c5 that Giri told us, yes, I'm confident, this is where I'm winning, and e5 came in as a absolute shocker. It seems like it's just giving up the exchange, but it's very beautiful how a grandmaster is able to understand that this bishop is worth more than a rook in this given situation, considering how developed white is. He needs this bishop to defend. Can't give it away. Hikaru was actually the one that found himself down the exchange very soon after that, simply because his king on the center was unable to be defended.
This must have been the most classic-looking attack we had all day long. Just seemed like grandmaster versus amateur, if you will, in some sense, not one of Hikaru Nakamura's finest moments. Well, the last game will be considered Magnus Carlsen's lowest moment. We haven't seen him blunder a piece. He probably hasn't blundered since he was 8 years old. You probably got to go on his Magnus app and his Play Magnus app. You still won't find this kind of blunder on that app. He probably blundered like this at 5.
Probably.
But here he played a move that was simply a howler. No, is it this game? No, I'm thinking of the other game. I'm sorry, my apologies. That was the game against Nakamura next round. This game led to that howler, but this one was the one where he also blundered miserably as well, because it wasn't the same kind of blunder when he played this move, queen to d7. When he played this move, it's not the same kind of, but he's completely winning this game. But then he let Fabiano back in the game, and it was Fabi's turn to play beautiful chess. And it was right here at this moment that Fabi found a spectacular move.
And it's actually quite interesting that this only works with this constellation of pieces, because if you notice a couple of moves ago, Black could play rook e5 immediately, but it doesn't quite work as there's a queen retreat that's still on the books, and that would give white a winning advantage. But after rook e8, bishop d6 was a huge blunder, because after rook e5, which is a very nice move, cutting the bishop defense on the h2 b8 diagonal, threatening queen f4 check, there is no queen retreat. The bishop was placed in a horrible position for that, and Magnus kept making mistakes. After rook f1, rook g5, his original idea was to play rook f2. Then he noticed that queen e3 might be dangerous. The computer says, hey, this is still okay, you can play rook f1 again. But it was difficult in time pressure. He played rook f3, and then another brilliant move, rook takes g2 check, destroying the defense on the king side. And after that, white's bare king was unable to survive against the queen and a knight.
Absolutely, and like I said, this move led to Magnus's real collapse in the next round. 5 spectacular moves played. Certainly we're going to see some more spectacular games today, but these were some gems from yesterday. Hope you enjoyed them. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, guys. And just checking in on our tournament leader, Vishy Anand, I really like Vishy's position. I think there's going to be a tactical flurry, but it seems to me that Anish's d6, d5 was mistimed, and big problems for the Dutchman Anish Giri as he's eyeballing what he's going to do about the e5 pawn.
So we probably have to try knight takes c3, and then, yeah, it's annoying.
Well,
it's too
knight
bad.
c3, queen d2.
It's too bad that we can't.
Maybe.
Knight takes c3, queen d2 is the issue, because now one of these two knights are going to be leaving the board. And let me just
And if
turn
we play
this,
knight d4, just you can just take on c3, and there's no.
just challenge the loss of a piece as white is ready to consolidate with moves like rook e3, and this knight will come back to e1, cover everything. And Eric, am I missing something? I don't see how the Dutchman's going to save material in this game.
Maybe e4 after knight d3, queen d2, no?
No, he's not.
No.
Well, yeah, so he's not saving a pawn, but we've seen so many games where the person down a pawn has won the game. They start playing quicker, they start playing good. Yeah, no, this variation, no, Anish has to give up a pawn. Just an example, maybe knight d8, queen e5. Trying to do everything with tempo, obviously, queen e5, knight e5, attacking the rook, and then you have time next move to play c4 and keep your material. So something like queen e5, okay, you're down material, you're playing black, you play queen g6, keep the pieces on the board, and you try to hold on, maybe reroute this knight to f7, but Anish is going to have to play quickly, put up resistance, kind of do what Fabiano did against him yesterday. But white is going to be up a pretty healthy pawn here, although you do have to watch out. Some moves like c4 I think are good, but you have to calculate quite a bit, because something like queen d3 here, and there's a lot of tactics. c2 is hanging, d5 is hanging. So queen g6 is most likely this variation you could very well see on the board, but black is not getting that pawn back unless white wants, because otherwise I can play maybe just rook a to d1 and try to play safe, just like this, and this is just a pawn up. So Anand is doing very well, but we've seen a pawn is nowhere near necessarily winning advantage in the rapid games. So, let's hope he's going to have to play very resourceful to keep the balance in this one.
Now, what if he tries knight c3 and then after queen d2, knight b4? I guess you can just take, and after rook d3, there's not enough there.
Queen c4, for example.
Queen c4 just holds everything together.
Let me catch up our viewers with your analysis, Jen.
Well, I was trying to play knight
queen d2,
knight b4, just to kind of, if you can't take on b4, because it takes on b4, and then after rook takes d3, unfortunately after queen c4, it looks like again that there's no perpetual
actually, now that
action
I think
or anything.
about it, I could probably capture on e5, because this is unfortunately a huge tempo on your queen. If we trade queens, I'll recapture with the knight, and I'll be hitting the rook. That's an extra piece for the former world champion, 5-time world champion.
Indeed. And so Anish did acquiesce to the loss of a pawn after knight d8, queen takes e5, and queen g6. And
as Eric was prescribing for him.
And the world champion is sitting pretty with the extra pawn and twice as much time on the clock. And news in another game. How's our Benoni going?
The Benoni game is heating up as expected. A critical moment was, well, when white offers to trade off the dark squared bishops in the Benoni, usually it means you haven't made a big advantage. And usually you're supposed to keep that bishop on because it puts pressure on the d6 pawn. In this moment, Fabiano played bishop h6, keeping the material, and maybe bishop e3 check. There are ideas, bishop e3 check, maybe queen e7, queen h4, putting pressure on the dark squares. Now, this knight on a4 not looking too pretty on the side. Bishop c4, knight b5, as Yasser had mentioned, you have a very natural plan here, and despite having this isolated pawn on a6, with that knight on a4, white really can't access it, and you don't want to lose this dark squared bishop while this one still stays on the board. So after now, Maxime played e5. He's a very sharp player, so he goes for the critical variations. And now Fabiano here could have had a very pleasant position, in my mind. Maybe just knight c3. Probably knight c3. You can take the pawn, although now this is a common type of sacrifice in the Benoni, maybe d6, maybe knight e4. Instead, he played queen f5. Wow. And now there's e6 to calculate. Sometimes there's g4 to calculate. It's turning very sharp. Just an example, g4, queen g5. Yes, you're not winning a piece, but I mean, let's say king h1. That queen could be good, it could be bad on the side of the board. d6 might be hanging this bishop. It's getting very, very sharp. In general, I like it when the position gets messy in the Benoni. Usually you've done a good job as black. That's one of the trumps of the opening. So
e6 was played.
e6 was played. And
bishop f4.
Bishop f4?
Mm-hmm.
Bishop
f4 pretty quickly.
So remains to be seen who's going to end up on top of this, but we have more thoughts on this game from Leuven.
One of the great things that I love about chess personally is when a player makes a threat and the other player says, I don't care. Who cares? Keep doing what you're doing. Well, in this game, we saw it happen twice in this position. The move e5, it looks like a blast of a move going down the board, charging pawn. That pawn's gonna die is what most players would think. And as Eric pointed out, you could take and maybe take this pawn right now. Instead, Alejandro, this move ignoring the pawn, and then after e6, again, this pawn charging down the board. Fabi, like Joe Cool, playing the move bishop to f4, saying, I don't care about your pawn.
The complexities of this position are really astounding. The fact that this pawn made it all the way to e6 just by pushing forward, no tactics involved, just Caruana saying, I don't want to take you, is quite amazing. And I don't think either side is really playing incorrectly. I like the fact that Black's starting to build something on the king side. He will have some real threats in a couple of moves. Give me queen g5, give me queen h4. This king is starting to feel unsafe. There's a knight on the edge of the board, which means that Black's attack on the king side might become very real. On the other hand, White keeps marching up the pawn. That's a serious space consideration. This bishop on c4 will protect the pawn on e6 forever. Strategically, this is very powerful, so we get this balance of Black playing for the initiative and White saying, hey, this pass pawn, you cannot ignore it forever.
Well, interestingly enough, we had that trade earlier. Bishop takes c4. Bishop took a knight, a light square bishop for Black, took a knight off the board. That created this imbalance in the first place. Now Black can continue that with knight takes c3. At some point, we'll have opposite colored bishops. Who will be right in this argument, in this crazy Benoni that should get super rich, is getting there in a hurry?
Thank you, gentlemen. And I'm looking again at that game of Vichy Anand. Am I missing something, Jennifer? But this looks like just a very, very good position for White to my eyes.
Well, it's tactical, right?
Eric, if you've got some insights, because what I was going to suggest is after the move c4, which was just plunked on the board by Vichy, there's a cool move that I really find myself attracted to. Suppose knight f6. I'm not saying it's the worst, a good or a bad move. I have this really nifty move, queen b2, and the whole idea is you can take my pawn on d3 either way with queen or rook against both of which I have this nice little answer, knight e5, forking, and I'll win in exchange. If you play knight f7, which looks very nice, now we understand why I retreated my queen to b2. I wanted to protect my knight because I'm a pawn grubber, and after the move d4, I'm just keeping my extra pawn, and I'm feeling very, very good with White. How is Anish supposed to get counterplay, Eric, against this very thematic play by our tournament leader?
Well, White is up a pawn and has a much better pawn structure. This isolated pawn on e6 is terrible, and it gives the e5 square for White's knight to jump in at its leisure. But what you have to calculate is queen d3, and that's quite concrete. And that's what we thought might happen. And queen b2 once again is the move because you have the same knight e5 threat. If we move the knight away, knight e5 is going to win the exchange. What you have to calculate, those Black's going to continue to play on tempo. Queen d3 hitting the knight, queen b2. Now queen c3 attacking the queen, and temporarily, White cannot take this knight. So, for example, queen c3, knight c3. It's still better for White. This is a much better structure. Anand may go for this instead of trying to keeping the pawn. But instead, let's say here, you can trade queens, or you can keep the queens on the board. But it looks like Anish is recovering the pawn with just a much worse pawn structure because of e6. But queen d3, let's say you take here, queen c2, well the knight on d8 now does a very good job of protecting e6. So I'm not seeing a lot of promising positions there for White, but after queen d3, queen b2, you do get some pleasant endgames. It remains to be seen which one he'll choose, because you can also pull the queen back and try to somehow play this position. With the queens on the board, maybe Black has a bit of a weaker king because of the structure, so you might want to keep the queens on the board. Like an example here would be, let's say, knight b4, and putting a knight on e5, maybe bringing the queen to f4. I think Anand, just based on how he's been playing lately, is probably going to get the queens off and play a no-risk, better endgame, but I don't think it'll be a pawn up. So that's the current diagnosis from me.
The current diagnosis. There's one other...
he's played knight f6, is that right? He has played knight f6, your move. So then he is up a pawn. Yeah.
Okay.
He's played knight f6, and we've seen a couple more moves, in fact.
And after knight f6?
And it looks like after knight f6, we saw queen b2.
Yes, queen b2 was played by Vichy.
Yes, knight f7.
Yes.
Well, now
And
d4
then d4 e5.
d4 e5. The Dutchman trying to mix things up.
You know, desperately.
Before White can simply consolidate his extra pawn. But is this giving Anish real counterplay?
Yeah, what's the idea
Eric?
here? I mean, you're just playing d
and we
takes
do
c5,
have our
knight
first
h5.
result, by the way, Jennifer. It looks like Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura
We've got two results, actually. Aronia and Kramnik also a draw. Well, yeah, let's try to figure out what's happening here, because after d5...
I think that was played.
Yes, it was. And now knight h5. So
knight h5.
Trying to threaten checkmate and knight d3 with knight f4.
Knight f4 with a double hit.
Vichy just plays e6 here.
e6, tossing...
little in-between move.
Okay, e6
Maurice
was played,
I'm sure will like that, ignoring the threat of knight f4.
Rook takes e6 is
not yet. Now it's, yeah, he hasn't played it yet.
Yep.
But this looks...
wow, this has gotten sharp, but I've got to like White's position. And
that's right. I mean, because we're with this move e6, after you're distracting the queen, so the knight f4 is not really a threat anymore.
Exactly, and f7 is hanging. Let's go to Leuven and check in with the boys over there.
Well, we're going crazy over here because e6 is simply crushing. It's lights out. The game's over.
Yeah.
This move e6 is not about distraction. It's about mate. And you guys love mate. And actually, he has resigned. e6 has ended the game. Alejandro, a beautiful move by Anand, noticing the geometrics in the position.
It's a very uncommon theme, but actually the fact is that, well, the pawn must be taken, otherwise I just take a piece of a rook. But after rook takes e6, rook takes all the way to e6, queen e6, there's this simple but beautiful idea that after rook e1, you can't actually cover e8, so it's basically a back rank threat because the knight on f7 doesn't help you.
It acts like a pawn.
It acts like a pawn in this case.
Yeah. And the rook on d7, just accidental geometrics.
Yeah, so that's it. Anish has resigned. Nice win by Anand. e6 was a really nice resource in an already winning position.
Absolutely made it much easier for him to win, to be able to play like this. Anand is looking like a boss right now, leading the field clear and playing fantastic chess. It's incredible to watch, but we know Anand is a rapid specialist. He's been that way since he was a teenager.
Absolutely. You can't be happy with this game. It seemed very one-sided, and the fact that you allow your opponent to play e6 on the board, a blow that I don't think Anish saw because he resigned after e6 had been on the board for a little bit of a while. Not a good start for the Dutch player.
Absolutely not, but a brilliant start for Anand to continue his lead in this event. It's beautiful play, showing indeed why he has been a 5-time world champion.
Thank you, guys. And that was smooth. That was really fantastic play by Vichy.
And hey, he's going to increase his lead actually if Fabiano Caruana doesn't win, because the other player nipping at his heels, Wesley So, has already drawn his game.
Exactly.
So Vichy really putting some distance between himself and the fields, and Fabi's position is still wild. Who do you like there? Eric, or you're also looking at Magnus. Magnus also has like a small edge, right?
Yeah, we got 3 games over, two left. I'm paying attention. Well, Magnus is playing and Fabiano. The game with Fabiano, there are opposite bishops on the board. Material even, and there's no passed pawns except for e6. Well, it's obviously a very good passed pawn, but it seems like a lot of the tactical variations have been avoided, and if White manages to do something with e6, White gets a bit of a pull, but otherwise it still seems quite balanced. The game I was looking a bit at was Carlsen Topalov here, and Magnus is getting the position he wants against a player like Vasilin. He's got a bind, he's pushing. Black is quite passive. There's no real way. You don't want to put your pawn on d5, maybe bishop f3, or even just taking. But White's got the pawns, good formation, a3, b4, e3, f4, with the light squared bishop, controlling a lot of squares. The question is, how do you push as White? And, well, Magnus might just wait a little while, but one idea might be b5, and then playing a4, a5, trying to create another weakness. White has a better pawn structure, but that's not quite enough. So Magnus here pushing, but looking to make another weakness somewhere on the board. But yeah, no risk, in my opinion, in that position. So a good endgame has arisen. And then here, Fabiano, I think, is a bit worse. Looking again, one thing I might want to do is White. I said the e6 pawn is key. Well, we need access to the e6 pawn. So maybe g3, f4 is a very natural plan for White. And for Black to stop that, might have to make concessions like g5, really critically weakening the light square. So I think Maxime is better in that position, and Magnus is pushing in his game.
Very good. Thank you, Eric. And I do very much like the way MVL neutralized the dynamic play that's inherent in the Benoni, because he's a pawn up, opposite color bishops, and it just feels like there's only two results in the position. Eric very confidently pointed out the key point that when you get to play this move f3, f4, driving away this bishop on e5, so that you have this huge pawn on the e6 square, Fabi is going to be thrown on the defensive, and he's going to try to do his best to hold the bishops of opposite color position, the pawn down. And
it's going to be hard for him to do it, especially with considering the time situation. He's got he's got a big disadvantage here on time as well.
2-1 advantage for White, 10 minutes, and 5 minutes for Fabi. But let's go back to Leuven and find out how Vichy feels about his start of Game 2.
Not bad.
So the city name changed. I didn't know that.
Yeah, the city used to be called.
We're just chatting here. I'm asking him about his nickname, asking Anand, a 5-time world champion, about his nickname, the Tiger from Madras, or is it the Tiger from the Chennai? And he updated me, said it was the same city, they just changed the name. So I guess he's both. Well, he showed his claws in this game for sure against Anish Giri. This game seemed very smooth. You just took a small edge, and then all of a sudden, you were winning.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're just shuffling around. In fact, Anish mentioned that I had walked into a knight h5 trick somewhere. I thought knight g5 stopped knight h5, but in fact, his second pointed out that he could go queen g6.
What moment was this in the game? You want to take us?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
sure.
we had a different position up. Let's get your position up on the board. Here we go. Okay, so what point were you talking about? Rook e1.
Queen f7, knight...
We had rook d8 happen, queen e2. This position?
Yeah, and then I mean knight d2, d5. Yes, here. He could play knight h5.
And you had this prepared?
Well, I thought just knight g5. I mean, we were both a bit sleepy, I think, still. But queen g6, knight e6, black is just better after rook f6. I don't know if that's obvious to see or what, but...
not obvious at all. Winning a pawn, but suddenly the knight has got some problems in there.
Yeah, and well, the knight is going. I mean, ed5, rook d5, knight c7, knight f4. It's getting.
It's getting messy in here.
It's getting very messy.
Yeah, very wild. Okay, so we don't want to go on this line. Obviously, black is doing fine. So the position you were saying after knight g5.
Well, then knight h5 is even a bit awkward. I mean, I can probably still move my queen and to f1 and.
So you're saying this moment he should have played this.
He should have done this. I mean,
Okay.
I can play queen f1 and set up something passive, but obviously it would have been an unpleasant surprise.
So he didn't do this. Instead, he played rook e8, which is more passive.
And in fact, I had not really been paying much attention to all the subtleties, but then I suddenly saw that here b4 is incredibly strong. And in fact, Anish said it was like a study where black had to do 3 moves in a row so that b4 would be incredibly effective. And kind of that's what happened. I mean, it was very pleasant that suddenly I'm calculating b4 and I realized that he's put his rook on d7, queen on f7, and just everything to make it work. So
amazing.
I think he kind of just lost focus for a bit.
Then you were able to play like this and just simply take a pawn for nothing.
Take the pawn, yeah.
And at this moment in the game, we were thinking queen d3 might have been an idea.
Yes, I considered cd5, queen c2, and I thought white must be just much better. Maybe knight g5, maybe knight d4, maybe rook c1, c7, but I hadn't really considered. And also I noticed that queen d3, queen b2 as an echo of the game was still playable, though I see the computer somehow saved it with queen c3.
Queen
but
c3, indeed.
Anyway, it's a massive edge for white.
He played this, and then this. Were you aware when he played the move e5 that you were going to play e6? Did you see this line?
I didn't expect e5 at all. I thought he would play knight h5, and after which I go knight e3. And he said he could play e5 now. But I think I'm still clearly better.
Still better. When you took here, when did you see e6?
No, right away.
Right away.
I mean, suddenly I had to notice that there's no way he can stop a rook e8 check. It's kind of paradoxical that his 2 pieces d7, f7 are blocking everything.
It's kind of what you said about the queen on f7, setting it up. It's almost like he set up the mate as well for you to win. Well, fantastic game on your side. You couldn't have asked for more. I mean, you started yesterday really strong. You saved the game that was difficult for you, won in the last game, and now you're winning again. How are you feeling?
I mean, in this tournament, every win is precious. I'm certainly not complaining.
You shouldn't indeed. Well, the 5-time world champion, the Tiger from Madras/Chennai, is playing like a beast right now, leading the tournament clear.
Thank you, Maurice, and bravo, Vichy. I mean, just a very smooth and beautiful win. I'm looking at that back rank checkmate, and it just is almost study-like in its setup. It's very, very, very pretty.
Well, because you don't usually see a knight on f7, right?
No, the knight on f7
Yeah.
and the rook on d7 doing this beautiful blockade. And let me just once again boldly point out what Vichy and Anish were, oops, excuse me, that was a mouselet, have been discussing, is the weak back rank for black after rook e1. It's almost a kind of a skewer. The queen is attacked. If the queen goes away, for example, queen takes c4, rook e8 is checkmate, as the king is helpless on the back rank. So very nice finish and great game, great start to the second round of Leuven and the Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, just a great start in general. I mean, Anand really paving the way here, and it makes you wonder, like, is he going to be able to maintain this kind of form in the blitz? Because right now he is looking dominant.
Yes, and by the way, if you were to go back about 20, 25 years, I think it would be fair to say the 3 greatest blitz player in the world at that time was Garry Kasparov, Anatoly Karpov, Vichy Anand, and you choose the order. Vichy was really when he was in great form, he was a dominant blitz player like Hikaru Nakamura today.
Oh, you would pick Vichy first?
No, I'm saying you could choose which one you would like.
You wouldn't,
there was
if you were the house, you wouldn't need, it would just be a push, basically.
Exactly. Between Garry Kasparov, Vichy Anand, and Anatoly Karpov.
Speaking of gambling here, man.
Yes.
What do you think the chances are we're going to see 2 decisive games in these last 2 rounds? We've got Magnus Carlsen with an edge against Veselin, and Maxime with an even larger edge against Bobby.
Yeah, I really like Maxime's edge because it's one of those edges where, with the bishops of opposite color and extra pawn, only good things can be happening for white. He's got this great pawn on e6 at the moment, powerfully backed by this bishop. And by the way, looking all the way down the diagonal, there is the king on e8. And White's idea is very straightforward. He wants to bring his rook on the a2 over to e2 and g4 and just start booting Fabiano backwards. Jen, we have a phone call.
That's right. Hello, welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, this is Bob from Catskill. I called yesterday morning before
Bob.
the first round to say that I thought that Anand had great chances in this. And I want to compliment Yasser on agreeing with me. I want to give Jen half a compliment for equivocating and saying it could go either way. And Eric, I got to ask you, can you name the person who has been participant in the last 6 World Championship matches?
That's Anand. But this is rapid
Very
blitz.
good.
Yeah.
So calling to gloat. Okay. A gloat call.
I still don't think Anand will win the tournament, but he's
You still don't think Vichy's going to win? Okay. Well, yeah, he's going to probably be 2 points. Well, he's probably going to be a big 2 points ahead after this game, right?
Yes, depending on the outcome of the Fabiano game, right? Because Fabio was a point behind on the Grand Chess Tour points, right?
Right, but at least Wesley drew, so yeah. So.
Right.
But
So
Wesley
2
not
points.
the best blitz player in the field, so it's like it'd be more likely that Anand wouldn't win if he was getting nipped at the heels by, for instance, Nakamura or Carlsen.
Yeah, that would be...
that does improve his chances.
Right.
I
But
think
it's
his
all
chances are
about...
very big, though. I mean, you don't even think they're 50%, basically.
to win the tournament. Not even close.
Not even close.
No,
Whoa.
I don't think bookies would put it close to 50. Almost every player in Paris had one good day. A lot of them had 2 pretty good days. But Magnus and Hikaru had at least 3 very, very, very good days, and that's what you saw happen. So far it's way too early for me to give.
2 to 1? You wouldn't even do 2 to 1?
No.
Wow.
No,
Okay. All right.
I'll happily take
We'll talk
it
in the
then.
break.
Wow, wow. For me, it's all about form. and who brings great form to the event is going to be, win it. And that consistency, we spoke about that in Paris, how both Magnus and Hikaru were extremely consistent. Right now, I mean, we haven't seen a more consistent player than Vichy, and he's looking really good.
Except Bishop G4. Bishop G4 allowing Bishop takes G8.
I think that was
right. Okay, but that one gaff, but then the fact that he came back so determined and kept a piece down, pretty impressive. Sorry, Eric, you were saying.
I was saying that I think that helped on saving that position, woke him up. I mean, you know, we all had that one blunder of the day, and the fact that he didn't lose that game, he still had to practice all the defensive techniques, all the stuff you need. I mean, his other games have been very straightforward at converting advantages. So I think that really did help him. I mean, he's had that bad game out of his system without incurring the losses that usually come with it. But I'm still waiting to see. He plays among the least rapid and blitz events out of all the players in this field. He doesn't play, he didn't play in the last World Blitz and Rapid, and he hasn't played, I mean, he used to be very, very good. He still is, but I'm just going with the guys who are playing the most and are a bit younger. But I'll take the heat. I'll take the heat. I'll happily
look, dude. Eric,
our caller is going to call again now when Anand wins the tournament and make fun of you.
Who predicted every single placement in Paris? I did. I was the one who was right on every single note there. So
whoa,
who's gloating now? I mean, look, youth is basically unsound. Come on, Eric. Let's face facts.
Who predicted everything correct in Paris? That was me, not you.
But look, check this out. Check this out. We have a big turnaround, in my view, in the game between MVL and Fabiano. Check that out. But let's go to Leuven right now.
And certainly a big development in the game between Magnus Carlsen and Vasily Topalov. Let's set the situation. The stage right now is that everyone's in time pressure. All four players are in time pressure. The clocks are reduced, so we're expecting to see some mistakes start to creep in. Of course, it's blitz time, really. You get sub 5 minutes, and Topalov missed the chance to play a move here. He played the move Rook to C8. If we can just refresh the board just for a second. This is the board now. We've gone ahead quite a few moves. Magnus is now up a pawn. His pawn on A4. You can't take it because the pawn on E6 will hang. Is it enough for him to win?
It should be under normal circumstances. Of course, Magnus is already very pressured on the clock, but it's just so much easier to play for white. There's a lot of tricks that white has, the black doesn't. The pawn on A5, at the end of the day, it's just really, really powerful. I expect Magnus to come ahead and win. Topalov did miss an important move, E5, earlier in the game to try to at least equalize.
Let's just very quickly go back to that moment. This was the critical moment when the move E5 had to be played. Had to be played. But he's in this position now. The other game Yasser referred to is this one with Vasily Graf and Fabiano Caruana. It is actually still within bounds as the king is now nestled on H3. And because of the opposite-colored bishops, it seems as though black can't penetrate really in this position, and white should be able to control it. Seems like it should be a draw, but Fabiano is at 2 minutes. Vasily Graf actually with a little bit more time, 5 minutes plus.
I definitely expect this game to end in a draw simply because you can't get the rook close enough to the white king to create any real chances, which means you're only playing with a queen and a bishop trying to checkmate the opponent king. It's not really going to happen. On the other hand, white has to spend all of his resources, at least somewhat aggressive, and because it's a c4, it doesn't really give white any counterplay chances. I expect that after queen f1, which is what Maxime played, I think queen f1 leading into this opposite color bishop endgame should be holdable, but I think it makes more sense for black to simply keep the queens, and as long as the king's on h3, it's a weak king, you can always give it a perpetual.
It's funny that you're talking about white getting the play or having enough counterplay. In fact, white's up a pawn. But what a pawn. This pawn on D3, not going anywhere anytime soon. But the games will end soon, so we'll keep an eye on the clock as the players try to stay precise as they enter the blitz phase of Rapid.
Thank you, guys. For me, I'm a little bit surprised. Again, I'm the pawn grubber in the family over here, and I like being up a pawn. But in this position, I really think that Fabiano has a better practical chances. And why? Because look at king positions and look at the opposite color bishops. Oh, easy. I think the game just when it was heating up
I think it just
was
ended
going
in a draw,
to,
right?
I was thinking that black was doing fine, has ended in a draw, leaving us with one game.
Let's take a look at Magnus and see how Magnus's technique is rolling. So now he's made this decision that instead of he's really ganging up on the e6 pawn. As we bring us to our current position where Veselin only has a minute and a half. Veselin was actually ahead in the clock just a few moves ago. So he's really burnt a lot of time, but has it helped his position?
I don't think so.
And actually there's a couple more moves in the game. So
after knight e2, rook c2 takes.
And now the move h5 was played.
h5.
With the idea that...
bishop h5, we've got knight f5 with a fork against the rook.
Trying to get some counterplay, and then rook e2, knight g3 might also be a possibility. But instead, Magnus did not take that pawn. He instead decided to take the e6 pawn, which is one he's been going after. Indeed.
Absolutely.
And after bishop takes e6, rook takes e6. The difference here is that rook actually does a great job of defending against the counterplay, because knight f5
was played.
And we are defending the e-pawn, and rook e5 was the response.
Very nice. Well, it's 2 extra pawns, 2 pawns
so
for
this
white.
Looks,
this looks
crushing. I mean, the a pawn also is ready to roll.
Exactly.
Knight d6 played by Veselin, trying to get some kind of counterplay here.
Based on maybe knight c4, but wow, just 2 easy pawns. I mean, okay, I would probably, if I were in white shoes, I would just probably play knight d4 and rook takes h5 myself. There might be other more even concrete and decisive ways, but
and look
knight
at
d4,
right here, he has this worried look on his face. He had an even score, and looks like he's going down after that, and that will bring Carlsen up to even, I believe. So,
wow. And rook takes h5, I think, was Magnus very practical, picking up a 3rd pawn.
And now rook a2,
and he's
trying to go after the a4 pawn. But Magnus Carlsen, our world champion, has won. So it's the 2 wild cards that won. And the two players from the last 2 world championship matches, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand, were the sole winners today in round 1 of our second day of Rapids in Leuven. That gives Anand a bigger distance between the field, because Wesley So and Caruana, who are just a half point behind him, only drew their games.
Absolutely. Well, thank goodness we've seen some nice chess as we start round 2 of Your Next Move tournament in Leuven. And nice play by the world champion Magnus Carlsen, just what he needed after the horrifying day that he had in day 1.
That's right. It does seem that the players, Nakamura and Carlsen, have reset, and we're going to see some good chess from them today. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be enough to catch the Anand, who's on fantastic form, but it's going to be enough to put them in contention in the Rapids, at least one of them. And I mean, in the time for the blitz is what I meant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And during our break, I'm going to school Eric. We'll find some good bets. I'm really
impressed. You're going to try to take his lunch money?
Of course. Take his lunch money and see to ride the tiger, so to speak. Vishy's looking really good. Eric, how are you going to defend yourself?
No, if it wasn't for people like me, Anand might not have as much motivation. People have been counting him out for the past few years. He's the oldest player, and he's continuing to stay relevant. I think I read a recent interview where a reporter asked him, "Are you retiring?" So he's like, "No, I'm enjoying playing, and I'm playing very well." He's competing. But it's, when you have the haters and you have the people saying, "Oh, you're old, oh, you're retiring," you got that extra motivation. So I'm just helping out. I
thought you were going to say, if it wasn't for people like me, casinos wouldn't be in business.
No, I like what he said, though. He's
people
right.
have been really
people have been writing Vishy Anand off for the better part of 10 years.
Yeah.
And it's impressive that he keeps performing in top-level events.
What are haters going to do? And we've got our world champion, Magnus Carlsen, in Leuven to talk about today and maybe yesterday as well.
All right.
We're with the #1 player on the planet, Magnus Carlsen, after his victory against Vasilij Topalov. Magnus, it looked as though the game was slight edge, and then all of a sudden, in time pressure, all went crazy.
Yeah, I thought I didn't have much at the start, but perhaps he played a bit too passively, so took over a bit, and then, everything sort of went wrong for him in time pressure.
Well, tell me, you've had probably the most topsy-turvy event of anyone after drawing 2 games kind of peacefully. You've had a win, 2 losses, and now a win again. Yesterday's loss was incredible, the game that you won the piece. What was on your mind after this game?
Well, I was, to be honest, I was more disappointed with the game with Caruana, where I really found the only constellation in which I'd allow him to trick me and win. Well, the game with Hikaru was just, I don't know, just a complete breakdown, of course. But there's nothing I can do about that now, so just have to keep going.
Indeed, I saw you last night at the hotel playing Avalon. Is this how grandmasters, world-class players, kick back and relax? All the top players. It was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Fabiano, Leuven. You seem to enjoy this game.
Yeah, we enjoy going at each other. So.
What are you normally, the bad guy or the good guy?
I'm always the good guy.
If you know Avalon, you know he's lying. So, absolutely fantastic game. At least coming back is the world champion. We know he'll be tough as the games continue. Back to you in the studio.
I thought Maurice was trying to say that Avalon's a fantastic game.
Always the good guy. Our world champion Magnus Carlsen. And how did the results affect our standings, and what were they all? Actually?
Let's take a look, Will. As we've pointed out, Hanan has distanced himself with the field. He's got 9 points, and So and Caruana still the closest competitors, but hey, Magnus Carlsen saying what's up as well. He's at least on an even score now, as are Leuven Aronian and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Nakamura still a lot of ground to cover. He said that he can win if he gets within a few points of first place by the end of today, but hey, that means he has to win a couple games today.
Absolutely.
So,
look at that gap, 9-4.
That gap is too big.
That is a huge one. Yeah.
So he's going to need to at least go +1, I think, in the remaining game to have a chance at coming back in the blitz. And we're going to take our break, and we have some thoughts from some of the players in Paris. Be back for round 2 today.
Vladimir, I have to ask, what happened that last day in Paris?
Well, you know, it's extremely tough schedule actually, and especially for old veteran like me, and actually I simply ran totally out of any energy, and it was a pity because basically chess-wise first 3 days I was doing fine, even missing some opportunities, but even with it, I mean, it was still a very decent performance, and then the last day just totally ran out of any fool, and okay, I simply was blundering pieces, mates and everything, and it was very unpleasant for me because I just, you know, at some point I just started to feel that I cannot do anything, and my head totally switched off. And I think I never had such experience yet in my life of making so many blunders in one day, but unfortunately, yeah, I mean, at my age, okay, this physical part of it becomes quite important, and yes, somehow I didn't manage, let's say, just physically to hold this tough tournament.
You just come from a tough tournament in Paris. You had 4 or 5 days to recover, and now you're in a new city. Do you think this is a good thing for you to just switch completely out of the ambiance and go into something new?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely, especially when something went wrong and when you feel tired, it's very good to change the place. I mean, somehow it gives you new emotions, maybe sometimes even gives you some energy. I mean, still, of course, I know that it will be very difficult here, again, physically even more than chess-wise, but I hope that I can manage to do better in this sense, that I will have a bit more energy and I will have enough energy for the whole tournament. I hope so, although I'm not completely sure, frankly.
and welcome back to our coverage of Your Next Move, the second Grand Chess Tour stop this season in Leuven, Belgium. And we see this is a match everybody loves to see. Kramnik versus Anand. Anand with a commanding lead in this tournament. It's 2 points, but actually that's like 1 point traditionally because there's 2 points at stake in each rapid game.
And this game is, of course, a rematch of the World Championship that occurred between these two gentlemen, Vladimir Kramnik having the white pieces against Vishy Anand. And in that match in Bonn, it was basically Vishy winning the match thanks to his great play with the black pieces. He won 2 games, 2 fantastic games as black in a Slav, semi-Slav, heavy theoretical battles as these two players get ready for the round 7. I just wanted to make sure I got it right.
Round 2, day 2.
Exactly. But other great key matchups. Fabiano Caruana, Leuven Aronian, 2 of our Sinquefield Cup winners going head-to-head. Then, of course, we have Veselin Topalov, Wesley So, and also a key game, Anish Giri versus Magnus Carlsen. Can the hex that Anish Giri has over the world champion continue? And then the last matchup, as the games are just now underway, between Hikaru Nakamura, MVL. Hikaru Nakamura, by the way, has played E4, and it's a Najdorf, 2 of the great Najdorf experts going head-to-head in this key battle.
It looks like Naka has chosen some kind of quiet line because I see his knight voluntarily went to B3. It seems like it's transposing to a classical dragon with a more quiet treatment. By the way, you know, against the dragon, a lot of the times we like to castle queenside, and that's why it's pretty clear that white is castling kingside. Sometimes, and you don't play a move like bishop g5 or bishop c4. Sometimes black, even a Najdorf player, decides, hey, I mean, we should fiend shadow our bishop because that's the most active place for it.
Exactly. Well, let's take a look at what happened.
Let's see
I'm
how it
really
happened.
surprised. So we have a traditional Najdorf position after the move a7, a6. Big surprise move, knight d4, back to b3 voluntarily, not even waiting for the e7, e5 move to be played. And when white, as you were saying, Jen, dropped back with his knight, now came the move g7, g6, bishop e2, bishop g7.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, think about the main systems against the Najdorf. Bishop g5 and bishop c4 and f4, they all expressly prevent black from playing g6.
Exactly.
And even bishop e3 kind of does because it's a little slow to play against the Yugoslav attack down a tempo.
After this move, bishop e2, funnily enough, I wouldn't have been surprised at all. I thought that Hikaru had the Alekhine attack with this early g4 in mind, playing for g5 and then control over the d5 square. Sometimes we see this in reverse English type positions, this early g4 attack. That wasn't Hikaru's choice. He went for bishop e3. And let me just update my board. Sorry, I'll have to slip from one board to another as they update. And after this move, bishop e3, are you kidding me? g4. Okay, normally speaking...
So he did play for g4. See, I thought he was going to go for just a... Normally when they play bishop e2, they just castle kingside and play for like the d5 square and f4 sometimes and like a tiny edge.
Exactly.
That's why, but...
g4, bishop e3. I don't like the combination of bishop e3 and only now g4. I like to preserve that tempo of bishop c1 to e3 because what I would like to do after b5 is to get in this immediate g5 and now knight d7, and you think to yourself, well, maybe the bishop on c1's not so bad because there's b4, bishop b2 types of ideas. But if Hikaru really wanted to do it, he could really go for it now with h4 and go after black's king. Game getting very sharp early.
Really
let me turn it over to Eric quickly because there are other games going on. What has your attention, Eric?
What has my attention is the game between Anish Giri and Magnus Carlsen. They traded wins in the Paris Grand Chess Tour, and now here Magnus playing against e4 from Anish played the Caro-Kann, a nice change. and played a very rare line, or at least to me it's a rare line, and the only time in an advanced Caro-Kann, Magnus played bishop b4, and I've been exposed to this line maybe dozens of times, but only online against one player in particular. German Grandmaster Eric Lobren plays this all the time. He's probably one of the leading experts, and tons of blitz games. Point is, you play bishop b4 and you drop the bishop back to c7. The bishop, normally either stays on f8 a few different ways, but it doesn't normally go to c7, and then you try to maybe play f6. So this game is headed towards a pretty sharp middle game. As you notice, all the pieces are on the board. It's going to be pretty strategical, but bishop c7, maybe f6. You might get a good version of a French, or you might end up having a very loose position. But it looks like this game is quite interesting, and for sure a change of pace from a lot of the usual openings.
Thank you, sir. And just going to our tournament leader, Vladimir Kramnik, with white. As we know, Big Vlad, he's very cagey in his openings, has a fantastic understanding and feel of the Catalan against Vishy Anand, who has played so many World Championship matches, so rich experience in chess.
It's funny that you say that, because when I was in London and I asked the players in the Grand Chess Tour stop whose computer they would most like to look at for an hour, they could ask us any of their chess-based files. A lot of players.
That was a great question, by the way. I thought it was brilliant. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, a lot of players wanted to say Kramnik, but then they were like, "Oh yeah, he's not playing."
Many of them went for Vladimir Kramnik, right?
Oh, I think because I thought it was a generic question. No, it was actually in the Grand Chess Tour.
Right.
So, some people were like, they were thinking about more generally. So they said Kramnik, and then when it was, because he didn't play in last season of the Grand Chess Tour.
Exactly.
And
this is his first season. And
then when they realized that a lot of them picked Anand, or a couple of people picked Giri, and somebody picked, I think, not Carlsen. Nobody picked Carlsen for some reason. But who would you pick? You would have picked Kramnik as well.
Canadians.
What's that?
Yeah, I would pick a Canadian.
I wouldn't pick the Canadian. No, I Vishy or Kramnik, because again, great experience. Let's see what has happened.
This is also the type of openings you like, so you would get even better at them, right?
Yes, exactly. Now here, very interesting, B2, B3. So Vladimir climbed down from his favorite Catalan, not going into the mainline position of the Catalan, respecting Vishy. Slow played it with B3, and all of these moves have been played numerous times. And now just this quiet little move from Vishy, bishop d7. Bishop's not particularly effective on d7, but if you give black the time he needs to simply play rook c8 and bishop f6, he will equalize very easily. So it's up to Vladimir to try to squeeze something from this position. I think Vishy has actually chosen a very good, made a very good choice. Let's turn to the game of Fabiano, Fabi versus Leuven. Again, as mentioned at the opening of the program, two winners of the Sinquefield Cup here in St. Louis.
We're all winners.
We're all winners. E4, E5. We get this Berlin that's very topical. Fabi has been kind of a leading player for this early bishop takes c6. Remember in Moscow that he had some very nice games with an early castling long. Here he's tossed out the move knight g5, bishop g4, f3, a very different approach by both players, and actually we're seeing something new, sharp, and interesting in this game so far. Obviously with this move, knight d7, what black wants to do is play queen to e7, f7, f6, give this knight the boot on g5, and this bishop will drop back to f7. Right now the bishop's offside, as is the knight on g5. Very intriguing game getting started over there.
And let's also check in our world champion, who, by the way, found time to tweet to the hashtag Grand Chess Tour, a new day, new opportunities. So he's ready to forget about Hikaru and forget about Fabi, forget about the American duo who beat him back to back.
Exactly. Okay, and we have a Caro-Kann, as mentioned by Eric at the opening of this round, and the advanced Caro, considered the most dangerous and combative way of meeting the Caro-Kann.
By you as well?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that...
Why is it not more popular, though? Because it feels like a lot of players do knight c3 or something.
Well, knight c3, knight d2 has been the traditional move going back, but it's fashion, and I still think that e5 is the most challenging.
And you've always felt that way, pretty much.
Pretty much. Bishop f5, knight f3, e6, bishop e2. Now, as Eric mentioned, this move, bishop b4 check, has become popularized by the German Grandmaster Eric Leuven, who, by the way, was born in the United States.
And he's a good friend of yours, right?
Absolutely. The more traditional moves have been both knight d7, knight e7, and c5. Those have been much, much more popular, but Eric has been playing bishop b4 check, c3, bishop a5, and so Magnus Carlsen borrows a page from Leuven, castles knight d7, a4, bishop c7, and of course it's French-like, except this bishop on f5 is nicely outside of the pawn chain.
That's why you play the Caro, right?
Yes, that's exactly why you play the Caro. You know, what could be sweeter than the French defense with an active light squared bishop? And with this move f7, f6, basically the world champion is putting a lot of pressure on e5 and saying, make my day, go ahead and trade off that advanced pawns. Now, let's go over to Leuven and check in with Alejandro and Maurice Ashley.
Well, it looks like there's something funny in the air this round because the players are playing bizarre chess. We saw some draws in previous rounds. Some rounds you saw lots of draws. We're not expecting it this round. We're kind of crossing our fingers as 4 out of the 5 games have featured some weird setups that you normally wouldn't teach to beginners. Let's start with this game with Leuven Aronian playing the black pieces against Fabiano Caruana. This position looks absolutely basic, like a normal chess position you're looking at. You'd think that something simple would happen here. And instead, the next few moves, you scratch your head if you're a classical player.
The positioning of the knight on f3 and the bishop on e6 is very normal, and look what happens in just a couple of moves. The knight attacks the bishop decides to go forward, and on f3 it doesn't decide to go back to this diagonal. It kind of hides itself in a position where it's not so great. The idea being that the knight on g5 doesn't have very good retreat squares, and indeed after the move knight d7, h4, which itself is a funny move, trying to take advantage of the fact that the bishop on h5 is weak, h6, knight h3. We have this kind of weird position in which the knight on h3 is misplaced, but so is the bishop on h5.
So the minor pieces that were developed kept moving and left everybody else at home, which is certainly a counterintuitive idea. Well, the very next game we see intriguing ideas as well. This one with Vasilin Topolov as white and Wesley So. You see this knight on e6. This knight started on g8. It's kind of hard to get to e6 from g8, but somehow it happened in this game. Let's go back to the moment it did right here. He played the move knight f6.
Yeah, this is a weird variation because Wesley has played the move knight f6 a few times. He actually spectacularly lost against Anish Giri in a game in Shamkir only a couple of years ago, and I think that's the most famous game from this variation. But he still wants to play it once in a while. There's a lot of lines here. Bishop before check is an idea. Knight c5 is an idea. After knight c3, he chooses the solid knight e6. But it's just really weird that in the first 6 moves, black has played with the knight 4 times, and arguably he has a really good position. In the situation we have on the board, which is this after f4, we see that black has quite a bit of development. He's lacking a little bit of space, but the queen on e4 isn't the best piece, and d6 will come very soon, or f6, just breaking the center.
Again, another interesting game that I think you all have looked at as well is the next one, the one with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. And look at that king. That's exactly what you tell your beginning students. Just let your king just be flailing in the wind, no big deal. But he's done it, and the engines are saying, yeah, black's a little bit better here.
Well, it's very weird because, as Yasser was saying, this looks like a French, except the bishop's on f5. The structure is completely French. It's even hard to say how you came to a Caro-Kann on this particular scenario because the knight being traded on h6 is a very French theme, not so much a Caro-Kann theme. Also, the bishop going to c7 in a Caro-Kann is very rare. But that's what we have on the board. It seems like Magnus should be happy with this position. Chances for both sides, but at the end of the day, the e5 pawn is very weak, and that's white's problem. For black, it's his king that's very exposed.
Very sharp, unbalanced pawn structure, crazy position. Lots could happen there. And talk about a position that's crazy and a lot could happen. Of course, Nakamura against MVL. Nakamura just threw the gauntlet down, and they're in a wild one. A pawn on h5. White's king's not castled. There's a pawn on a4. What more could you want for chess position? And they're playing rapid.
No, this is pretty cool because white strategically is doing quite badly. He doesn't have all the development he has this pawns on the queen side already put a lot of pressure on the side of the board. Strategically, this bishop on b7 is going to be very powerful. Any endgame is probably lost, but the endgame, Hikaru's trying to checkmate Vacher Lagrave. The question is whether he's going to be able to achieve it. At the moment, the knight of b3 is hanging. He hasn't quite castled, which he would like to do. He wants to put something on the h-file, either a pair of rooks or a queen in front of a rook, just to threaten that checkmate scenario against the king on g7. Very sharp. Anything can happen, and I'm glad to see that Maxime just kind of tempting Hikaru there with a dragon or a dragon dwarf and saying, hey, Hikaru, come on, come at me.
Oh, well, you know, Hikaru, that's like waving a red flag in front of a bull. Well, 4 games, completely chaotic chess. That's how we like it when they play rapid, and players are certainly delivering it here in round 7.
Thank you, gentlemen. And wow, we've got a real Donnybrook. I love that game between Hikaru Nakamura and MVL. Both players really sensing the moment and,
That's right.
and bringing it.
Let's take a look at some of the lines, because Black's just playing this move A4 and putting the question to White's
challenging,
knight.
exactly.
Do we play knight d4, trading off much more pieces? As Alejandro mentioned, from a positional standpoint, we actually aren't doing so great as White, so we kind of want to avoid trade. So maybe knight c1 with the idea of rerouting the knight and keeping some pieces on the board is a better idea. And in fact, that's what was played.
Knight c1. All right. Well, let's turn it over to Eric, because this game is really a fascinating one between MVL and Hikaru. What's your
well, look at some
doctor?
variations here. I'm starting to like Black's position. Well, MVL, Sicilian, he's one of the best players if you want to study. Here, I mean, one thing you worry about as White is if your attack doesn't work out, I mean, and let's say you do hg6, you're also opening up the h-file for Black to also attack White's king in the center. I know moves already, Nakamura can find himself in big trouble. Let's say knight c1, e6, you drop your knight back to e3, knight c5, and there are no checks on Black's king, well, clearly it looks like Black is faster, just because Black is playing in the center, playing on the side, whereas White only has a potential to attack, but has a lot less presence in the center. So if Nakamura's attack doesn't go well here, which I don't see a clear plan of attack, Black should be structurally, fundamentally a bit better here. So I do like the way MVL is handling it. The good thing, though, is unlike yesterday when Hikaru played h4, this time he's actually followed it up and played h5 and not gone with an inconsistent plan, because he had his worst game against Anish Giri, in my opinion. So today he's attacking straightforward, but I don't see a good way to do it. Black always can play rook h8. So I'm liking the position for Black, because you can play e6, dislodge this knight, play knight c5. You're covering all the checking squares due to this pawn on b4, stopping queen c3, and White can't get all the pieces over, so I don't see the necessary requirements, let's say weaknesses or more attacking pieces for White to, let's say, succeed in this attack.
Excellent point, Eric, though. If you wanted to make it a corollary to yesterday, he would play h4 and then snatch the pawn on the b file, right?
Yep.
And that is possible in that line.
That is possible.
So that was my question, in fact, Eric. Could you just, to a beginner, the move knight c1 appears to be a strange move. Why did Hikaru Nakamura not play the obvious knight d4, which a lot of players would have been taught to have played?
Well, after that's a good question. I think one variation that might have scared him was knight d4, queen d4, and maybe even e5. Just active, direct, concrete. Queen b4, bishop d5, ed5, and maybe queen g5. And I mean, you can't castle queenside, the knight's going to f6, open c file, open b file. Very good position for a Sicilian player. And well, there's no attack on Black's king once this g5 pawn falls. So I think that's why knight d4 scared him. It was just this move e5. I mean, let's say you draw it back. I might consider taking, I might consider playing a3, but that queen on d2 doesn't get any closer to, you might want your queen on h3 so you can do some sort of mating attacks on the h-file. That queen on d2 doesn't facilitate that, and maybe now knight c5, some natural moves, bishop d5 is something I'd consider as well, something like knight c5 here. And if you're castling queenside, Black is right there to play b3. So the attack, I think he saw the attack, didn't see enough of it, and decided to play knight c1 and try to bring it to d3. But I'm not liking the position. So knight c1, e6, knight b4. This might be the critical variation that Nakamura has been calculating.
Something similar happened, actually, Eric.
Which line happened?
In that Maxime started with a3, And after b3, Maxime chose that moment to play e6. And now Nakamura is considering the ramifications the night before.
So for sure, if MVL is playing this, he's playing take back with the rook. Because as I said, the good part about Black's position is you're covering all the checks. If you were to if you were allowed queen c3, then things might get iffy. Now the queen can go to h3 easily. You can't block with the knight necessarily because of f4. It's a little bit dodgy. But probably after rook a3, I imagine...
No, but instead Naka played b3.
Okay, well...
On to b3 and now e6.
e6, so...
And now the ramifications of knight takes b4.
Knight b4. That's... I gotta work that out. That is a very good question. For sure there's compensation because of white's king position, but a pawn is a pawn, so that's something
the line might continue. Knight b4, queen a5.
Ah, really? Just right away going for the queen trade and eyeing that pawn on g5, right?
As well as the pawn on e4.
Yeah, okay.
I think
so like a little double attack there.
Yeah, I think black is okay in this position.
I think black is okay. It depends if black wants more. MVL is a very hyper-aggressive player. But that variation looks okay because you're either going to win g5 or e4 and get the material back. It'd be really nice as black. It's kind of a battle over this a1 to h8 diagonal because if this pawn was in here, queen f6 would be the natural move for Maxime.
Now, does Hikaru have any other options? What about playing something like... It would be nice if we could play hg6 and knight f6 or something, but I don't think any of that quite works.
Yeah, so hg6, knight f6, I mean... Yeah, rook h8 is one issue. You can get away with that as...
But we should point out that knight takes f6, pawn takes f6, queen f6, there is a mate.
Yeah, you got to.
I do have one idea.
You do have one.
Yeah.
You're always looking for the checkmates, Jennifer.
Of course. So a very exciting game. Let's see what the guys in Leuven think about round 2 action in day 2 of Leuven so far.
Well, we're bouncing around right now because that's not the only exciting game going on. It looks like the sharpest game, but there are other games that may be even more sharp, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look at this one. This one's certainly a very exciting position. Magnus Carlsen played this unorthodox chess, maneuvered his bishop all the way to c7, allowed a capture on h6, and castled into it, and shattering of his king position. But it looks like he's perfectly fine after bishop e4, knight g3. He's essayed this move c5, chasing the queen, and we now have the move queen e3 on the position. Looks like this e5 pawn is going to drop off the board.
It's one of those scenarios where it's becoming very weird because e5 is the main weakness for white. But once he gets rid of e5, suddenly there are no weaknesses to latch onto. It's true that after bishop f3, for example, knight e5, white is down a pawn. But there's a couple of problems for the black position. For example, if I simply retreat the bishop all the way back to d1 so as not interfere with my rook and queen, I could be threatening f4 at some point. e6 is slightly weak. Queen takes h6 is a problem. The bishop can come to c2 and exploit this diagonal. The king feels unsafe in a position where there's opposite color bishops. Then again, pawn is a pawn. Very complicated situation. I wouldn't give either side an advantage. Obviously, the computers, as materialistic as they are, they like black. But I wouldn't completely agree with that in a practical play.
No, as a French player as well, I'm sure Yasser Seirawan is saying, gift me the pawn, thank you very much. Actually, Magnus has now played the move queen g5 instead of taking the pawn immediately, so that one looks like it's going black's way, as far as I can tell. This one got sharp as well. We saw this position. White had to face Castle's king side. He said, yeah, whatever. I'm casting the other way, putting a rook right on the line with the queen, and the move d6 showed up. This pawn is under attack. Once it's pinned, you said it was thematic, Alejandro. He decided to play c5 and attack it yet once again. And this response, I'm just amazed by. Dropping the knight back to e7, this d6 pawn is going to drop off the board.
Yeah, it's kind of a common way of exploiting the fact that one side is underdeveloped. Even though white is going to end up winning a pawn on d6, it's a very similar situation to what we had in the Magnus Carlsen against Geary game. One side's weaknesses will be revealed once this pawn is taken. For example, if I take on d6...
Which actually happened in the game.
Yeah, take on d6 and rook takes d6. Then I'm assuming queen c7 will be played. And yeah, queen c7 was played. And even though white has this nice structure on the center with f4 and e5, The king is bare. The knight comes to f5. There's a lot of temping moves that you have to be afraid of. And again, even though the computer likes white because they're very materialistically, I think that from a practical point of view, I would even take the black pieces. I just think it's much easier to come up with ideas and an initiative with the black pieces than white. White might objectively be better, but I wouldn't want to be playing with the extra pawn under this much pressure.
And again, it could be just a stylistic thing because our colleague, like he said, he's the pawn grubber in the family, Yasser Seirawan. I'm sure he's saying, finish guy, so I can smack Alejandro in a position like this where I'm up a pawn. We'll take a look at yet maybe the wildest of all the positions. Well, maybe not necessarily that wild, but the pawns certainly give that impression as Fabiano Caruana has thrown his pawns up the board, and now he's actually decided to play the move f5. That's going to stabilize the position quite a bit. This bishop will have to find itself on the g8 square. So this one's certainly interesting. Pawn looks like it's hanging on a7 as well. Will he snap that off?
c5. It's an interesting strategic decision because if you put the knight on d4 and I swap it, I get f4 for my knight. There's not something that terrible, but the knight on c5 has no future in itself, so I don't have to take it. It's an uncomfortable decision. Fabiano's definitely a little bit better because of the space advantage.
And the move knight c5 was in fact played in the game. So we have every game you could stare at. Maybe only the game between the two vets, Anand and Kramnik, not really of interest so much. It looks like Anand will get a simple draw in that position. But all the other ones we have to keep our eyes on because really in all of them anything could happen.
Absolutely.
Thank you, gentlemen, and definitely some very, very rich games. Just to echo your words, that indeed, to my eyes, the game between Vladimir Kramnik and Vishy Anand is heading towards a really placid, easy draw for our tournament leader. Drawing with black against Vishy, drawing with black against Vladimir is no easy task, and Vishy is making it look easy. So very nice, solid. You were talking about pacing yourself. Nicely done by Vishy in this rook ending.
That's what he's got to do.
The Donnybrooks that are going on all over the board.
But there's some queen trades on offer. Just in the Nakamura game, you mentioned this possibility queen a5. Hasn't happened yet, but it could, and that does seem like a good idea. And then there's also a queen trade on offer in the game
of Anish and Magnus?
Yeah, Anish, exactly. Although, by the way, queen a5 wasn't played, and instead it looks like knight c5 was played by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, so keeping pieces on the board for a little longer. But what do you think about this queen trade?
First of all, I like it very much. We have to go back a second.
What hasn't been traded yet, the offer?
Yeah, exactly. I like it very much. In the Caro-Kann, as well as the French, you often see this intriguing capture. Bishop takes h6, doubling the pawns, and it's something that black oftentimes embraces, and it's very confusing to even the most experienced eye why you would allow this exchange. But in fact, getting rid of this dark square bishop makes this pawn e5 a little bit more difficult to defend, and immediately we see how Magnus pounces on that opportunity by playing this move queen g5 with the dark square bishop missing, this pawn on h6 now protecting the queen. I like what's happening for black because I see this pawn as a long-term weakness for white, and if there's no attack against black's king, I'll take the pawn. Eric, let me come to you and share your thoughts on what's going on in this crazy round.
Well, I agree with you about the position Magnus says. I think that's strategically far superior for black. But in the game Nakamura MVL, in the position we were analyzing, knight c5 was a move I missed, and I realized it is quite strong. I was looking at some variations. Maxime has found it, and I think it gives black a very good position. Despite allowing this check, I was looking and looking. e5, let's say. Well, the problem is e4 is hanging and g5 is hanging. Those are both critical pawns, whereas the b pawn might not be a factor if you're getting checkmated as white. But let's just say some variation like queen h3 trying to pose a threat, it's not really anything. Queen g5, there are no real threats in this position, and it's actually white's king who gets hunted down first. Yes, there's no more checks here at all. There are no more knights to jump into position. Black is doing very well here. Rook h8, knight e4. All the pieces are coming in. That king can always go back to e7. So there's no way for white to, let's say, have a successful attack. That's the first comment, which probably means black is doing good. But also, you can retain the pawn. Trading a b pawn for either a g pawn or an e pawn is very, very good for Maxime. So he's found the right move. And I think Hikaru's under serious pressure in this position. Another idea is also to play e5, knight e6, hitting the squares g5, f4, d4, all weak dark squares in white's position.
F3 was played.
F3. So now queen g5.
Not yet, but
F3.
Queen takes g5 is the most straightforward move, Eric.
And I think Black's king is just safer and everything to play for. But Maxime is on the good side of this position so far, and he's been really giving us a lot of really sharp games. I mean, it shows his stamina because you can choose two different approaches and conserve a bit of energy. But he's playing sharp every single round and finding the right moves for in these positions.
And actually, I think after f3, queen g5. We also have another move. Nakamura's played knight d3.
Exactly.
So that knight on c5 is just so strong. And also note that after you take, you are gaining in tempo on the bishop on b7.
Yeah, but how are you going to recapture? That's the problem. Knight takes d3 check. You're going to have to recapture with the pawn, I suspect. Excuse me, because bishop takes d3, queen e3 check is in the position. But recapturing with the pawn, there is the dual attack. A double attack, pardon me, of the pawn on d6 as well as the bishop on b7. Mentioned that move earlier, and that's always a bailout move for black, queen a5. I suspect, like Eric's been saying, Maxime, ultra-aggressive, may simply say, okay, let me play bishop a6, and if you want to take the pawn on d6, you're welcome to, and also keep in mind queen g3. This is a Hikaru Nakamura position as black. I don't see Hikaru grabbing pawns like myself and going into some kind of defensive shell. This is not his style. He likes the initiative.
Well, Eric mentioned at the beginning of the round that terrible game he played where he combined h4 with pawn grabbing, and obviously this one is not terrible in the same way, but there are some echoes of it, unfortunately, because, I mean, that's why, there's a reason why this is not a popular opening against a knight off, right?
Like, well, knight b3 is a strange move, right?
And also
this voluntary retreat. Normally,
when you play queenside castles, you combine it with bishop c4, or just letting the bishop chill on f1 while you play bishop e3 and f3. So it's kind of a strange combination, bishop e2, bishop e3, and castles.
Yeah.
It like takes a long time, basically.
Exactly. Coming back to the game of Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, there was a queen trade, and I'm sure the world champion was very pleased to have his pawns undoubled. Now, echoes of the Sicilian, there even are ideas of sacrificing the exchange on f3 so that you can play knight e5, get a pawn and a shattered kingside. Really good. Bishop g5, rook e8. I like Magnus's position very, very much.
It looks very good.
Anish is not going to be happy.
I did want to point out that in Nakamura MVL, MVL has actually played an even sharper move. So Eric Hansen is correct.
C8.
Rook c8. So let's see what happens after queen takes b7. I don't think it's going to last very long because there's just a rook c1 check and. Well, is that the right move order? Let's see.
There's even rook c2, but let's give
rook
it over
c1,
to Eric.
And then after king f2, is there a queen c5 check?
Let us see. Eric,
and then queen e5.
Do the honors.
I think that's what it is.
Well, I was really expecting Nakamura to recognize this move from black and actually play bishop d3, anticipating rook c8, but instead, cd3, rook a c8. This is a big mistake. I mean, queen b7, I'm just calculating off the top of my head. Rook c1, queen c1, bishop d1.
I like rook c2, Eric.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Rook c2 threatening mate with queen d2 check.
Yeah.
You got to go rook d1.
Yeah, no,
and now something perhaps like queen g3 check or rook c8, and
or queen e3 looks really strong, right?
Queen e3, rook h2,
we have
g1.
We have queen g1, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, queen e3. I like that move. Oh, Jennifer, you're fighting for him today. That's a cruncheroo. So, how is Hikaru going to deal with this rook c8 threat, Eric?
I don't know. I want to play black. I mean,
it's not my position, Eric, to say, come on, Eric.
You're not allowed. we know you swipe right on every position.
What you want to do when you're getting attacked like this, Hikaru is, just wants to trade queens. You've got to trade queens, then there are no more checkmate threats. This bishop is stifled. So all of black's tactical threats have to do with the queen and rook combination. So queen d2 looks like one of the moves to me. You just want to get the queens off as soon as possible. I'd really like to get rid of
Okay.
this A3 pawn. But
Let's look at Queen G2. So suppose I don't cooperate.
Queen G2.
And I play Queen G3 or
Yes.
Queen G2.
No,
it's like
Queen
Queen
G2.
here.
Queen
I'll throw in a
G2.
check, keep my pawn.
Yeah.
King G8, Rook F1.
And black is just great.
Well, with all the pieces on the board, black is good. But yeah, that's what I would do as white. You just try to trade the queens off. You can't really do anything else. This rook is out of play. In the meantime, maybe you want to play rook C1, but try to trade pieces off and hope for the best.
It looks horrendous to me. I don't know about you.
I mean, the only imbalance is this
Ooh.
B pawn, but I can't really distract black with the B pawn, so...
I would be shocked if there wasn't some kind of just easy winning combination there coming for black.
And I'm
really
hearing
good.
that the Magnus game ended much more quickly than we thought it would. Let's just see how that happened.
No, it was a slaughter, I believe. After the queen trade that we saw this move, bishop coming to G4, perhaps to just get out of that threat of rook takes F3. In any case, rook A E8, rook E2, knight
Just
E5.
a quiet move.
Extra pawn, a superb position for Magnus. Bishop H5, rook D8, rook D1. Another nice move. C4, what are white's pieces doing? The knight on G3, pardon me, this knight on G3 as well as this bishop on H5, both look completely ineffective. Knight F1, knight D3, and suddenly look at this. We're eyeballing this F2 pawn with rook as well as bishop, as well as knight, everything coordinating beautifully for, and guess what? Anish just saw enough. He didn't even want to see the rest because it's all falling. And by the way,
2 in a row by Magnus today.
Knight F4 is also a massive move in favor of black. Horrendously bad game by
not a
Anish.
model exchange Caro. Who should we look at?
Who
should we look at if we want to
By
play
the
the
way,
exchange
my
Caro?
favorite Kara Khan.
Yes.
Look at this. Look at this. Beautiful game by Magnus.
But you said you love the exchange Caro. You think it's the most testing line. Then we get this game. Probably one of the best players in the world. So whose games, if you want to study the exchange line of the Caro for white, do you think are the best? Who do you think really handles this with the best tenderness?
I've seen some beautiful games by Nigel Short. Okay, like he was the instigator of this whole advanced E5. So look at Nigel's games. I just don't think that Eric Lobron's concept has been challenged by Nigel directly. But this, wow, what an emphatic victory for the world champion.
Let's get some action in Topolov. So looks like. But meanwhile, as that game heats up, we'll take a look at it in a minute. But we've got our world champion Magnus Carlsen on a roll today.
2 in a row.
Well, we had a roar happen here in Leuven because the Belgian team scored against Ireland in football. And, of course, Magnus might have thought it was for him, given that he just beat Geary. But no such luck. Magnus still winning a second game in a row. That's 5 decisive games, but it looks like you've turned things around.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the best start I could have asked for today. Obviously, given Anish's shaky form, wanted to get a complicated game, so I played something that's a little bit unusual, and yeah, it worked out perfectly.
Did indeed. The final position, most players probably wouldn't resign. Were you a little surprised that even though you were clearly much better, virtually winning, that he stopped right here?
Yeah, a little bit, but it seemed that he'd been pretty disgusted with his play for a few moves, and I can understand why he resigned there, since it really is a complete strategic victory for black.
Normally you've had difficulty against him. Now you get a chance to win this game. Are you going to watch some football?
Yeah, I'll try and catch the end of the game and also prepare for the next game.
Well, thanks very much. Good luck with your next games.
Sure.
Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, showing why losing easily, dropping a piece, doesn't matter to him. He's always ready to come back and show punishment to his next players.
Multitasking, watching football and studying chess. And I know a lot of you guys are doing that with us as well. You're watching us and you're doing something at the same time. Maybe you're even at work.
Yeah.
But it's Saturday, so you get the day off. But I did want to draw your attention to the So game because it's fascinating. Wesley So, who's actually doing pretty well in the standings, he's still on +1. Don't forget about our American underdog, Wesley So. He's got this very nice position against Veselin Topalov where he's down 2 pawns, but it looks like he's got massive compensation for it.
Absolutely. So,
pardon
me. Back here, very nice move by Wesley, knight e7, sacrificing his d-pawn, and after the move queen c7, Blaga has got some really nice counter shots with knight f5, hitting this rook, hitting the bishop, queen on c7, ideally placed to harass white's king, g4 to prevent that move knight f5, and after a few more moves we got to this position and Wesley sacrificed a second pawn for the initiative and following it up with knight d5, a brutal hit against this knight on c3. Keep in mind this white king, very, very how should we say? Not too many guards around the palace there. Knight e2 was played. Wesley So to play a lot of very tempting
Knight b4 comes to mind as well.
Knight b4 is one of them. I also like simply the simple development of bishop a6.
Threatening bishop takes e2, right?
Exactly. Bishop e2, give me my pawn back, and white's naked king makes a woeful impression. Veselin Topalov, big trouble.
I like your bishop a6 move because then you can't even escape from the fire with king b1 because we just played bishop d3 check, forcing you to the corner.
Exactly, and it's looking really, really good for Wesley, who's played, he acquitted himself, I think, quite well in Paris, and he's doing excellently here in Leuven as well. I'm going to turn it over to Eric. What's going on in that Hikaru game, Eric, as well as the Fabi game, for that matter?
Well, in the Hikaru game, it's he played king f2, one of the best moves. I'm expecting rook c2 to follow up. I mean, that's pretty natural here. That was the one reason I want to play queen d2 before was to try to trade queens and also control rook c2. So after rook c2, there are, the bishop fortunately on b7 doesn't really add to this, second rank pin. So I'm expecting something like rook g1 in this position. Still, you got to trade off some pieces as white, and then before getting out of the woods. We'll see what Maxime decides in a position like this. I mean, because you could even go pawn grabbing technically. I don't see, the knockout blow for black per se in this position. It's a very compact structure for white, and he's still holding on. He's got material to show for it. So right now the onus is on Maxime to prove the compensation, prove that Hikaru's king position was worth a pawn or two. But another game I was paying attention to was the game Caruana against Aronian. And here it looks like for sure, I mean, Fabiano's faster. There's no king-side attack for black. So you could play, let's say, rook b5 in this position after bishop f7 was just played, queen c7. You can double rooks, and you can get the queen for 2 rooks. I've been trying to evaluate this position, a position like this, rook d7. You can take on b7 and get a pawn and a queen for 2 rooks with a bit of a shaky king position for black. But it could also backfire. The knight is well placed to defend. So it remains to be seen here. Fabiano's certainly first to attack. He can continue maybe tripling on the file, but he's really going to have to calculate, should I give away the 2 rooks for the queen and try to bust open the position? Otherwise, there's no other, I mean, in the center, you don't want to let this bishop back in the game. You never really want to take and allow this bishop back in the game. So he's going to have to play on the queen side, and he has a big decision coming up in that game.
Meanwhile, we've got some action in the So game. Is So going to put Topalov away? Actually, Yasser, you mentioned this idea of bishop a6, bringing another piece into the attack, as you famously say, invite everybody to the party. And instead, Wesley chose the more brute force, knight b4, threatening knight takes a2, and the very prosaic knight d3 check.
Absolutely.
Now the question is, after king b1, does rook d1 work? I guess Wesley didn't think so because he didn't play it. Thinking,
well, let's have a look. First of all, you cannot capture that rook because you have a checkmating fetish. Look at you. You found every checkmate possible in these games.
I don't think you can have a checkmating fetish. It's like if you're a chess player, right? That's just the definition of being a chess player.
Okay, but there was the move knight c1. I guess that put Wesley off. He didn't see a knockout blow here. What did he choose instead?
Instead, I think he played knight d3 immediately, I believe.
Knight d3 immediately. Well, with this move, knight d3, you can imagine that, okay, you're attacking this queen on f2. What you want to do is a double attack, queen b7, with an attack against this pawn on b2 as well as this rook. So presumably the queen has to go to a square that protects the rook.
Or it attacks h4, which threatens d8, so that if queen b7, queen takes d8. That's what I
see.
meant.
Okay,
so
queen h4.
Yeah.
Okay, keeping black's queen honest for a second by keeping contact with the rook on d8. And how did Wesley continue after that?
Wesley is still thinking, but I think he might now decide to play. It's funny, I can't help but look at like silly moves like g5, because if pawn takes g5, your queen b7 works again.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, just queen takes g5, and then if we play f6, takes an f6, queen b7, queen g7. So that's no bueno. But instead, I think maybe just bishop b7 here. Again, like bringing that piece into the attack. It seems like what is White going to have to do to that? Because if you play rook g1, maybe we have queen b6 ideas.
Yeah, bishop b7 looks attractive. One of the things is this bishop on g7 is just lurking on this long diagonal. Your move g5 has a fault that you mentioned, but there's even something to be said for this crazy slow move h6. Just for argument's sake, let's just put some moves on the board so I can show you what a potential follow-up is. Just that this bishop, when it does uncover itself, it'll be hitting that pawn on b2. Sorry, my arrows are terrible. But can't we use the b file? Can't we play like bishop e6, rook b8?
Just
kinds of moves?
Slow down a little bit, and it looks like we're totally crushing. I mean, let's take
wow, it looks very good for Wesley.
Let's go to Maurice and Alejandro as the attacks heat up and the players also start to approach time pressure.
All right.
Absolutely, we see that the American players, Fabiano Caruana, doing extremely well in this position. Wesley So definitely dominating options of how to continue there. But Hikaru Nakamura, the champion from Paris, looking terrible right now against the Parisian Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's up a pawn. Is he up a pawn? Actually, he's not even up a pawn. He used to be up a pawn. So he's not even up a pawn for this mess. I mean, his king is terrible. The domination of the rook on the c2 square is going to be followed by a fellow rook on c8. This just looks all over but the crying.
And we can see Hikaru's down to 2 minutes against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's a huge time disadvantage. Maxime has played the move e5. Here Hikaru's thinking, but he doesn't really have a choice. If you take on d6, simply doubling up the rooks on the c file should be sufficient for a decisive attack. Everything's coming in. I wouldn't be surprised if the computer gives something more decisive against queen takes d6, like just ending the game.
It doesn't even list it as one of the moves, by the way.
I'm not surprised. But the problem with queen e3 is that even in the case that Maxime decides to just trade everything off, this endgame is hopeless. The bishop on e2 is just terrible. The rook on the second rank is a monster. I can play f5, f4 and make the king even more uncomfortable. The b pawn's not going anywhere. The pawn on a3 is suddenly very well placed. We go back to that a3 move that Maxime played a long time ago. That is one of those moves that in the endgame it's very powerful because the a2 pawn is now a fixed weakness.
This endgame is lost. In fact, he did play queen takes on d6 after e5, and instantly the move rook to c8. The engines actually give the moves rook to d8 as even more crushing. Now that you look at it, d3 was indeed falling immediately. This would have been winning completely according to the engines. This was a crushing blow, but he did play instead the move, excuse me, let me go back to this moment here after e5. And my engine doesn't want to, my computer doesn't want to agree. There we go, e5. He played queen takes, and instead he just simply played rook over to c8. Arrows coming out of nowhere. This move not as accurate. So he did miss a winning blow in this position, Alejandro. So maybe Hikaru might wiggle out of this. I doubt it. After this rook move, he's definitely worse. But Maxime did miss a clear win.
Yeah, apparently. It wasn't so clear to me. Maybe we should just take a quick look at it, figure it out, even just for ourselves. After queen b6, which looked like the move.
Well, rook takes on d3. That was the point. The pin, and you're just getting ripped on the rank. The rank is doubled rooks, and everything was going to go down. So that was an important point to show the viewers. Though It's still a fight. It looks like he's trying to fight back, but the position just looks putrid, to be honest. So Nakamura in big trouble, and in big trouble on the clock as well.
Well, the computers say that he's somehow managing to get out of danger within some precise moves. But before we analyze this game further, I want to point out that Kramnik has real winning chances against Anand, a game that we haven't really paid attention to because it seemed like he was heading to a draw. But somehow Kramnik managed to get an extra pawn, and perhaps the studio can give us more information on that endgame that I'm not really sure how to evaluate.
Thank you, gentlemen. And we've seen a big sacrifice in the game of Wesley So. Looks like Wesley just went for the direct bishop b7. You heard me speaking about the awesome power of this bishop g7 lurking on the diagonal. And what Wesley did after rook b8, b3 is he simply kapow, went knight takes f4, knight takes f4, queen takes c3, and look at this bishop on g7.
And the game is over.
And
Wesley So.
Yeah, and that's it. Bishop e4, check in the position.
And hey, this brings
Queen
So.
takes e5. I mean, everything working for black in this position.
Very nice game.
Vesselin had seen enough, stopped the clock, gave it a rest.
This brings our American star, Wesley So, to the same score as Vishy Anand. Of course, Vishy still has the game to finish. But Wesley doing fantastically in this tournament and a real front runner. So let's go over to our tournament leader, because Alejandro was just wondering about this ending.
I mean, this ending was as dry as could be, and I thought it was cruising for an easy draw. If we can step back a few moves ago, exactly at this position, I thought the players were about to shake hands. They didn't, and somehow, whoa, why did Vishy play king g6? Because he did walk into this very obvious pin, g4, g5, and now White's forces are hitting the f6 pawn, and Vishy went for a forcing line that got him a pawn down, and now Vladimir Kramnik trying to squeeze a win in a position. And my first impression is that this is basically winning for White. Eric, big turnaround for the for our tournament leader.
Yeah, for sure. Now it's only, I thought it was headed towards a draw. We all did. Came back. We had this position. At first, I thought it was winning. I'm unsure right now after a move like king e4. The pawn is on the 4th. If it was on the 5th, it'd be winning for sure. I mean, one issue here is, one subtlety is, I mean, as white, you'd like to bring your king in, but the problem is you just keep getting checked, and there's no safe square. Normally speaking, if the rook wasn't on d2 in this sort of endgame, you would bring the king in, even if it's far away like this, and then play king d6, and then after rook b8, you'd play rook d2, and your king is very quick. But in this case, you can never play king d6 because of rook d8, so it makes the endgame a little bit difficult to convert still. So after king, let's say rook d6 was played, king e4, what black wants to do is wait for the king to come, and the point of rook d6 is sometimes to build the bridge, but the point is king e4 is very close to f2 pawn, and sometimes black can trade off, win the f2 pawn, and it's going to be a pawn race. So it could still be okay for Anand.
And Maurice is with Wesley, the always smiling American.
Wesley So.
Well, playing extremely well in this event is the American representative, Wesley So, who won just a smashing game against Vasily Topalov. Wesley, this game was sharp from the beginning. It was opposite side castling. He went after your d6 pawn. He just felt like he was going to grab it, but it turned out that you had tons of counterplay in response.
Yeah, well, it was very complicated. We both made mistakes in the early stages of the game. And then I was worse because I let his queen become very powerful on e4. I should have started knight c6 before knight e6 so that he doesn't have this queen e4 idea, which I totally missed. And then he was better, but then he got greedy and he started taking my pawns while forgetting about his kingside development. And he must have been better at one point, but yeah, made him pay in the end with his lack of development.
Very nice finish with the bishops raking into the position, attacking his king.
Yeah.
How do you feel? It seems like you're playing really, like you said, don't lose. You haven't lost a single game so far in the competition. You're feeling very comfortable?
Yeah, I'm feeling very confident after the experience in Paris, which, as I said, I haven't played rapid tournament for a long time, for many years, and so I'm feeling more and more comfortable as the tournament goes on. But at the same time, I have to be careful because, for example, even this game which I won, if Veselin played better, it could have been the other way around. So I gotta keep that in mind. And 2 games to go. So yeah.
Well, that's you're wrapping it up for me. I don't even have to do any work when you say those words so perfectly. Like he said, he is one of the top players here now. If Anand loses, this gentleman to my right will be tied for first place, having not lost a single game so far in the competition.
Thank you, gentlemen, and bravo, Wesley. Big surprise. We thought Maxime Vachier-Lagrave was cruising towards a victory, but he let Hikaru escape. Eric, take us. How did Hikaru save his bacon?
Well, with a lot of assistance from Maxime. He got the winning position. You need to find a couple hard-to-find precise moves. Rook d8 was constantly being asked to play. It's important to get rid of this d3 pawn and get that bishop on b7 into the game. But I imagine they both were in a bit of time trouble. So after rook c8, rook e1, Nakamura just playing defense, hg6, finally hg6, queen f7, and now queen d7. And sometimes we have this idea of rook h7, a sacrifice, getting access to f7, and then bringing the other rook in. So after rook h8 played to stop that, rook h8, he got this position. But Maxime played rook h8 because rook h7 didn't see a good way to stop that. If you were to bring the rook, I could show how that would happen. Rook c2, king h7, queen f7, check. And this is good for white. I mean, you have to give up the queen and your king is in a bad spot. So Maxime bailed out here in this position, but he missed rook d8, breaking down the d3 pawn and getting that bishop with maybe an idea of bishop a6. Apparently the pin is too strong on the c file for white to defend, but without rook d8, he didn't miss anything after that. Nakamura found the active counterplay on the h file. So yeah, that was good resourcefulness from Hikaru.
A big miss by MVL, and let's go to Maurice, who has MVL for an interview.
Yes, we're with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and we've told him rook d8 was indeed this move. Did you have a sense that you were winning when you were in the position, or did you think it was just not that kind of position? You should just be improving the position of your pieces.
Well, I mean, when I had this shot rook a8, I felt this position would be very difficult. But then at the critical moment, I just missed that I could win, and I missed his idea with queen d7 and rook h7 check.
And that led to a draw. But you still kind of didn't answer my question. I was wondering if you felt like there was a killer blow, or was it just the position you were just increasing the advantage, not really alert to maybe the game is over?
I mean, I thought killer blows might come up at some point, but I was just looking to, increase the pressure.
A game like this one, when you know you could have won, how does that affect the mindset, and how do you get rid of it so that you can play the next game? And it sounds like we're getting the Belgian fans cheering outside again.
Probably 3-0.
I'm assuming that they scored yet again. Belgium following the football. We'll get to that, of course. I'm sure you want to see that. But the question again, how do you get this out of your mind so you can play your next game?
Well, in rapids, of course, mistakes are bound to happen, so, I've had much worse games than this one, so, it shouldn't affect me too much.
All right, well, we wish you luck. I know you're going to go check out the action.
Yeah, I'm kind of upset that I missed that.
Yeah, he's more upset that he missed the goal than seeing his move against Nakamura.
Probably not.
Well, they're a little crazy for Euro Cup action here in Europe at this time. I remember I was on the Champs-Élysées and France won a game, and you would have thought that they won the World Cup.
Yeah, probably if we win the Euro, we will be louder.
Indeed. Well, we're having fun here in Europe as we continue here in the Grand Chess Tour.
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen.
That's right, and somebody's actually tweeting us in an update to the score. Belgium 2, Ireland 0.
Wow.
But we don't need your updates because we can hear the noise from the moon.
In the room. Really fascinating struggle going on. One of the the key imbalances in chess is very oftentimes the queen versus the two rooks, and making that judgment as to when the rooks outplay the queen and vice versa when the queen outplays the rooks. Constantly in Grandmaster chess, you see that imbalance, and it's really hard.
What's your pick?
A hard one to get right. Normally speaking, the rooks are supposed to be better, but because of the concentrated energy and power of the queen can oftentimes outplay the rooks, and we're seeing such an imbalance between the game of Fabi and Leuven.
That's right.
And I'm going to take us to Eric in just a short bit to say that one of the crazy parts is that both players kings, and this is kind of unusual. Black has established, Black has established his rook on d8, cutting off the king and always making threats of rook b8, rook d2, checkmating threats. But this knight on c3 guards those threats. At the same time, White is about to make inroads with a very straightforward a5, queen b6 check, and there goes this knight on a6.
Right.
So it's really a sharp position, unusually sharp.
I mean, if you only had a minute to look at this, I mean, just a second to look at it, you would probably pick White, because generally when there's an unsafe king, it really favors the queen, because you have all sorts of nasty checks, especially if it's a blitz game.
Right.
It's kind of the corollary to knight versus bishop in blitz. The knight is usually better because it has in a bullet game especially.
Yeah. Okay.
And the same thing with the queen, that like it has all these little tricks. Note that if the rook on d2 moves away, there's queen d7 in the air, and the knight might stick itself on b5, which also creates like lots of threats. But in this particular position, like you said, there's also some issues for White. So now, I mean, if it's White to move, you mentioned a5. Another idea is to play queen a5 with the idea of playing knight b5.
So let me start with this move, rook d3, for just a second, attacking the knight. So the idea, what I wanted to
I could also do queen a5.
Queen a5. That was
turning knight b5.
Right. What I had wanted to do was introduce my rook with rook b8 so that I could start harassing White's king. Any queen d7 check moves, of course, walk into rook b7. But
rook
I think
d6 was played in the actual game.
In the game, rook David 6?
Rook d6, trying to defend against like your ideas of playing a5 and whatnot.
Exactly. This rook trying to... well, no, I don't think I can allow queen d7, I beg your pardon.
Well, it's a very good defensive move, because if we play both of the attacking ideas we mentioned, both a5 and queen a5, the rook, of course, in d6 is defending against the primary threat, which would be to win the knight on a6.
Yeah, but when you've got this queen and knight combination, especially a move like knight d5 right now, shutting out one of the rooks, this rook on d6, it does feel like it should favor White. But let me go, let's bring Eric in on this conversation, because this is a really difficult position, and we'll also look at that game of Kramnik and Vichy. But first, this one, Eric.
It's balanced. It's balanced. I don't see how either side can commit the pieces necessary to push for a win without gravely exposing their kings. But what I've been fascinated by is the game Kramnik-Anand. I think the leader is about to lose. Rook a2 was just played, but there is an interesting endgame that arises here. Kramnik didn't have to play this. The rook was on b2. What can happen now is rook f8, and what Black wants to do is, let's say b5, king g2, and rook takes f2. It's going to be a pawn race. The problem is White has to invest another move. If you play b6 right now, I'll just swing back to rook b8. So a typical endgame that might happen is king c3, rook f2, and now the move b6, and it's going to be a queen against a rook and a pawn. Besides that, I mean, the pawn race is just equal, so b6 was 4. So this is an opportunity for Anand to play rook f8 with some chances here. In this position, Kramnik could have just played king c4, and I didn't see why this didn't quite work. I thought I could just run my king into the position.
And we have a funny move.
But that is a very likely interesting endgame where you have a queen against a rook and a pawn after rook f8. Otherwise, what Kramnik will do is walk the king to b6 and then bring the rook back behind, as I showed earlier. But I think Anand is, yeah, it's looking.
And we should keep attention to the clocks because all of these games have just about 2 minutes for each side. Actually, Fabiano just played a very funny move. He played, he's just moving his king into the position, and he even left his queen in take because of this little tactic. So after rook d6, king f2, he just played king e2 with rook b5, knight takes b5 check. But we should stay with the game because both players have less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Exactly.
And we've got
rook b8 had no threat, had no impactful threat, in fact.
That's right, but after king e2, king a8, moving the king away, renewing the attack on the queen. Queen a5 was played, and now rook b2 check. King e1, and as I mentioned, but less than a minute and a half on the clock for both players. Of course, there is that 10-second increment, but which in a position like this can particularly be relevant because you can maybe throw in some checks in some situations. So.
King b7, just in order to defend the knight, that makes a lot of sense to me. Then knight d5. It's kind of funny how the queen is somehow, the entry squares for the queen are all defended by this knight on a6 and rook on d6. But again, I wanted to go back to that endgame that you were mentioning because Vichy played the move rook h8 and went for this rook h2 idea that you had mentioned, Eric, and now I wasn't sure what would happen after rook h6.
That happened, and Kramnik has played rook a6. Note this game also very low on time for both players. Kramnik with less than a minute on the clock.
And now we can drop back with our rook to h8 so that I'm threatening to capture this pawn on f2.
Well, then I'll play just b7, and I have rook f6 check, rook f7.
Oh, very nice. I didn't see that.
You thought we had to play rook b6.
Exactly. Yeah. That's a very nice, and that should be enough to win.
It's going to be queen against rook and pawn.
Okay. So he has to, in fact, go for this line. Hold on. How do I get the queen and pawn now? Wait a minute. There was I know what line you were talking. Eric, go ahead.
Well,
take
b7 here, right?
No, it was just rook h6 has been played.
So rook a6 is played. King here. b7. Rook takes a6.
This way. Yes.
And then we have this endgame. And you have to be very careful. I think if you were to play this, I'll just play check and do some tactics like that. So black has to find a way to try to make some sort of fortress. What's the evaluation of this endgame? Do you guys know off the top of your head? It should be a win, yes.
Yeah.
And now Anand also going under a minute here as he tries to save his lead. And he has played rook h8, and it looks like they're headed towards that endgame. What do you guys think in Leuven?
Carlos.
Dates from a few slightly strong players, Geary, Carlson, names like that. Tell us what they have to say about this position.
Well, the players' room is just next door to us, and they are glued to two screens. One of them has Belgium 3-0 against Ireland, and the other one is this game right now. And there is a debate going on, some kind of battle of egos there, who can calculate the farther. None of them moving the pieces on the board or on the screen. They just want to see if they can calculate out the endgame. It seems very complex. Geary is convinced that this is winning for the white pieces. Once the queen promotes, he doesn't think that black can hold on to the pawn. Magnus is still unsure. Topalo's trying to defend the position, but Geary seems dead set. He thinks if the pawn was somewhere else, maybe it would be a draw, but as it stands right now, it seems to be losing for him.
Well, it turns out that Anand has changed completely and gone a different way with this move, rook to h1. So high-level debates take place here. They may be fans of football, but they're still chess players after all.
Thank you, guys. And I think that Vladimir Kramnik is going to win this game. He just played this very powerful move, king c2, and I didn't see a way for Vichy to save it. After now, king c2, pardon me, let me just go back. King c2, rook back, check, b7.
So now rook b6, there's rook b3.
Rook b6 and rook b. This is the whole. What a turnaround!
And it's
Vichy looked so very smooth. After rook b6, there would be this move rook b3, and the white king is well in time to corral this pawn.
And the other key variation being that if you capture on b3 and play e3, that endgame
is a very easy king and queen versus actually pawn. It would be a different matter if it was an F pawn or an H pawn, but this is very easy for white.
But this is the cornerstone of endgame theory, and to put your rook behind the passed pawns. I mean, this is just great stuff for those of us trying to improve our endgames.
Well, the point there, you heard what Alejandro and Maurice were saying, that the top grandmasters in the world were debating this position. King takes. I was of the opinion that it was winning, as was Anish Giri. Some other top grandmasters were doubtful.
But we still got a game going on. Fabiano Caruana and Leuven Aronian are still battling out that position.
And queen versus the two rooks.
And they're kind of shuffling their pieces around a little bit.
Wait a minute, there's a C4
Black
pawn.
has managed to snag a pawn, indeed.
Okay, I'm not sure after we move King D1 whether or not Fabiano missed this move. Rook B4. You can't.
You can't take because you're pinned, exactly.
And now rook takes c4 check, and are the two rooks outplaying the queen and knight? Or, well, there we have it. Definitely Leuven playing for the win because he had a repetition, and now we have
keep our eyes on the board too because they both only have 30 seconds left.
Exactly. Well, let me bring in Eric and ask his opinion. Did Fabiano slip with that loss of the c4 pawn?
Yeah, right now it's still unclear. I mean, they don't have that much time to calculate, but losing that c-pawn, let's look at a variation here. Rook d4, king c2. In this position, you can play that king b7 move that you want to play, free up that knight. This rook, now is time to maybe go to b4, to go to c4. And Fabiano would have had to find a very tough variation. Knight b5 is already a forced move. That wasn't played during the game. There's nothing, to me, I don't think it could be, it's still not over yet or even close to, because neither king is that safe, and this knight has two very good squares on d5 and b5. So I don't see what the winning plan for black is, but if there's still quite a few pawns to go, I don't think you can push that c-pawn easily.
Lots of moves have been played, Eric.
Knights might end up coming off the board. We saw the move queen d8 and knight c7.
I still keep my same opinion as before, that it's balanced until the c-pawn isn't enough to swing it hard one way.
Okay, so we just saw this movement. And what's the time? The clock's, Jennifer?
45 seconds for Fabi and about 25 for Leuven. And we just saw the move queen d6, knight a6.
Queen d6, so knight a6 on board.
Black deciding that he doesn't want to go for that trade of knight.
Well, that knight, that black knight is doing a fantastic job at keeping the queen at bay, as well as protecting the queen, the pawn on c5. And
White has played a5. White has played a5 and black played c4. So
c4, okay.
Trying to play with rook b3 and continue to advance that pawn. White's now played the move queen c6. But that's a very dangerous move because now after rook b3, isn't there rook takes d5 and knight b4 check or something? Yes, and that's what happened.
Rook b3.
And rook d5 just did happen.
You pegged it very, very nice. There's this big threat of knight b4 check, and it looks over.
Lost, right?
It looks.
But there is queen c4, so he's playing on.
Queen c4.
He didn't lose his queen. Instead, he's going to try to play on with the queen.
There's rook c5.
That wasn't played.
No, what did he play instead?
He played rook b5.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Rook b5, very nice.
So why not rook c5?
Rook c5, king takes b3, and the king might march all the way to
okay. So we thought this was safer, I see.
Rook b5, two rooks and knight. Now it's winning.
Now
White played a desperado move, g5, and now Leuven decided to play rook c5.
What?
So he
rook c5 now?
Yes.
Not
that's what
now?
That's what we have on the board. Yeah.
Oh my
so now
goodness.
maybe, why did he decide to do it at this moment? Because now, at the end of the variation, we're taking on g5. That's the difference.
That is.
So now it's just totally winning.
Right.
So actually, yeah, like that's why he saw that it was maybe too much to calculate last move, but now that he's getting his pawn.
Pass pawn, it's over. So it looks like Leuven Aronian cruising now to victory.
That's right.
After the move g5, by the way.
And there is the resignation.
There is the resignation. Whoa, big swings happening. Didn't expect Vichy to lose what, to my eyes, was a dead-drawn rook and pawn ending game. And Fabiano over-pressing with the queen against the two rooks, and Leuven also makes a move.
A nice one. And now Leuven actually leapfrogs ahead of Fabiano with this victory. But the real big news of this round is that it's Wesley So now who's tied at the top with Anand.
After Anand's slip. Let's have a look at the results and our new standings after this big change in round 2. So what other decisive? Oh, it was
4
MVL.
decisive games. We had an incredibly bloody round.
Right.
The only draw was that crazy dragon.
Which should have been a win for MVL if he had found the straightforward rook d8 move. So boy, 4 out of 5 decisive games.
And a real game changer, of course, because Anand losing that game means that the field is wide open.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen right there, Wesley So literally right there, and Leuven also now very much in the hunt.
In striking distance. Eric, your thoughts of this bloody round 2?
I think it's fantastic. This tournament is up for grabs. I mean, everybody's beating everybody. And, I mean, as the rest of the field, they don't see Nakamura and Carlsen at the top. They know, I mean, there's guys, they can beat everybody at the top. Anand, Kramnik, they're just, I don't know what to expect. I'm very happy to see the very wide variety of openings today, though. I think that's played a contributing part to, like, all the decisive results. You looked at the game, Wesley So and Nakamura has been playing very sharp. Maxime, I think it's all very, very good, and that's contributed to a very exciting day. It makes it a lot easier for us. The players seem to be in a very combative move. I thought Anand and Kramnik were going to agree to a draw. They're very good friends in real life, but no, totally just took Anand's lead. So right now, though, we have Maurice with the winner, Leuven, in Leuven.
And Leuven walked in all smiles, and he said, I played a terrible game, but I still get the credit. 2 points, in fact, for that win. It did seem like you were in trouble in this game. Incredible turnaround.
Yeah, I think I got careless at certain points, and my position was fine, but then I allowed him the attack, and then it seemed that it's very unpleasant.
It was an unpleasant position. What happened, do you think, that caused him to get so confused? I mean, you started hunkering down, trying to defend. It seemed like it shouldn't have happened, but he did get confused and not know how to continue.
Yeah, the thing is, at certain points I could just try to defend.
As a matter of fact, I should put your position up just so that you
But I was trying to keep the third result possible throughout the game, so I think that maybe confused him.
Now, does it ever confuse you? The bells are going off right now. You know, the bells are always going off here every 15 minutes. Do you hear them when you're playing?
Not really. We hear the commentary sometimes.
Well, we're kind of far upstairs. We hope the voice is not carrying that much. What about the fans cheering, the Belgian fans, when the team score? We got 2 loud roars. Were you hearing that as well?
Yeah, that we heard, and we're happy that the local team's winning, so that's good.
We're happy to see you playing well at any point. So definitely a win that'll make all of Armenia smile. Aronian winning today against Fabiano Caruana.
A quick question for Leuven there, Maurice. Did Leuven think all of that cheering might have been for him?
I'm not sure, he still has Leuven.
Okay. So
but yeah, it's a very exciting round. I enjoyed it so much.
What is the standings now, Jennifer, after that bloody round 2?
Well, Wesley So and Anand are tied for the lead after that round because Anand losing, Wesley So winning to catch up. But look at that, Magnus Carlsen and Leuven Aronian right behind. Amazing. Magnus starting off with 2 wins, and he's right in the hunt despite a terrible day yesterday. Meanwhile, Kramnik and Caruana and MVL all still doing decently. Even Anish, Shikaru, and Veselin all sharing the basement stuff. If they pull together a win or 2 today, we'll have plenty of room to make up for it in the blitz. So that's the goal of Nakamura in particular, who's such a fine blitz player. Can he come out of the basement and give himself a chance tomorrow?
Except this game that he played against MVL really was not a very good game whatsoever.
No,
and he really is lucky to escape a defeat, in fact.
Play some more normal openings occur, right?
Well, that was just weird.
And we've got Maurice Ashley with Vladimir Kramnik, who was the game changer today.
Well, we've got Big Vlad in the house, and always a dangerous player to play. He was playing against Viswanathan Anand, who was leading the tournament, playing great chess. And you looked like you had just a little bit in the position, but you were able to show your technique and win this game.
Yeah, it was pretty similar to my game against Hikaru from the first round. I mean, the same type of rook endgame. Of course, it was holdable for black. Definitely, it was drawish, but there are some practical problems, and Vichy didn't manage somehow. I think at the end I managed some study-like win. But yeah, I mean, in general, it's easier for me to play when there are not too many pieces left, so there are less chances of blunders here.
You,
so
you did have some
game,
problems yesterday, but today it seems like you're straightening things out
no,
a little
I mean,
bit.
in general, yeah. I mean, so far I'm playing quite fine. It's just that I just make terrible blunders, and that's of course a pity, because if no blunders, I would be one of the leaders probably already. But what to do? Yeah, it's actually quite disappointing for me that such a bad blunders are affecting my tournament. But yeah, I mean, this game was, I think, I tried my best. I had a small advantage, and I was trying to squeeze it, and finally I managed to my own surprise.
Are you inspired at all by all the cheers going on as Belgium scores versus Ireland?
Yeah, I've heard some noise, so I thought, yeah, probably it's Belgium who scored during the game. So yeah, we are following football match at the same time during our breaks.
Is it distracting at all, or is it a good way to relax?
No, it's a good way to relax, yeah.
Okay, well, we always like to see you playing well. Congratulations, and best of luck in your next round.
Thank you.
Vladimir Kramnik showing why he's one of the best endgame players on the planet. Absolutely great technique to take down the former tournament leader, Viswanathan Anand.
Thank you, Maurice, and thank you, Vlad.
If next couple rounds are going to be anything like this one, you better get yourself strapped in, because it's going to be thrilling. We are going to be back in just a few minutes. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana talks about Paris.
Welcome, Fabiana, to Leuven.
Thanks.
You had a rough event in Paris. How do you feel traveling to another city, starting anew?
Yeah, parts of Paris were pretty rough. Losing all my games in one day hasn't really happened before. But at least I ended on sort of a high note. In the blitz, I ended fairly well. I even managed to win the tournament of the last 13 games. I had successfully lost like 7 out of the last 8 games in the tournament. And after that, I started with 5.5 out of 6, then I got a bit rocky in the middle. But in the end, I managed 8.5, a half a point ahead of Magnus, so I got a little something out of that.
Even with that fantastic result, you still had a rough event in Paris. How do you plan to keep up your inspiration that you're bringing from those last rounds in Paris to Leuven?
I feel pretty good. We had a couple days rest. I managed to relax a bit, watch a bit of the soccer or football. Just had a good time the last couple of days. I don't feel stressed out or anything, so I'm pretty looking forward to getting back and playing.
Hello and welcome back to Your Next Move, the second stop of the Grand Chess Tour. We're here in the final day of Rapids, and boy, was last round a thriller. Just 4 decisive games out of 5.
Absolutely, and it's getting even more exciting as we have a big matchup in this, the third round of the 4 that they played today. World champion Magnus Carlsen in a rematch of their World Championship matches with Vishy Anand. Very important for the standings, and take us through the pairings, Jennifer.
Well, we've got Fabiano Caruana versus Vladimir Kramnik. Leuven Aronian is playing against Hikaru Nakamura.
Big win by Leuven in the previous game, and Hikaru was lucky.
MVL versus Topalov, and another very big game, Wesley So. He's the co-leader now.
Yeah.
And he's playing against Anish.
Kick a good man when he's down. Anish Gary losing dreadfully in the previous game. And there you see
with the white pieces losing.
Yes, and the games are underway. And let's just take a quick peek at, Magnus opening with e4, and we're seeing e5 by Vishy. And again, I think we're seeing a bishop c4, yes, a slow Italian game that's been so very fashionable in these rapids and blitz, both from Paris as well as from Leuven. And let's go to the other game that I think is going to be so critical. Wesley So versus Anish Giri. Both players are very well prepared in these theoretical semi-Slavs. The Queen C2 move made so popular by Anatoly Karpov. These two players really know their stuff, and I'm expecting a great theoretical battle to ensue from this opening.
Speaking of theoretical battles, we immediately have a some kind of sacrifice on Black's part.
Oh, wow.
So there's this move, C5.
I left it just for a second.
Yeah, right, you left it exactly the wrong moment.
Whoa.
So C5 has just occurred on, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so everything's well known. A3, all of this stuff has been played before. B4, with the express intention of preventing C6, C5. A5, softening up the B4 pawn. Rook B1, defending, and C5. Whoa, I won't even attempt to go there. C5.
We have a couple more moves. Wesley just snapped the pawn on C5.
With B takes C5.
Pawn. And you notice that it does seem like everything's held together so far, but Anish has quickly played bishop takes F3.
Yes, that was the move I expected. And then how did it continue from there?
Well, Wesley hasn't responded yet, but
slowed down.
No. He has played G takes F3 now.
G takes F3, and again.
And in all preparation, it appears by Anish, because he's quickly played knight takes C5.
Oh my goodness!
And now, is there some kind of? Let's try to find what
well, with these double pawns, White's king is always vulnerable to a check on the G line.
So
I
he's
can
just
imagine
trying to play rook takes C5 here, and
rook takes C5.
Really gang up on the H pawn at some point as well.
But then we've got to continue the line. How does it go after rook takes B5? Stopping the dual threats of B5, B4, as well as rook G5.
And this happened, by the way. We're going to find out, because this is exactly what happened, Yasser.
And it seems
so
like
rook takes C5, rook B5 on the board, and now.
Now I've got to come up with something really.
Can you play queen
Eric,
C7?
Let's go to Eric for his insights. I mean, clearly we're in preparation, Eric.
We're in preparation. It reminds me, I think, Anand beat Aronian one time in a similar variation with this sort of sacrifice. But this is for a draw. And after rook c5, you play queen g5 check. Well, knight d5 is let's say, the hard move to find. Forcing white to take on c5 because of this c3 knight. So after rook c5, just queen g5 check, and now we have this common pattern: king h1, queen to h5, threatening mate, and also it's well known that this sort of repetition like this: queen f3, king g1, queen g4. So this dual threat forces f3. I mean, and then it's perpetual. So Anish in preparation, looking to make a pretty quick, effortless draw as black if the moves continue like this.
Well, if this holds, it basically means that White's attempt with b4 has simply been refuted.
And by the way, this did happen. Knight d5 on the board.
Knight d5 on the board. So very impressive technique, preparation, I meant to say, by Anish to make a very comfortable draw, and he played knight d5, rook c5 on the board.
And immediately queen g5. And it looks like they are playing that draw out on the board.
Yeah.
And there we go.
They played super quickly.
It's over. Good.
And,
so good thing we started with his king, Yasser. Because otherwise, blinking, you would have missed it.
Exactly. They really swiftly got in a couple of checks to show the audience what was the intended perpetual, and that game has been agreed draw. Let's see if the game between Magnus and Vichy has heated up. Again, this very slow Italian game has become the most fashionable thing in top-level chess. Knight a3, I think it was Anish who started making this move very popular, as well as Vichy, if I'm not mistaken. The idea of knight a3 is not to interfere with the development of this bishop, to keep this pinning idea of bishop g5 alive, as well as to fortify c4, and even in some cases just maneuver the knight around the board to e3 and f5. All of these moves have been seen before. Bishop e3, and okay, a little bit of something over here on the queen side with this move a5, but knight g4 still feels very comfortable for Vichy. Magnus trying to squeeze something from the opening. I don't think he's there yet. Let's continue looking around the other games. Hikaru Nakamura as black. Leuven Aronian sacrificed and exchanged. I recall, actually, this whole line was introduced by Veselin Topalov in a really elite event, and this beautiful move, Queen A1, and I think it was against Ruslan Ponomaryov, but in any case, Veselin Topalov as white won a very impressive game, and I think this is still theory, and unless Hikaru has some nice antidote in mind, I think the position's advantageous for white. I'll get Eric to figure that one out, what was the novelty going on there. First, I'll just continue taking a look at the other games. Rook on a4, Vladimir Kramnik versus Fabiano Caruana. Let's go through this one. And once again,
Roy Lopez.
Surprise, surprise, knight e7, d4. Fabiano, again, one of the great theoreticians in modern game. I think he's so well prepared. a2, a4, a6, bishop f1. Strikes me that we've seen this position before. And now knight c6, putting pressure on the pawn on d4, trying to provoke white to play the move g4, a5.
Oh, so that's legitimately a sacrifice, because now
bishop takes d.
We can take on d4, and after g4 we still have enough protection on a.
Exactly. So Fabi tossing out the move d4, offering the pawn on d4, and what you were saying, Jen, sorry to have interrupted you, was that after g4 we're not winning this piece because it is defended.
But then after knight d4,
yes.
f4 looks pretty annoying, because now you're going to have to play
something
h6.
like h6, and this bishop could get really buried and cast out of the game. Something along these lines. That it does have that preparation kind of feeling about it. Knight c4, threatening the knight. If the knight drops back, maybe even something as crude as g4, g5 could cause black serious unpleasantness.
So instead, black didn't even bite on that
Vladimir
pawn.
just said, fine, you got in the move a5, I'll drop my bishop back. Rook a4 coming up and keeping this pawn duo well protected on d4 and e4. I don't know, am I up to date?
No, there's been a couple moves. h6 and queen c2 also on board.
h6 and queen c2, just sidestepping the pin. And again, you see white doing his best to keep these pawns as well fortified as possible. I can easily conceive that if white gets another move or two, like b3 and bishop b2, without any accidents happening, black's going to be in real trouble. So Vladimir has to play very forcing moves at this moment. Any more moves after Queen C2, Jen?
No.
Are we up to date?
Now we're up to date with this game, indeed.
Okay, that's a sharp game. We'll keep our eye on it. We'll just take a quick gander at the final game that's going on between MVL as white versus Vessel and Topalov. Everybody's playing so quickly. Don't they know they have 25 minutes and 10 seconds? Vessel and Topalov, also a big Najdorf player. And MVL plays this bishop d3, again a kind of a slow system by white. He's intending c3, dropping the bishop back and playing d4. And I recall, wasn't there, oh, this was c3 g5. Remember in the Sigmfeld Cup that Vessel and Topalov had trotted out this very ultra-sharp move, g5, c3, and the players have really just zipped right along. And a pawn sacrifice by Vessel and Topalov, but with this move knight c5, he's got it back, and knight g5. I think that black is just simply fine here.
And we've got some movement in the Aronia Nakamura game, and it seems like Nakamura decided to, you know, give back a piece in that position for some active counterplay against the white king, which still has a lot of work to do. So let's just see how this turned out.
Okay, this was, we left it around these parts. We had just seen this move b4 and queen a1.
Right,
queen
where white
a4.
is down in exchange.
Right, well, a rook. He just got the exchange back. And this, again, this has all been seen. Very theoretical. I believe this was played as well. Eric, bring us up to date on the theory, because these are very sharp games that are going on in this round.
Yeah, we're still in theory. Yasser, no novelties have appeared on the board yet. In this sort of position, Nakamura did just play bishop f5. There's been a few results, and black's been doing okay. One of the main continuations is bishop e2, rook a c8, queen d4, rook c1, and bishop to d1. Now there's queen b5. White's had some trouble getting his king out. There's been a couple upset results on this line, but we'll see which player comes up with an improvement. As of right now, they're still in familiar territory, but I think it was Nakamura who is probably planning something, because overall, as you said, white is doing pretty well in this line with the two pieces for the rook.
All right. Wow. Sharp stuff going on here in Leuven. And that was the draw, sorry. I just wanted to go back to the game of Vichy versus Magnus Carlsen. When we left it, we just saw this move knight g4, queen e7, queen b3, c6, d4, bishop e6. And am I up to date, Jen? I see the players on the webcam making moves. Oh, we just saw bishop takes e6, f takes e6. So,
yeah, kind of similar to a game that we saw earlier where Vichy was on the white side.
Exactly.
And he joked that Anish made all of the moves that made it possible for him to like play b4 and actually put pressure on the e5 pawn.
Yeah, study like win. Magnus in a kind of a familiar, relaxed pose, but he's really stormed back after a terrible meltdown of day one. He started with 2 wins. Can he keep his streak alive, Jim?
Yeah, I think he's really feeling so motivated and strong today.
Mm.
And I actually think Magnus has like a wide repertoire of like poses, and maybe not as much facial expressions, but a lot of different body language. Like you saw those weird finger movements, almost like it was playing the guitar or something when he lost, when he made that huge blunder.
Right.
And yeah, he's here. He's like you said, he looks like pretty confident.
Yeah, I've always admired his kind of California laid-back cool. Here he looks a lot more concentrated. As again, you know, the first day was so bad. He really wants to make a statement in the second day. Yeah, there was the guitar playing that you were mentioning.
Well, after losing that game, you might want to feel like doing anything else but jazz, right?
Exactly. This was yesterday. Magnus we are not familiar with at all, as he had a terrible outing, and that was the game where he blundered the piece very early against Hikaru.
Well, luckily for him, this is such a long tournament here, especially with the two tournaments being combined,
And
that he had plenty of time to catch up.
Exactly. And let me just continue our look-see. So after bishop f5, queen c3 by Leuven, not the bishop e2 move that was mentioned by Eric. The queen drops back to c3, so let's just see the natural rook to c1 attacking the queen. Queen dropping all the way back to a1, still very undeveloped on the king side, but we can see, well, if you play bishop e2, there's going to be rook c2, I see, and there's also a knight d4. Rook c2, knight d4. Eric, let me bring that over to you, because this is looking very sharp, very concrete. How should Hikaru meet this move, queen a1?
Well, the only game in the database that followed this variation, I'm not sure you want to follow. Bishop b1 was played in that game. So that is the one game, but black did lose. And I'm waiting to see what improvement Hikaru has over this game. But the international master playing black here played bishop e1. The idea was to try to play queen a3 and get rook c1. But queen c3 is not the most common move, so Aronian playing a sideline which has only been played once, though, in the database. And we have to see what Nakamura comes up with. But this line in general, the engines are very optimistic about. It's when you let you sit for 10, 20 minutes that it might change its evaluation. But so far, it's very optimistic about White's chances. So that probably means there's a sacrifice coming up that is a bit deep.
Very good.
But there's one question I had in another game that kind of surprised me.
Shoot.
Talk about Topalov, talk about his strengths. He's very good with the queens on the board, with the bishops, dynamic chess. In my opinion, he had a very comfortable position, and he still does. But why trade the queens in this position? Why play queen a6? Why not queen b7? Why not queen b8? Then kick this knight out. You control the center. You control more of the play. Maybe play rook b8. But instead, trading the queens seems like a bit too solid of an approach in a very comfortable position. I don't see why this queen on e2 is so strong that black felt the need to trade. I would play queen b7, put pressure on b2, play h6, then knight e4. I really do like black's position. I feel like black just slowly gaining space. The more pieces you trade off makes it a bit easier for Maxime, who doesn't have really stable squares for the pieces in the center because of black's good pawn structure.
It is confounding. I completely agree, Eric. Queen a6 just doesn't feel like the right way to meet the needs of the position. Speaking about meeting the needs of the position, I like the way very much. I'm very impressed by Fabiana Caruana's position against Vladimir Kramnik. We left it around these parts. Queen c2 had just been played. It's really about the center. The center pawn, the central pawn duo, the pawns on d4 and e4 are extremely strong. They cover a lot of squares when there's lots of pieces on the board. When there's very few pieces on the board, they lose a lot of their potency. With all the pieces on the board, I really like them. And what we've seen now after b3, queen d7, bishop b2 is this beautiful buildup of the center by White. And I think this move d4, d5 is a really powerful, extremely strong move coming up in the position. And Vladimir has to re-maneuver his forces because d5 is just too strong. And let's go to Maurice and Alejandro to get their thoughts about this round.
Well, as you know, the penultimate round is always a serious one to play, and strategy comes into play knowing that the last round is coming up, and that'll be a critical point in the competition, the halfway mark. This round, we've seen already a quick draw from the leader, Wesley So. Even though he had the white pieces, he decided he didn't want to have to go through any kind of randomness, spoil his beautiful tournament so far. So he was happy to take a draw against Giri. Many people might be joking. Giri's always happy to take a draw. But the game against Anand right now, Carlsen has him on his side. He's on a roll. He wants to keep it going. But we know Anand, when he loses, he's from the old school. Slow it down. Slow it down.
He's in a little pressure right now, Magnus, to really prove after a blunder that he can come back and win the tournament. That would be huge. And he has a good chance to catch the leaders here if he wins against Anand. I believe he goes to +2 and catches Wesley. So he really wants to get a victory here. Anand's playing a very solid variation. He doesn't want to take any risks. Anand and Carlsen actually surprisingly don't have much of a history of playing together. You might be saying two world championships,
of course.
but actually in the rapid format, they haven't faced each other as much as some of the other players in the tournament. Anand still isn't changing much from his World Championship match repertoire, which is to play a double E-pawn, and so far it seems like his position is solid, but if anybody has the slight advantage, it would be white.
And we know that Magnus Carlsen is a person who, with a slight edge, you'll keep milking it till the cows come home. That's just his attitude. So we'll see how he handles this one. Now, the other game, though, that's really fascinating everyone is this particular position, a piece sacrifice right out of the opening by Hikaru Nakamura. And that nuance, Queen C3, by Aronian, it has you a little bit befuddled. I see you going out trying to do some research here. Remember, Eric talked about this position. The Indians really like white here. But, of course, white can't develop any of these pieces just yet. So how does black get the compensation?
Well, here's the thing. As to put it mildly, we've seen that these players are mortals and make mistakes in this tournament, and I think that Hikaru has precisely done that because I'm not very familiar with this variation, but I know more or less the move order. And if we go back to the position, yeah, at some point around 94, I think. Around here, before playing 94, you're supposed to throw in an h6 at some point before these moves happen. And the point is that before bishop f5, we go to the move queen c5 after black has sacrificed a...
the knight on c5.
Usually this bishop is on h4 and the pawn is on h6, so just imagine that. And then the bishop jumps to g4, attacks the knight, which is the defender of the bishop, gaining black a tempo to move the rook into position onto c8.
So essentially getting a free move.
More or less. You could play without h6, but it's not supposed to be as accurate. However, the move bishop d5 to me strikes me as
bishop
very,
f5.
very weird. I've never seen the bishop being put in that square in this particular variation. Now, we thought that Hikaru might have something planned because, hey, he played this so quickly. But we start to see on the time that he's tanking, and that to me is a clear indication that he messed something up somehow.
Well, take a look at the current position on the board. It looks like they've traded queens. After queen c2, knight d4
well, this looks very
was played, queen to c1 check, queen takes queen, and then a rook takes, and we have this position on the board. The move king to d2 is the one we would expect. And this, yeah, I'm trying to understand it. Why is it not just losing? He's just lost his bishop.
No, it is.
Where's the compensation?
Of course, it's completely low. I mean, you have three pieces. Yeah, you have some problems in the first rank and everything, and your king's unsafe. But three pieces.
Three pieces. That's incredible. Incredible. Nakamura just messing up in the opening alone.
And let's remember that if Aronian wins this game, I believe he goes to +2.
He does go to +2. So a surge from him after saving that game against Fabiano Caruana. He will be tied for first with Wesley So. With that Magnus Carlsen Anand game up for grabs, a simply incredible turn for players who we weren't paying too much attention to, but we have to now. So unlike Paris, it's not two players dominating the event. Everybody's in it, and it looks like it's a crazy time here. So we're enjoying this after this round 8 still proceeding.
Thank you, gentlemen. And again, a very shocking development for sure in that game with Leuven and Hikaru, because it just looks like Hikaru messed up and, big material advantage for Leuven. Without queens, I don't see any chances of Hikaru climbing his way back into that game. 3 pieces for the rook. It's just too easy for white. If Leuven doesn't mess it up, I think he's cruising to a win. Let me go to the game of Fabi versus Vladimir. Again, I was extolling the virtues of the center pawn duo. And when you see these moves like knight h5, going to the side of the board, you usually feel very good as white. You're forcing your opponent onto the flanks, and you have got this dominating center. It spoke about the move d5, a very natural move. Look at this bishop on b2 now suddenly has a very beautiful view of the long diagonal. Knight e5 takes, knight f3, knight f4, all of these moves are played. They're very natural looking moves. And at a certain moment, I don't know if I should give up this bishop or not. I could drop my bishop back to f1. But here, there's something to be said. I find the move rook c4, or this type of move, rook c4, very attractive. And what the heck is going on with the e5 pawn? Let's go to Eric Hansen and ask him.
Take on e5.
Take the pawn.
That's the first move that should stand out to you.
Well, of course.
Why isn't knight takes e5 possible? It is possible. It just requires some calculation, and I probably wouldn't go for it myself. After knight e5, Kramnik is planning to play queen d6. And you notice the bishop on a7 is hitting f2. This g3 square is a key point. If you play queen c3, you cannot defend like this. I could just play queen e5, trade everything off, and d3 will fall in the end. But if you just move your knight back, let's just say knight f3, well, then you're running into serious issues, because after knight h3, we've all fallen for this probably in a blitz game or something. This bishop on a7 controlling the f2 pawn, black is in control. So after knight e5, queen here, you probably have to make a bit of an unnatural looking move, queen d2, and then after, rook e5, queen f4, white retains the material. Let's say here, rook takes d5. You can it doesn't work because the rook on a4 plays a role in defending the queen. So white can emerge a pawn up in that variation, although there's an interesting potential exchange sacrifice here with knight h3, gh3, rook e5, bishop e5, queen e5. It's not full compensation at all, but this bishop is really good on a7. It's not that easy to organize white's pieces, but Fabiano can take the pawn, but he's going to really watch out for these knight h3, queen g3 tricks. And I think for him, it might be safer to do what Yasser suggested, bishop f1, then rook c4, and just avoid the tactics.
And we've got some news on the Nakamura game over in Belgium.
Yes, we're a bit surprised by what happened in this game. In this position, Alejandro, it looked like he was just cruising, knight under attack, bishop under attack, a double attack. Most average players would say, I know how to answer that question. Simply retreat the knight to g3, guard everything. Bishop is guarded, rook is guarded. You're preparing to play the move bishop e2, and that looks like all she wrote. Instead, this move, knight to e7 check, now discoordinating the pieces, and this bishop is going to fall. Still looks like a better position for white, but what was going on in Aronian's mind?
Maybe a little bit unnecessary. He just wants to make the practical decision of going into a winning endgame. I get that, but at the same time, keeping the material seemed like such an easy option. There were some things to calculate with certain perpetuals around the king, but it was not that difficult, honestly. White was just one move away from consolidating the bishop e2.
18 minutes on the clock. That's a lot of time to not find knight g3.
I think he should have spent more time on knight g3. I think he just convinced himself too quickly that knight e7 would be an easy win. And if he had spent just 2 or 3 minutes looking at knight g3, the game might have been over a lot sooner. Knight e7 is still going to give Nakamura some practical chances, even though from a theoretical perspective, he should still be lost.
You know, you look at this position, it's checked, the king has moved, and white is spending time right now. Now, if it were so practical, you'd have imagined knight e7 check after the king moves that he was ready with the next move. Why would he be taking time stopping to think right now?
I think it's a strange decision. I think after knight e7, king h8, he might have blundered something, because otherwise he would have replied instantly after king h8 or king f8, since they don't make any difference. In my opinion, he blundered something at some point. He just thought it was very easy. And he's just realizing that, hey, maybe I'm still winning, but suddenly it's not as clear as I thought it was.
And the engines agree that he has definitely given up the better part of his advantage. So Nakamura struggling to try to stay relevant in this tournament after winning Paris so convincingly. If he loses again right now, his chances of catching the leaders in this tournament will simply dissipate. So he's struggling to try to survive, but things are not looking good for one of the top players in the United States.
Thank you, gentlemen. And we did see the move, by the way, knight takes e5, as Eric was explaining, hitting the queen. Queen d6 was played, and this nice little move, queen d2. I love that detail you pointed out, Eric, that after rook takes e5, you get that Petrosian exchange sacrifice. No, thank you. You can't play rook takes d5 because this rook on a4 actually ends up defending the queen, and we have e takes d5 stopping that exchange sacrifice. So this is the position at the moment. Knight takes e5, knight f4, Fabi to play. And again, take us through the consequences of this position after queen d2. You mentioned this piece sacrifice. Oh, pardon me. You mentioned this piece sacrifice. Knight takes h3, Eric. very good practical chance, maybe because of that bishop on a7?
I thought it'd be decent for black, but when I look at it a little more, let's say knight h3, gh3, rook e5, we go into this position. That's a very good bishop, but fortunately the queen is on d2, so I mean, a move like king g2 is a good move here. f4 is coming. I mean, there might. I just don't see this bishop on g6 isn't good enough to impress me that this is a full exchange sacrifice. f4 is coming next move, so I don't. I mean, while this bishop is good, that pin, that attack, doesn't sustain itself. So I see f4 coming. I see white getting some coordination. I don't think that's enough. And I don't think that's what Kramnik planned for. But we'll see. I mean, he's clearly in an aggressive mood. If he didn't have to sacrifice this pawn, but that exchange sacrifice is enough compensation for sure. That's what I can say. And another example is here. Well, maybe did they already play it? Okay, they didn't already play it. But this rook on a4, remember, after knight d3, we can't take back with the queen because of rook e5. That would be 2 pieces. But you just take back with a knight. And I really like as well the rook on a4 playing such an important role because I'm not used to seeing that myself. You rarely see a rook on a4 in a situation like this. So Fabiano so far playing the right moves, but knight h3 isn't enough for Kramnik, but he might have to resort to it anyways, because if you don't do it, well, you're faced with the problem. You have to move your knight. You're not going to go to h5, and giving white this massive pawn center here isn't that attractive. So we might see Kramnik playing down material instead of up material, which might actually suit him for once.
And to move to another completely different game, our world champion versus Anand. What do you think of Magnus's chances in this game?
Oh, let's go up all the way to the first board. Yes.
So actually,
when we left it, it was pretty balanced, right? We left it just around these parts where both players had there's like 4 pawns on the e file, right?
And we
so we just saw this move, queen b4, kind of cozying up. Maybe on a good day, there's some ideas of capturing, trading queens, and utilizing the d file. There was a trade. Interesting recapture. Magnus could have recaptured with undoubling his pawns, but at the cost of giving up the f4 square, he preferred c6.
And as you mentioned, that knight on g6 really looks kind of bad.
It does, but look at the structure. Now, well, okay, the pawn on e3 does defend the f4 square, but effectively black's queenside majority looks more promising. Thank you.
And knight h8, now Anand shows us maneuver knight h8, thinking that the knight on f7 would be stronger because it still defends the e5 square, but it also threatens the d8 square as well.
Protects.
Protects,
check, knight f7. We are hitting this rook. Rook would likely drop back, and then I think it would behoove black to bring his king into the center, perhaps to challenge the d file. At the moment, it looks to me like Vichy is doing quite comfortably here. I don't think he's better, but
you might prefer. You would take black if you had to choose.
Probably, yes. I think that he's doing quite well. Let's see that game. I'm going to go to Eric and bring up that game of Hikaru and Leuven, because that was a very strange decision. Both Maurice and Alejandro were mentioning that if we just go back a move ago, I think most grandmasters would have played the move knight g3 without hesitation, defending the bishop on f1 as well as the rook on h1, allowing bishop e2. Knight e7 was played, and take us through why Leuven might have been attracted to this move, knight e7. Eric.
That's a good question. I would have played knight g3 myself. You're not threatening knight takes d5. If you're not threatening knight takes d5, I'm not sure why knight e7's played. Knight d5 just runs into a very elementary rook f5. Let's say king here. Well, no, king. You're losing a piece, and you still have this rook on c1 bothering and keeping the rook out of play there. So if you're not threatening that pawn, why not bring that knight back, protect that bishop, and then improve the bishop on g5. But yeah, after king h8, you're just running out of moves here. I mean, one of the suggestions is to just give back a piece. Knight d5, rook f5, let's say e4, and do something like this. and now g3, get the bishop out like that. Okay, white is going to lose one of the 3 pieces, but you want to get as best of a version of that endgame as possible. And what that entails is you're going to have to trade a pair of rooks, because you can't really get that bishop on f1 out of the game. You need to play into the game. You got to play bishop g2 and give up that trade rooks. So Aronian, knight g3 would have, I mean, an example here, knight g3, you're not losing a piece for sure. The bishop can drop back to f4 and still roam around the board. So that's just one big difference between the moves. You're not getting trapped there.
If I can play a little, well, not devil's advocate, but a question for you is, let's imagine in this position that they have in the game, Leuven just plays the move bishop f4 and challenges black to capture on f1. The idea is if you capture twice on f1, then I want to go knight takes d5 and try to get that endgame that you mentioned. Yep. What's wrong with that simple suggestion?
The reason is the king position. I play rook d1 check,
king c3,
and then d4, and things get they're still sharp. If you take like this, you're losing the bishop on f4, and you still have this bishop to worry about. So it's some concrete issues. King c3 and d4, the bishop is not steady on that square.
I see. And if we continue that line just for another move, d4 check, king b3?
No, you can play it, but it's just the question is it better than knight g3? It's not losing or anything, but I mean,
not very convincing.
I'll take here. Well, one benefit for black here is black has managed to get rid of that d pawn without losing
Good point.
After rook f1, you still can't take back on d4 because the bishop is hanging. So black is getting just a much better version than the other ones.
Exactly. Very, very good point.
Move was played, g3.
g2, g3. For sure not the follow-up that Leuven had intended when he dropped his knight in to the e7 squared.
Trying just to play bishop g2, since you can't take on g2 because rook takes d1.
Exactly.
So this could alleviate pressure for Leuven. But we've got Alejandro Maurice in Leuven to talk about these games.
Well, a dramatic development in one game. It looked as though Fabiano Caruana had stolen a pawn. He was up a pawn in this position, took on e5. Everything looked normal, just like in the game with Nakamura and Aronian. You consolidate your X material, you start making the guy suffer. And again, a knight move, in fact, the wrong way. It looked as though this knight did not need to be leaving from this square at the moment. Queen d2 actually was a better move. But this knight decided to go to the g4 square. That changed the evaluation dramatically. Now, Kramnik made a move that shocked us all. He didn't have to play this at all. It looked like he could play softly with h5, nice and slow, get the knight out of there and get some dynamic compensation. But instead, he played this wild move. Knight takes on d5, sacrificing a piece, and now all heck is broken loose on the board. You looked at a variation, Alejandro, of the computers. They're just like going crazy looking at all the tactics.
Okay, the knight d5 blow is actually obvious because rook e1 is on the board, but it's the continuation that really was surprised us. After rook d1, which was played by Fabiano, knight f4 was played by Kramnik, which is pretty much forced.
This is the position on the board right now.
What I was wondering was what happens if I play bishop b5, attack the queen with my rook, a discovered attack, the bishop on b5 attacking the rook on e8. I thought, wait, isn't this a problem for black? But suddenly there's a couple of options here that just go crazy. You could sacrifice the queen. Queen takes d1, queen takes d1, pawn takes b5. You have almost enough material for the queen, and your pieces are pretty active. So that might be a bishop against this queen. If rook takes d6, I have rook e1.
The line, of course, so viewers can see it. Rook check, and then the king moves up, and now bishop takes on c2. Black totally back in the game and doing extremely well here.
Oh, absolutely, but there's the even crazier line here. After rook takes e4, white could interpose the move. Yeah, this position. Rook takes c4. You could interpose the move knight h6 check, which looks absolutely crazy, but it has a really brilliant point. It's that after pawn takes h6, rook takes d6, rook e1 check, king h2. We already pretty much saw this variation, except without the sacrifice. After bishop takes c2, you have rook takes h6 at the end with mating threats against the black king. Actually, an unstoppable attack. Really crazy line. However, black and
which I should point out continues. Knight g6. Now rook to h4, the other rook with the mating attack going. So wild variation to be sure. But instead of that, after knight h6,
you do have the possibility of going king h7, avoiding the knight check altogether, just not giving white the possibility at the end to play rook h6. Crazy, crazy check.
Totally wild line. But instead of that, after knight f4, Fabi sidestepped all of that and played queen to c3 in this position. A mate threat on the board. The best move right now, in fact, the only move that makes any sense is the move queen to f8. And the game continues. Looks like white has an edge, but a crazy position. This is the kind of stuff we love, of course, in Rapid. We'll see if the players can keep up the excitement without any serious blunders as this game continues.
Thank you, Maurice and Alejandro. There's a lot of fun going on in that game, and Eric has some more fun to share with us as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of games heating up. One of them is actually surprisingly MVL against Topalov. What looked like a balanced endgame at first has turned into a disaster for white. MVL here playing as white, trying to survive. The only chances are trying to sacrifice the knight and pick off all of black's pawns. I don't see a good way to do that. In this position, knight d4 is just being played. Bishop takes. Well, actually, there is a way. It's the wrong. It's the bishop is on the wrong diagonal. So let's say bishop e3, knight f5, take. That pawn and bishop can't make it to h1. So MVL trying to draw here, but missed some chances. Oh, we have something from Leuven. What's up, guys?
That is so stupid. The rook was already on c1.
He came back to you.
We're in shock. We're trying to make sure that we didn't mess things up here because in this position, knight e7 check, king h8, g3, and we're wondering if it's just a transmission error, to be honest, because after king d4, it says that he played the move rook to c1.
That sounds so strange because the rook was already on c1. Rook a1, rook c1. That looks like a transmission error. I'll go downstairs in a second to make sure.
But the moves are being played. Now bishop to g2. e4 was completely winning, but so is bishop to g2. And we're going to have to check this out because those last moves were so strange that we can't believe Nakamura would have done these moves. He is completely lost now. He's got no chances. Moving his rook away and bringing it back does not make any sense. So we'll just check this out really quickly to confirm that these were the moves that were actually played in the game. At the moment, Nakamura it's lights out. But very bizarre. And it looks like the film, the camera is showing that. Why would he play the rook over and rook back?
That makes no sense.
And they're in this line now. He's played check, king over,
F6.
and now f6 check. But we're expecting king up. And if you take this, and the king has gone to d6 instead.
Yeah, you have to trade the rooks first because they're under attack.
The rooks are under attack. So instead he's played this move, rook to c3, and you could just look at this and tell there's a problem. Rook f1 is very strong now. After takes, he can sacrifice a beautiful looking mate. Could occur on the board in this position. So in trouble is Nakamura in this position here. It is up to Leuven to play, but that was one of the strangest sequences of moves I've seen in a while.
It's incomprehensible. The rook was already on c1. Why would you ever go rook a1, rook back to c1 when you can take the bishop on f1? White has just been strengthening his position in the meantime. And even bishop g2 is an inaccuracy. e4 was completely winning.
Was in fact winning. And what's even stranger, look how much time they have. They've got tons of time on the clock for this kind of position. To see them do that, you can blunder. A blunder is a blunder. But when you're illogical, it's like, what was that about? Right. Just strange moves, repetition for Hikaru. Not looking good at all for the winner of Paris, and he's going to go down in this game unless there are more strange things that could occur. We'll see what happens in the next few minutes.
That's right. I mean, G3, part of the idea of G3 was that we were threatening bishop G2. And that's why I think Nakamura played rook A1, because then bishop G2, you could play rook takes A3 check and then take.
On G2.
So, yeah, it is quite strange indeed. But we've got some news on our world champion versus one of our tournament leaders from Eric.
Exactly.
Yes, Magnus is massaging the position, and I think he's getting very, very close to a win. He got a very nice bind here with h5, with his knight on c5, the rook on f5. Anand, feeling the pressure, rook d8, decides to play g6, get a bit of breathing room for the king. But after hg6, king g6, rook d6, I looked at this position, and it's almost zugzwang soon for Anand. After, let's say, king g7, getting out of the pin, I'm going to play check. you can't play king here because I have this move, and the rook and the knight are being attacked. You have to move the king back to g6, and now I'm going to play knight there anyways, and let's say rook f8, it's the only square. Just a simple move here, such as g4. And the rook has to stay on e7 to protect b7. This rook has to stay on f8, and this king cannot go back to g7 because of knight e6 check. This position looks horrible for me, and looks like Magnus is getting very close to a win here. I mean, you have to play maybe a move like rook h7. I think that's the only move I'm seeing. But now you can maybe just move your king up. The bind, the position, everything's in favor for Magnus.
King g7, knight e6 have played. And by the way, Eric, I love your nickname for Magnus, Massaging Magnus.
Massaging Magnus.
I think that could definitely catch on. Remember, this would be Magnus's 3rd victory in a row.
He's looking,
it's looking
in great form, and he looks like he's going to do it.
And king back to g6 by Vichy after knight e6 check.
You don't play knight e6 not to play knight d8 probably.
And so we're expecting knight d8, and we've got news on another game from Leuven.
Well, back to the Hikaru game, and it looks like Leuven is now just getting it done, putting the hammer down on Nakamura. He did play that move, rook to f1, and in the game, seeing the sacrifice on f6, he played h6, thinking this might slow down the Iranian train. Sorry. Bam, rook f6 anyway, with all kinds of ideas surrounding this king. A beautiful way to finish it off, although a bit of a cryptic game as far as we're concerned.
I still can't believe Hikaru would play rook a1, rook c1, such a strong player, simply giving white time to do whatever he wanted to do. Rook f6 is a very nice, simple tactic. The idea, of course, that if you capture the rook, bishop takes f6. Yeah, it's no longer checkmate, but the rook on c3 is hanging.
Also, the move bishop h3 with the rook hanging, bishop here mate.
Everything
certainly a huge problem.
So instead of that, he played the move h takes g5, but very precisely, Aronian followed rook f8, king h7, bishop h3, which was a very nice move. He could have had bishop d5 as a winning move as well. This is more precise. The bishop is turning to go to f5. There's mating attacks on the board. This is lights out for Hikaru in a game that I just cannot begin to understand from the American. From the very beginning, messed up opening, to the end where he just played some really strange moves.
Clearly not on form is Nakamura. This will probably be the nail in the coffin for his chances. He's a fantastic blitz player, but I don't think he's going to make up this kind of ground on this field. But there's still a lot of tournament left for him to play, and of course, the Armenian fans are cheering as Leuven has really sprinted to come back and is now tied for with this win, will be tied for first place. And looking at how the Magnus game is going, it shouldn't be that Anand holds that position, wins that position, so it'll definitely be sure that he'll be tied for first. Definitely a mass of players as round 8 is looking to finish now.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I really like the way Fabiano Caruana has built up his position. His pieces look super, super active as he's chased Black's queen out of the center. When we left it around these parts. We had just seen this move, queen c3, expecting queen h6. Instead, we saw knight e6 defending the threat of mate and won on g7. And we're about to see how white coordinated his rooks in a very picturesque fashion. The bishop dropped back with a discovered attack against the queen. Queen c5, rook moved over, attacking the queen. Queen to g5, rook d5, queen h4. So the queen, Vladimir's Kramnik's queen, has been chased all the way out of the center over here to the king side on h4. Rook's beautifully placed, but the real question is, can I snap this pawn? Rook takes c7. You can't take the rook because there's still that mate on the g7 square. And Vladimir Kramnik, in my view, under a lot of pressure. But Eric, that game of Leuven's, also, I'm kind of scratching my head. Hikaru feels unrecognizable in this tournament, like 2 different tournaments, Paris and Belgium.
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but some movement in the game you were just analyzing. Kramnik played c6 in this position, and now this
after
allows,
king h2.
This allows, exactly, it allows g3, and then the point is, well, he played king h2 to play g3 to protect h3. You move queen e7, I'd play knight h6 anyways, and even though after king h7 the knight and the rook are both hanging, knight f5 solves all the problems. So Caruana with an accurate g3 here can get a fantastic position. Now 2 rooks for a queen, also possible, but not looking, you can actually just sidestep it and you're attacking the queen and you're attacking the knight. So this variation is probably what Kramnik was going for, and he realized I'm up in exchange here, but actually the mating threats are way too strong. You play something like queen e7, I'll just take here, you take back to protect here, and after rook c7, that would be lights out. So Caruana should, I think he's playing all the right moves to cash in on this attack, but all he needs to find is g3, and these knight h6 ideas are going to come naturally.
And he's played g3 indeed.
That's a very nice variation. And just to pick up for a second what you were saying, Eric, after g3, booting the queen, queen e7, knight takes h6 check. You can't take the knight because of that checkmate on h8. Jennifer, I know you like to show all the checkmates, but
yeah, you saw the checkmate fetish.
King h7, there you go, and knight f5, and that's a beautiful move. You rescue your knight, which is under attack, your rook, which is under attack, attacking this queen on e7. And
Kramnik's also under 2 minutes.
Oh wow, that's
so
also.
You see now he's struggling not only to find some way to save, but also he's working against time.
Exactly, and I mean he said it kind of well again, as he said against Vichy. He can play endgames, but he's having real problem in this tournament blundering material, blundering pieces, and the board is full of pieces. Eric, back to you.
Yeah, we have some movement in the game between Carlsen and Anand. We got this position as expected, this bind, and now Anand has instead of rook h7, he played rook to e8, and he is giving up material, hoping to escape. But I think Magnus can pick up the pawns without worrying too much. Let's say rook b8, I'm just going to take another pawn, and then knight d7, everything is coming in. So I think this game is over. I think the only chance for Anand was to try to give up an exchange with rook d8 and play an exchange down, which is probably lost. But a very nice, picturesque win for Magnus.
And it's over. Magnus Carlsen soars to 10 points, while Vichy's still on 9. Magnus is leapfrog now.
Yeah, 3 in a row for Magnus. He's looking awesome. And Vichy, after a very promising start, dropped 2 in a row, and he's fallen back.
And Magnus will be tied for the lead after this game. Wesley So drew his game, so he'll also have 10 points. Leuven will have 10 points after beating Nakamura. So it'll be a 3-way tie between these guys. And Nakamura has also resigned, and so Leuven does join Magnus Carlsen in the lead after 8 rounds.
Yeah, wow. We're seeing some bloody rounds, aren't we, Jennifer? We had just the second round of the tournament, 4 decisive games, more decisive games here. And let's go to Eric to share this endgame between MVL and Vesselin.
Yeah, MVL's in the tank right now. This endgame over here, he's down a pawn. Black has the bishop, the better pawn structure. But as I was finishing up before, if white manages to get the G, the F, the E pawns, it doesn't matter that black will be up a bishop. This pawn is on the wrong color. So Topalov is trying to fight hard. He played king c5 instead of taking the pawn because of knight f5. So he played king c5, now b6. We get some sort of endgame. Bishop h2, king f6, and king takes b6. And now, you know, once again, that's a drawing idea. But Topalov trying to find a way to play on here. He wants to keep the king on c5 so that whenever white sacrifices with knight f5, then he has space to play king d5. You need to keep at least one of the other pawns on the board to have winning chances. So it still remains to be seen, but MVL so far playing the right moves to continue making that sacrificial threat and bail out into that endgame where you have the pawn and the bishop on the wrong color, the h pawn. So
well, we have had some moves in that game.
Quick question, was bishop check in that position? Yeah, that's what I was thinking that he might do. We did have those moves. Due to what you were saying, Eric, that white intending to sacrifice a knight for all of black's important pawns, and bring us up to date if you can.
Well, a check happened after king c5. King f4 is what Maxime played, and not playing king f6, which I had put, I guess, bishop h2, g3, and now h5. So still keeping that king within range of playing king d5. You still can't sacrifice. Now king g5, bishop g3, and here king g6. I don't see the progress. I think now knight f5, and I'm just going to walk my king back to g4.
Meanwhile, in the Caruana-Kramnik game, it looks like it's really headed towards a handshake here where we've got in queen f6
so
after d5. After
so the players followed as, ooh,
Rook h4 here after queen f6.
Now, yeah, rook h4 with the idea that if king g8, you've got knight h6 check and bishop a3 check.
Wow, very sweet.
Yeah.
So this is the setup. Is almost a mate that begins with queen takes.
I don't think they see any of the boards here, but you do see on the camera angle that it looks like Fabiano right now is trying to calculate the ramifications of that rook h4 check. He's still got a comfortable 6 minutes. Kramnik not only about to go down in the position, but also.
But isn't this a sweet one too? If I've got the position right after
just to take on f6 right away instead.
Yeah, knight f5 was played. After takes the rook, instead of capturing the queen, Fabi saw this very nice ideas, winning ideas of rook h4. That rook on a4 really turned out to be brilliantly placed. He simply recaptured the pawn. And on queen f6, my question there, Jennifer, was what about if I just go for the same checkmate as we've seen some time ago with rook h4 check, and after king g8, bishop takes h6. Bishop takes f6, I beg your pardon. This looked pretty straightforward.
And we'd have to go bishop h7 here.
Bishop h7 here, definitely. Let's see, what's my simplest one? I think my simplest one might just be knight e7 check. You have to take my knight. I will take your with a check over here, and I'm threatening again that same rook h8 checkmate.
So choosing between wins here, Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, we have a world champion, 3 in a row, Magnus Carlsen.
Well, it looks like he only wants to play decisive games, although I'm sure only of the winning variety, and he has done so yet again to knock off an early leader, Viswanathan Anand. Magnus, it looked like you only had a slight edge, a little something to play with, but somehow it got bigger and bigger. How did that happen?
I think, yeah, it felt like the trend in the game was positive for me at some point, and then he just made a couple of bad moves and allowed me to get a complete stranglehold on his position. But it's not an easy game to play for him. There is very little counterplay, and my position is sort of easier to play since I'm slightly better.
How did you shake off yesterday? I mean, those would really rock some players. 2 losses the way you lost, and now it seems like you're just a new man.
Well, I don't know. Obviously, getting a good start today helped. If I hadn't won the first game today, I probably still would have been a little shaken. But yeah, I just needed a couple of positive experiences, and of course, today has been you know, a dream so far.
You're tied for first now in the tournament for the first time. We expect to see you play for a win next round with the Black Pieces?
We'll see. Depends, you know, on the opening. Kramnik is not easy to beat, but I'm always optimistic.
Looking very fresh and optimistic right now. The world #1 player, suddenly a contender after a horrible finish of the day yesterday. He looks like someone, maybe the Magnus train starting to roll.
Thank you, Maurice. You mentioned Lazarus, and there we have another one. As Magnus playing really great in the second day of Leuven.
And that rook h4 check variation has appeared on the board. And it looks like Kramnik just down to his last minute, and the position, of course, quite dire. So he has played knight c5, blocking that check, but now queen c5 check.
The cute checkmating idea that, of course, Fabi is anxious to show is that in case the check on c5 is blocked with a queen,
takes c5,
then knight f5
and it's on the board, and that caused resignation. So again, to show that on the board, queen takes c5, rook h8 check, just
checkmate. Yeah.
Just such a lovely mating patterns we're seeing in these rapids in the blitz. Of course, and not to the pleasure of some of the players.
Exactly.
So we've got 1 game left, and it does look like MVL has found some accurate moves here, and a lot of wood has come off the board. Meanwhile, Maurice Ashley with Leuven, who's also had quite a day and is sharing the lead with Magnus and Wesley.
No, Leuven always has something to say when he stands next to me first for the interview, and right now it was back to business, although I think he said it was some kind of Armenian or Russian accent, not sure, but it meant, hey, I'm starting to win again. Leuven, today was very strange. He played this variation with knight takes on c5, very sharp, but then he seemed to just, in a very few moves, mess it all up.
But it's well known that it's not a good line for black. But the thing is, it's not easy to lure black into playing this line.
So explain.
Yeah, I think what I can explain is that probably Hikaru mixed up the move order. He's supposed to play c5 here if he wants to play this line. And then he played d5, and here he got to Ragozin, which is not his usual repertoire, as far as I know. And then he was still trying to convince me that I should let him play something else, but this is pretty much known as a good line for white, and black should take knight c5. It's a tiny bit worse, but it's not the end of the world.
Instead he played queen a5,
yeah.
He played a3, bishop c3.
And there are many games like this where white just wins.
White just wins. So you're saying in this line here, after queen c3, the position is just dominating for white?
Yeah, and I think Magnus lost a game like this when he was 16 or 15 with black a long time ago. And there were some other games as well. It doesn't work for black.
Okay, well, interesting problem for him. Now, could you explain right here, when he played rook, this was weird. First of all, why did you play knight e7 check instead of knight g3, which looks like it just wins the game?
Why not? I mean, it's just easier.
Knight here is easier than knight back and bishop e2?
That's what I felt. I have so many pieces. I want to give some back and exchange the rooks.
Okay. That's an interesting theory.
Yeah.
I never heard that one before. All right. And now here, when he played rook a1, king d4, why did he play rook back to c1?
Well, what to do? I'm threatening king c5, king b6. So, I mean, the position is just hopeless. Black, of course, has to take on f1, but it's the game is finished.
Okay, so clearly this is like 2800 speak for it's weird and it doesn't matter, I'm going to win anyway. Now, you've won and you are tied for first. You were kind of lurking before, but now you're full-fledged tied for first. What are your thoughts, this new position in the tournament?
That's the position I was looking forward to be heading towards. So I'll do my best to keep it.
Always good with the quotes is Leuven Aronian, wise man, sometimes a little too wise, but he's tied for first right now. Whatever he's doing, it's working for him. Back to you in the studio.
Wise and kind, indeed. I mean, why not just give some of them back? Come on, man.
I got three. I wanted to give one back. Well, as Gary Kasparov said, when Leuven Aronian is playing well, the world is a better place. And Leuven Aronian tied for first. And wow, what rounds we're seeing. This penultimate round has just been fantastic.
And MVL did successfully draw that game against Vasil and Topolov. Actually, it was kind of nice to see them literally play to king versus king.
Exactly.
It's always fun to see.
Yeah, while that interview was taking place, we were showing that that game was going into a draw. And now, Eric, your thoughts on this? Wow.
Who's going to win?
Round. What a round.
Who's going to win,
Well, now
Eric?
I'm looking a bit better after Anand lost 2 in a row. But that game that Fabiano just won is one of my favorite games in the last week or so. That was a really, really nice, well-rounded, like a great attack, all his pieces coordinated. I really enjoyed that game. Magnus is he's played some very clean chess for the most part and has been rarely under pressure. Besides hanging a piece and messing a good position, he's been in control. And right now, like I would be very afraid to play him. But Fabiano's, we see a lot of players rising to the occasion and playing really, really good games. Fortunately, we've seen a few less blunders so far today, except, okay, Hikaru just still struggling to find himself there. But the Fabiano game is one of my favorites. That rook on a4 became such an important factor. All the tactics worked. He found a lot of critical moves. He beat Kramnik pretty badly, which is very hard to do. So, yeah, that was my highlight of the round.
And speaking of the man, we have Fabiano Caruana with mice.
Well, we are with U.S. champion Fabiano Caruana after a smashing win against Vladimir Kramnik. This game was fascinating. I mean, it looked like maybe a classic game, a classical game. I mean, one of those games, lots of stuff going on. Who knows what? A win of a pawn, giving it back, getting play, threats against the king, all kinds of stuff. Did you feel that when you were playing this game, that it was so rich and all those problems to solve?
Yeah, he played a very interesting move, knight f4, and after that, the game kind of spirals out of control, move 22.
Let me get to it right here.
He didn't have to do it, but his position was dubious if he didn't. And now it's very complicated. I think I negotiated the complications well. Knight g4 was a very important move. There was a lot to calculate with knight takes h3 here, of course, and queen g3, and he starts grabbing pawns. My king is under attack, but I thought I would come up a piece ahead. And in the game, I just have a very strong initiative. And
when is the point you think he's like downhill for him? Like clearly he's going to go down.
After he plays knight takes d5, it looks like a very bad position because I have just a huge initiative here.
You play this move bishop c2, and now his queen has to move rook c4.
Yeah.
Right around now, this position, it looked really bad for him. G3, queen e7. This must have felt good, snapping off this pawn on h6.
Yeah, no. Once I saw that g3, if he takes on d5, which is kind of important, then I take back with the e-pawn. I don't take his queen. This is kind of a very important move, and I just...
the threats of mates start to come.
Yeah, my queen and bishop sort of fire.
Battery is tremendous. Fantastic, absolutely, and we saw a smashing game. Eric Hansen in the studio said that this is one of his favorite games in about a week. So I don't know if you played a game 2 weeks ago that he liked, but he definitely liked this one. You're at +1, right behind the leaders. How are you feeling with your position in the tournament?
It's still been very up and down, but I have played at least a few good moves this tournament, as opposed to the last one, so I can be happy about that.
Absolute change from Paris, where Fabiano wasn't really in it, but now he certainly is, and there's certainly a lot of players at the top with one round to go. We'll see how the excitement continues here in Leuven.
Thank you, Maurice.
And here are our results. It's been broken wide open. Almost anyone can win. Wesley So, Leuven Aronian, and our world champion Magnus Carlsen at the top of the cross table, but Anand Caruana just a point behind. Remember, that's really half a point in rapid speak. MVL a point behind in rapid speak. It's wide open. And remember, there's still those 18 games of blitz to be played.
Exactly. And Hikaru Nakamura, our Paris champion, still in last place, unable to find the form that brought him such a fantastic victory.
Poor Nakamura. I mean, it really is sad because he's such a great blitz player that it's always great to have him in the mix. But you know what? He's still going to be there, and he's going to be trying to make his mark. Even if he's not likely to win the tournament, he might be playing the blitz tomorrow and on Monday. So that'll add a really interesting dynamic where perhaps the best blitz player is actually not in the running to win the event.
Exactly.
That would be weird.
He'll be so far in the hole unless he can turn it around in the final game from Leuven.
Yeah, indeed. And we do actually have Nakamura going into break talking about Paris and his fantastic result there. And we'll be back for the final round of the Rapids in Leuven. And if it's anything like the first few rounds today, you're not going to want to miss it.
Carl, welcome to Leuven. You had a fantastic event in Paris, of course. How do you feel switching cities is going to affect you? Do you think you're going to be able to maintain that momentum?
Obviously, winning in Paris was very nice for me. I think really it's a matter of just trying to play well. I think momentum is a little bit irrelevant. We've all had about 4 or 5 days now since the Paris event ended. And so it's just going to be a matter of playing well, and I see no reason why I can't win here if I play the way that I did in Paris.
You won the tournament quite convincingly, and the only other person that was giving you trouble by the 4th day was Magnus Carlsen. What is it that sets you and Magnus apart from the rest of the field?
I think in blitz, especially in blitz, the intuition and the natural feel for the game are much more important. And so I think in that regard, perhaps you could say that Magnus and I are further ahead of the other players in that we have a more natural feel for the game. So that might be the difference, whereas I think at classical and rapid, it doesn't apply as much.
You start with a 5-point lead in the Grand Chess Tour after Paris. Do you already start thinking that this is a chess tour that you must win?
I'm not even thinking about winning. I'm just going to try and play good chess. Obviously, I think it helps that Magnus is not playing in all the events. I think that gives me probably more than a 5-point advantage over most of the field. But still, there are 3 more tournaments and anything can happen. So I'm just going to, again, try to play well, because if I start thinking about winning the event, especially when we haven't even started playing here in Leuven, then nothing but bad things can happen.
Hello and welcome back to Your Next Move. We're in the final round of the Rapid play. Now note that the Rapid and the Blitz tournaments in this top of the Grand Chess Tour are not distinct, so the scores carry over. And that's why, of course, it's such a dire situation for our Paris winner, Hikaru Nakamura, because even if he dominates the Blitz, he still will have trouble making up for this dismal result.
Exactly. Jennifer.
And we see it right here. He's got 5 points all the way at the bottom. Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen with a beautiful day today. 3 wins in a row, massaging Magnus. And we've got Leuven Aronian and Wesley So also on top. And Leuven with a couple nice victories today. Well, one nice and the other, as he said, a win is a win.
Resurgent Fabiano and a fading Vichy Anand.
But still in the hunt.
Let's see what the, yes, exactly, but let's see what the final round pairings are. And there you go, Vladimir Kramnik, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus catching Vladimir at a very good moment. Another co-leader, Wesley So, with the black pieces against Vichy. Anish Gary, who has not impressed MVL, Veselin Topalov, Leuven Aronian, again, Leuven Aronian tied for first. But look at that big All-American match there. Hikaru Nakamura playing poorly against Fabiano, who just probably played one of the best games of the tournament.
Indeed, although it's hard to count out that Anand game against MVL, right? I don't know. I mean, I gotta have a sweet spot for that one.
All right.
What about you?
I'm still, I'm all eyes are glued on Magnus Carlsen. He's putting together a streak that has really impressed. And how about you, Eric? How do you see this final round and your overall thoughts of the second round of play?
Yeah, this round I'm paying attention to the game between Nakamura and Caruana. Caruana has been impressing me, but Nakamura can win. You know, he can recover at any given point. Carlsen is really, really a monster. What's so nice about this format is you have a bad day, you can recover all your losses pretty much with a really strong next day. And in those long chess tournaments, you got to wait like day after day, play good, make a draw, make a win, make a draw. But here, you can redeem yourself very quickly. Magnus is doing that. So I'll be paying attention to his game against Kramnik, who is a force with what he beat. He beat Anand and he beat Nakamura so far with the white pieces. Some nice grinds so far. So let's see if he can impose his will at all on Magnus, who's been so solid so far in avoiding tough positions. So those are the 2 games that I'll be watching out for. But I'm just enjoying the day. There's been a lot of games that have caught my eye. And yeah, it's just the field is great so far. And I was telling Yasser during the break, it's nice to see that, you know, guys like Topalov have picked up. They're playing quite competitive games, quite sharp games, and they're finding their rhythm a bit. It's the field somehow feels a lot more balanced.
We've got another Benoni, Eric, so another fun one for you to judge. Again, it's using this move order only against knight f3. And Nakamura invited it. Remember, in another game, he played e4. So I think seeing that Fabi played this way earlier, but it's not really a Benoni, is it?
It's a Benoni with...
A delayed Benoni?
Delayed Benoni, yes.
With e2, e3. Knight f3, knight f6, e3, strange way of avoiding the Grunfeld. C4, bishop e7, c5, d5. And this looks like a very pleasant way for black to get into a Benoni after takes on d5, takes on d5. I've always thought that if after rook e8, knight e4 is allowed, it's a comfortable equality for the second player. So we'll have to see what Hikaru has in mind with his particular move order. Let me go back to the game of Magnus Carlsen, because again, I'm just been so impressed by what he's done in the second day after a disastrous first day. So knight f3, e6, g3, b5 by Magnus, e4, picking up a challenge by Vladimir Kramnik, bishop e7, queen e2, c5, a very unusual opening, I must say. Bishop g2, and this is we're up to date, and the players are playing nicely wacky chess, I want to say, unorthodox, and it's a very welcome change from the E4, E5 diets that we've had throughout these two events.
Hey, come on, so many
Paris
good
and Leuven.
games leading from the E4, E5s, right?
True,
So-
they have transpired into good positions. We have an English opening between Leuven Aronian and Veselin Topolov, but this move A2, A3, inviting D5, so that after C takes D5, knight takes D5, E4, white has a very nice reverse Sicilian. So Leuven avoided the D5 break.
Right, because normally we'd want to play knight b4 against e4, but since we're down a move,
with
we don't have
A2,
that.
A3, you don't have that option. On the other hand, in this very standard position, usually it's white to play. The pawn is back on A2, and rook B1 is the standard move. So the way that Leuven channeled the game, he's trying to make the move A2, A3 look less than useful. Let's put it that way. Let's continue our look around the tournament hall here. Okay, another E4, E5. Vichy versus Wesley So of Berlin with D3 and captures on C6. We've been seeing quite a number of games like this. E5. Well, that's a real challenge.
Looks so anti-positional, doesn't it?
Well, I'm just wondering why the pawn on E5 can't be captured with knight on C4 takes E5.
I think, let's see, there's something with, that is a bit of a puzzler, isn't it? I mean...
it's a question that we'll probably leave to Eric. Let's see what happened instead after B5, knight E3. And the play has gone very quickly, and a very different type of E4, E5 Berlin. Normally we don't see black getting in this bishop to H3. So we'll see if this is going to bring Wesley success or not.
But we have seen lots of attacks for black on the black side of the anti-Berlin. In fact, Kramnik joked that you play the Berlin and you checkmate your opponent.
Yes, exactly. Very insightful humor there by Vladimir. Let's see the other game. Okay, again, this is the Benoni game that we... Rook E8, knight D2 was played, knight A6, now E4, and it looks like after this move, I'm not a big fan of this move. I don't think that this is going to lead anywhere whatsoever to Fabiano. But let me turn it over to Eric for a moment to explain why Wesley didn't blunder a pawn. Game.
Yes, I did look at that. So in that game, it looks like if you play knight e5, you run into some problems after queen to d6. Bishop f4, unfortunately, has knight h5, a fairly simple refutation, knight f4, with tempo, hitting the queen. But yeah, you don't really have a nice square to move the knight, and d4, just bishop d4, and yeah.
Sorry.
Black retains the material. Which move?
I thought after queen d6, c3.
Yeah, so c3, and now b5 is surely not that common, but I imagine Anand or Wesley, this is within their theory. It's just a long, it's supposed to be compensation, I guess. That's what the engine's saying, but okay. I can't speak for what files they have on these openings, because these are openings they play all the time, so it's hard to say there, but queen d6 and opening up the position, provoking c3. I mean, if you play this, I mean, there's usually ideas like knight e4 and f6, but I can't speak for what could have happened there.
Okay, very good. And going to our last game, Anishgiri, white versus MVL. What the heck has happened here? We have a move order that's really been made famous by Alexander Grishuk, the world blitz champion and a competitor in the first year's Grand Chess Tour. Was MVL's choice, and very sharp play, knight e5, queen a5. So I'm assuming all of this is theory. And then we get this d5. That's a very visual looking move. Obviously you cannot play knight takes d5. C6 takes d5 is illegal. Knight takes d5 just walks into queen c6, and that's going to cost black a piece. So after the move d5, this pawn on d4 suddenly trundled up the board to the c6 square, and we have this position. First impressions is that if black doesn't very quickly pick off the c6 pawn, he's simply going to be lost, because I can imagine white playing bishop to f4, followed by c6, c7, keeping his extra pawn, and MVL will have to play very precisely at this moment.
So if we capture in c4 and play rook c8.
Capture, and that looks very straightforward, and rook c8, and then we'll go ahead and play the bishop f4 with the intent of either rook d1 or c7 or both.
Yeah, one of my thoughts was maybe if I get a well-timed queen d3 in, I would be able to win the pawn, because after queen d3, pawn d3, we can round up the pawn pretty easily, right?
And vice versa. So it's going to be 4 versus 5 still, though.
Yeah, that's
I'll
true.
play, for argument's sake, well, I don't know. That might allow knight h4. No, I will play it. Let me try c7.
Okay, yeah. So knight h5.
Knight h5, bishop to e5, being my annoying best.
And then
no,
after
I don't like what I'm doing. I think that this is okay for you. Go rook fe8. I'm not very happy with myself. So let me just do the normal routine. The normal routine for me would be something like, let's say, castles.
Right, castles, and now you're taking back on d3.
Precisely. Rook takes c6, rook takes d3, and, well, it may not be the best pawn I ever won, but it is still a pawn for white. I mean, MVL will have to prove his compensation. Shall we again? I'm going to turn it over to Eric and say, Eric, what games are drawing your attention?
Well, naturally, it's just the Nakamura game against Caruana, starting out as that delayed Benoni. Here we see some similar, well, not quite the same as MVL against Caruana earlier today, but you can tell that black is playing on the dark squares. You'd ideally like to play maybe bishop e5, queen h4 here. Nakamura just played the move bishop e2, bishop d3. I don't believe white has too much of an advantage. It is a bit of a better structure. Usually if black is very active, that is what you're looking for when you play the Benoni. F5, a very common idea to try to break down this f3, e4 structure. So I'd really expect Caruana maybe to play bishop b7, f5. It looks balanced, but it's going to be sharp at some point. So I'm just trying to see how that develops. But a double-edged position for sure, and a lot of good squares for both sides to choose from. So that's what I'm mainly focusing on. I think this is a critical game for Caruana to finish strong, because I mean, playing Hikaru, they are rivals now. They play, you know, in the U.S. Championships. Their games are always quite exciting.
Rivals and teammates. They will be
exactly teammates too. So
let's go over to Leuven and catch up with Grandmasters Maurice Ashley and Alejandro Ramirez.
Well, he had a good result in Leuven for sure. Very nice result. 4th place finish did Wesley So. And in this tournament, he's the only player who hasn't lost a single game so far. Playing very consistent chess. He told us his strategy was, don't lose. Take your chances, but don't lose. And now he has this game against a player who was doing extremely well, but has lost a couple of games in a row, Viswanathan Anand. And in this position, the game is definitely heating up after the move. Knight to h4. Wesley threw out this move. Knight to f4. Scintillating looking move as his knight is hanging. Of course, so is the white knight. But this position starting to heat up, Alejandro, after the move queen f3. Now, a surprising exchange. Bishop takes on e3.
He's going a little bit too deep on his don't lose strategy. He finds a perpetual, and I think he's going to go for it. The point of the move is that after bishop takes e3, you have this kind of really cunning move, bishop g2. Now, you would think this blunders the bishop, but actually on knight takes g2, doesn't work for white, which means the queen has to go somewhere. Unfortunately for the queen, it only has one spot, which is g4. And actually here black can play, well, bishop h3 attacking the queen, and we're going to go back to the same problem. You only have one square, which is queen f3. So here I think Wesley So just found the draw, and he's going for it. he could have been more ambitious, honestly. He didn't have to take the draw right away. He could have instead taken on e3, done pretty much anything else. But he's living by his motto: don't lose, don't lose, don't lose. And he is in first place at the moment.
Absolutely, tied for first. And if other players lose, of course, he'll be by himself in first. So with the black pieces, it looks as though he's playing well. Don't get him wrong. You mess up, he will beat you. But certainly keeping that no-lose strategy consistent in this round today.
Thank you, Maurice. And,
That's a sweet tactic.
that is a very nice, very unusual repetition. Different patterns than you're used to seeing in repetitions.
Note that if white takes with the pawn, you actually have the same idea there to play bishop g2. Still works.
Still works.
Because there's, you know, f2 is obviously not a good square for the queen after knight h3 check. So same perpetual actually.
Yes, repetition. Yesterday, Eric and I were playing some blitz together, and every time I slapped down a Sicilian, Eric would fianchetto his queen's bishop.
I thought you said he was going to do 5 squat queens after every Sicilian.
No,
that's where I thought the story was going. But
and he
anyway.
had some very, very good positions against me. And strangely enough, it looks like a position from our blitz game yesterday, Eric, between Vladimir Kramnik and Magnus Carlsen. And give our viewers some insight as to what draws you to these bishop b2 Sicilian, anti-Sicilian fianchetto.
Well, there's a difference between what draws, what weapons I choose to play against you, and what I think is actually good. And you know, they're against you, anything goes. But in these openings, well, I mean, it's a rapid game, so I don't think Kramnik, he doesn't play e4 that much in classical. He's looking for a decent sideline with straightforward plans, without a lot of preparation involved, where, you know, he knows the general ideas. And in this, there's not a lot of tension in the opening right away, so a lot of players like this. It's easy to play. Sometimes you play c4, you get rid of this. But one of the nice things is, a lot of times when black tries to break with d6 against this e5 structure, then this b2 bishop becomes quite strong. But really, the point is it's flexible. It's flexible, and a lot of players prefer that. It makes it easy to play, and you don't get in trouble early. What I was doing against you was, against this early a6, b5 structure, because white hasn't shown his cards, you can play a4 and try to get things defined. a4 would be a very common move here, just to force black to play maybe something like b4, and you know, limit the options to open the position. Remember, the anti-Sicilians, it's like you're playing against a Sicilian. Okay, we have a draw in that game between Anand and So. So the anti-Sicilians, they're favorable as well, because you don't, you know, have these wild open positions, and you can control the pace of the game a lot more. And a lot of Sicilian players really like to be active. And in this opening, they have to watch out and be a little more careful, develop normally, and then be active. They can't just play a normal Sicilian. So it's just a flexible setup that works quite well against you for me, and I like that.
That's all that matters, really, right?
Yeah.
Making Yasser uncomfortable.
Yeah, what works? That's the point. Let me turn to the game between Veselin Topalov, Leuven Aronian.
And by the way, it was an official draw in the So game.
Yes, they had that repetition that was pointed out with the bishop going back and forth between g2 and h3. I thought that this was a very quiet position, and black had done quite well. After the move b2, b4, however, black didn't continue with the normal lines that you see so often in Englishes. They might be, for example, knight h7 and f5, or knight h5 and f5. Instead, Leuven went for a c6, playing for the center. e2, e4, a very anti-English opening move, but you've seen it in certain variations: bishop e6, bishop e2, rook c8, knight e2, pressuring the e5 pawn, so it's not so easy now for black to get in the move d6, d5. And then suddenly we saw white break with d4, and now we have well, we might call it a 4-pawns attack, and if we were to see a move like f4, 5-pawns attack. And Veselin Topalov, a player like myself, enjoys grabbing a lot of space, and I'm not really thinking that Leuven was too acquiescent. He allowed black to take too much space, and I prefer Topalov's position at this moment.
Can anyone surpass Leslie's score in this tournament? If Leuven wins, he does it. And same thing with Magnus. They're all playing with the black pieces, though.
And all three are tied for first.
All three are tied for piece. All three with the black pieces. So unless one of them prevails, Leslie will at least be tied for the lead going into the blitz. And we actually have Grandmaster Maurice Ashley with one of our leaders here in the Leuven Tour, Leuven stop of the Grand Chess Tour, Wesley Self.
Well, he's played a total of 40 moves in 2 games, but it's working for him. 2 draws, finishing off the rapid stage pretty smoothly. Wesley, seems like a great 2 days for you, not in too much trouble. Looks like your plan of not losing is working.
Yeah, yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with what happened. Of course, a few more wins wouldn't be bad either. But at the same time, I can only get what the position gives, and I cannot force myself to win every game, and then my opponents will exploit my mistakes. But again, I'm happy to finish early, and so now we're going to rest up and get ready for tomorrow's Blitz games.
Now, in the Ultimate Blitz that you played recently, you came in 2nd place in St. Louis. Paris was not bad for you either. Any tweaks to get the Blitz going right?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, my first Blitz day there in Paris didn't go so well, so I got to avoid the mistakes that I did, which are, you know, I mean, it's not too hard to guess. You know, like in Blitz, all you can do is play faster, be more prepared, be not only in the opening, but also mentally, have a clear head, you know, have a lot of rest. And I'm planning to do that, and also the experience of having played the 8 opponents in Paris have helped me a lot. And of course, Vichy, you know, this is a tougher tournament than Paris. Don't forget, with former world champion Viswanathan Anand replacing Lauren Fersinet. So, yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow.
Well, it may be tougher than Paris, but you're making it look a little bit easier as the only person who has not lost a game in either tournament. Congratulations on your fine results here in the Rapids, and good luck in the Blitz.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Wesley So from the United States, showing that whatever he figured out from Paris, it's working for him. We'll see how he does when the Blitz begins tomorrow.
Thank you, Maurice. Thank you, Wesley. At the start of the round, Eric said that he was looking at the game between Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana. I didn't like the decision to capture on e6. I think that this gives black just too free a hand. This knight on d4 is a real powerful beast in the middle of the board. Knight h4, bishop d3, bishop e5, a very common theme in the Benoni as well as the King's Indian, to try to win a lot of dark squares. And on a good day, there's even queen h4 style attacks where black can take over the initiative. And after some more moves, we get to this position. Very different looking Benoni, of course, but because of this knight on d4, I feel that black is doing quite okay. Maybe more than okay. We'll have to see how it goes. But I wanted to turn to Eric and ask him what games are catching your attention in this final round of day 2.
Thanks, Yasser. Well, I was looking at the game you just mentioned between Caruana and Nakamura, and Kramnik's game as well, just because somebody's got to stop Magnus. Now that Wesley drew, if Magnus wins this game, he'll be in first. In this game, we have the problems that I was talking about right here. Magnus has been very tentative to play d6 because that does open up his bishop. It's been a very flexible setup because there's not a lot of tension. So Kramnik played h4, and it's like, well, you can sit back. You don't want to play d6, but it's either d6 or f6. And Magnus chose f6, trying to contest this bishop. I like the decision, but I also like Kramnik's position. I was looking at an example. E takes f6, bishop f6. Let's trade everything off, and it just feels like black's position is a little bit looser here. There's moves like knight g5. I was looking at variations like here, but it looks like white has an attack for pretty much free, no real risk, a very compact pawn structure. You get this knight to g5, you have ideas of knight e4, queen d3, and it's a nagging little annoyance here, especially also this d6 square is for the taking. Maybe at some point Kramnik might want to play queen d2, queen d6, and jam that square, but I think white is on the good side of this so far, so the opening has been paying off at this point.
Very good. Thank you very much.
But what do you think? Because we had some very similar struggles yesterday.
Well, yeah, I think that, first of all, we never really had a game where you ever went knight c3 and recaptured with the pawn. But we had some similar middle games. Let me just pull that game up once again. Principally, I was going not for the f6 decision that was made by Magnus in this game. I was actually going for more the d6, and after the pawns were captured on d6, later I was trying to put a pawn barrier of f6 and e5. So a different approach by Magnus. But I liked very much what you were just stating, matter-of-factly there, Eric. After rook takes f6, knight g5, there's annoying ideas that you mentioned. Queen d3, grabbing a tempo against the h7 pawn. And if you ever get to plant a queen on d6, this could be very uncomfortable for the second player. Also, after knight g5, there are even ideas of queen e3, which is kind of a cute idea, going after the c5 pawn. And you don't, in this structure, want to play d6 with the pawn on e6 so weak. So some
actually,
issues.
d takes f6 was happening.
Right. So there are some issues that after knight g5 was too disruptive. So Magnus played g takes f6, which
and now there's
also
been a trade
has
on b5.
Also has consequences, right? I mean, that looks like you're making the king side a lot more vulnerable. Takes on b5, you say, was played. Takes on b5. Now, if we take on b5 right away, knight b4, I'm assuming, with a threat of bishop a6. I'll drop back with my queen. Now you can take on a2, but that's really costing you a lot of time. Queen e3, kind of eyeballing this knight. You know, it's out of play, and maybe even going to h6 square.
We can come back to b4 now.
Yeah, but a little bit more uncomfortable, I think, for Magnus, and a little bit easier to play for Vladimir Kramnik. Other games that are happening that you like?
Topolov Aronian. That one, I'm not sure I like it, but I do like White's position. It feels like this d6 pawn is going to be a bit of a thorn for Black to deal with. White's going to move this knight out of the way. Notice all the pawns are in light squares. So this bishop on g7, on f6, sorry, while it is quite useful, it doesn't really stop or alleviate the pressure on d6. I'll play knight f3, maybe double rooks on the d file. So it just seems like slightly easier to play for White because the d6 pawn is the easiest target for both sides to attack. e4, c4 for Black. You can play queen e6, but you can't get any other pieces on those squares. But for White, you can certainly play knight f3 and open the lines against the d6 pawn. So I'd rate this position easier to play for White without too much risk. So I think that's Topolov's happy with that.
And knight f3 was played with the threat of e5.
Yeah, exactly.
That very, very concrete threat, yes, indeed, forces a reaction from Black. On a good day, Black might have been thinking that, okay, I could get in g5 and maybe queen e6, covering the d6 pawn and attacking e4 and f4. The problem is g5, e5, and that's why you can't play g5. You may have to move your queen c7, and then after knight f4, I completely agree with Eric. It's just an easier game for the first player, as the pawn on d6 is, well, basically a chronic weakness.
And we don't have time to stop that. We don't have time to try to stop that knight to come to f4 because of the e5 threat. That's the annoying thing. Our timing is just like slightly off.
Yeah.
We do have some tweets coming to the hashtag Grand Chess Tour. Right. We've got one observation by Ole Morton Pearson that with Magnus Carlsen losing to GM Hikaru yesterday, but beating Anish Giri, what is the world coming to?
Yes,
so,
exactly.
The opposite of their reputation.
The chess world is being rocked by these very strange results. Hikaru has been such a long-paying customer of Magnus Carlsen. We just wondered, you know, was the psychology too much to overcome?
Although not classical yet, so he has won against Magnus in blitz games before, of course. But we would love to see like a classical game where he really breaks through. That's obviously the next big goal.
Right.
But right now, Nakamura is thinking about other goals. Another
we had a tweet that informed us that it was the first victory of Hikaru against Magnus in any format going back 6 years.
In 6 years, wow.
6
so
years.
that
really,
blitz match they played in Norway or something was ages ago.
2009.
Okay, wow. So that's funny. That one, those years went by fast. We've also got some tweets coming from the official Grand Chess Tour Twitter handle @Grand Chess Tour, which is being updated by Tatev Abrahamian, who's the GM in residence now at the St. Louis Chess Club.
Right.
And she asks, who are you rooting for to win between Carlsen, Aronian, and so? And that's a nice question, because a lot of times, especially with Carlsen at the top, if you say who do you think's going to win, it's kind of hard to go against the world champ, especially on that streak. But when the question is twisted to who do you want to win, well, then that's much more interesting, isn't it?
Well, if I were to say right now, give me my 3 top picks. I know it sounds really unfair, but I would pick the 3 guys at the top right now, because I think all of them are great blitz players.
Yes.
And thanks to their rapid scores that they're taking with them into the blitz, they're going to be big favorites to take those top 3 places. Fabi, Vichy on the outside looking in, but Hikaru, I think, has buried himself too deeply in the ground.
But who do you want to win? You know what I like to win? I guess it's going to be kind of obvious, but I would love Wesley So to win, because if Wesley wins this, he might be leading the Grand Chess Tour. If he wins
because
this.
of his very credible result in Paris.
Exactly, and that would be really interesting to have somebody that most people wouldn't bet on leading the Grand Chess Tour going into St. Louis in August, and have it be an American as well.
And again, to boldly point out the obvious, Magnus will not be playing in the Sinquefield Cup or the London Classic, so he's not going to be winning the Grand Chess Tour. I guess from a lot of players' point of view, they'd like to see Magnus win Leuven, so that those points won't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
Of course, yes. Like, for instance, Nakamura. He would prefer Magnus to win than any other player.
Exactly.
To give him a good position, even if he does poorly in this one.
Exactly. But if Wesley were to win, that would be...
he might be leading.
Yeah, very good point. How about you, Eric? To Tatev's question, who would you like to see win?
Win this tournament, Magnus. I'm predictable. I think Magnus. I really enjoy him when he's playing dominant chess, like the way he is right now. Yeah. But I'm a fanboy of most of these guys. But in the rapid portion, I do want Fabiano to win. I just don't think he's going to take it because of blitz, but I'd like to see Fabiano take the rapid. He's really good in rapid, and he's improving. So I'd like to see that. But I wanted to go to a couple of games here that were kind of critical. One thing is, I think Magnus just understood the positions better than me. GF6 turns out to be pretty effective. I don't see... Kramnik has a visually, maybe more aesthetic position, but I don't actually see how to turn that into anything more. The knight on F3 isn't very useful when it doesn't have G5, and if you ever move it away, Black is happy to trade off pieces. The knight's going back to B4, and it's a very compact pawn structure, but there's no real way for White to add more pressure to the position. You want to provoke weaknesses as White. You want to provoke this F6 pawn to maybe move to F5, but there's no artillery. So unless, Kramnik's maximized being flexible at this stage, and he pretty much has to be concrete soon. So I think this position is very close to equal. If we look at a few of the natural moves like knight b4, C5, I don't know how to even add pressure to that. I think Magnus has understood it very well. He's doing okay. And Topalov has a great position, and I think he even missed an opportunity here. After rook a3, Aronian trying to be active in the position, which was quite unpleasant. I think he could have played e5, and maybe at first glance, knight queen f5 scared him, because that tries to solve all the problems. Queen f5, knight f5, you defend d6. The problem is the queen isn't the only pin there. You can just move your queen over, and the rook on d8 is hanging. And the suggestion by the computer is knight c8, but knight c8 still doesn't get rid of the pin. It still looks quite unpleasant. Maybe even e6 in that position. It looks very, very promising for White. So that was an opportunity missed there. He played something else, rook d3, but the long-term pressure on d6 is still there. But one thing is, as White, you don't want to trade off that many pieces when you have a nice spatial advantage like this. You'd rather keep the pieces on and mount the pressure against Black's weak pawn on d6.
Very interesting. Thank you, Eric, for that. But I'm still looking at that game by Vladimir Kramnik for a moment, because there's some tactics. We've just seen this move, rook a1, attacking Magnus's a wayward knight on a2. If you just played to script and brought your knight back with knight b4, I was looking at these lines with c3, I'm thinking bishop d5, right, and trying to swing the queen over here to h5, swinging the queen to the king side. The problem is, as Eric was mentioning, this pawn on f6 is suddenly doing a great job at keeping the knight off the board. I suppose what Vladimir wants instead is, with his queen on c4, he wants to be able to set up a position where he will be able to play queen c3, hitting some squares. So maybe knight h2 with the idea of knight g4, and now you can see why the queen might be useful on c3. Otherwise, I don't see how Vladimir will be able to exploit a kind of a loose pawn structure that Magnus is experiencing, because at the moment the knight on f3 is not an effective beast.
Indeed, and to go back to that Magnus Carlsen game, there have been a few more moves since we last looked at it.
So what happened after rook a1? What did we see?
Rook a8.
Rook a8 was.
And now rook fe1. But we have to say that gf6 could be a good endgame for Magnus if he trade off a lot of pieces, right? I mean, he's capturing towards the center, so Vladimir does have to keep the pieces on the board for sure if he is ambitious in this position.
So what would happen? Okay, so, oh, pardon me, it's actually black to move. No, I was trying to get a knight h2. I was trying to play 2 moves in a row. I think that's against the rules. I'll have to check. D-Day changes the rules every now and then. So
yeah, well.
Yeah.
Just make sure you know the rules of pawn promotion, okay?
Very important. Otherwise, you'll join the Sinkfield Club.
You already joined it, I heard.
Exactly.
In the Rapid Berlin, but you don't want to be a 2-time member.
That's right. That's right. Just one membership is enough. One payment of losing a game by failing to promote the pawn gets you into the Sinkfield Club. By the way, colleague Eric Hansen is also a charter member.
And the story of mine is funny because I was completely winning and I was just promoting queens, but I was getting my 3rd queen or something, and there was no queen to take. Mine was really frustrating.
Well, you could ask Rex. Rex was also completely winning when he failed to promote.
I know you like women, but you really don't need 3 queens to win the game. Come on.
3 queens. Very good. I was just looking. Okay, sorry. I was just looking at that game of Leuven Aronians, and it seemed to me when I was just staring at the knight had gotten to the d5 square. At this moment, when we have left it.
So you guys were liking white here?
Knight f4. Yes, we were both, because it just looked like this very handsome. I mean, look at that creature on d5. Isn't he a handsome fellow? I mean, just controlling all the squares. Queen g4 by Leuven, rook e1, king h8.
He's trying to play f5.
Yeah, but this is really looking very good for Vesely, and one of our tournament co-leaders in trouble in this ultimate final round. And let's go to Leuven and Maurice and Alejandro.
Yeah, so we're already looking ahead, setting up the scenario for tomorrow and the rest of the tournament. Who's playing well? Well, so far, my pick is Wesley So. I mean, even though I'm not of the school that says you should be drawing all your games, but it's working for him. He looks smooth right now. He looks like he's figured out the strategy for how to handle this tournament. Don't lose. Don't get the energy that that dissipates out of your system from losing these games. I mean, it costs. You know how much it hurts when you lose a game. And he just looks relaxed. You know, time to go home, have some dinner, and relax for the blitz.
We have to take in consideration many things when we talk about Wesley So. And one of the things is that he's a newcomer into the top elite. He is, out of all the players in the field, I think the one that has the least experience in top tournaments. Even Anish Giri, that is younger than him, has more experience in playing elite events. Wesley So came like a firestorm, coming up in the rankings, slowly winning tournaments, the Millionaire Open. I mean, this guy built himself up from scratch in the matter of a couple of years. And I think he's just trying to figure out how to win these big events. He's saying, hey, I don't have to risk things in every single game. I don't have to beat every single one of these guys. This isn't a tournament I have to go 9 out of 9. This is a tournament where I hold my ground, I don't lose, and I keep an eye out on who's weak and who I can prey on. And I think that's worked wonderfully for him here in Leuven. He had some issues in the first day of Paris. The blitz didn't go so well for him. If he can fix that, if he can just maintain certain positions without losing them, he will be vying for the very top spot in the Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely, and I think that he has to be considered one of the favorites. He did really well in the ultimate blitz, although he was lucky against Kasparov those games, but still stabilized himself, played one of the greatest blitz games we've ever seen. So he is capable of putting it together. Definitely one to watch. But also Magnus, you know, you always want to watch. He did horribly yesterday, losing those 2 games, one of the worst losses he's ever had, blundering against Nakamura, losing a piece. But now he's put it together. He's starting to string it together. One thing the rest of the field does not want to see is Magnus getting that train going down the hill, because he's not a person who says, oh, I'm going to be conservative. When he's confident, he just starts to win all the games.
Let's be honest. If you're trying to win, it sucks playing against Magnus. If you're trying to win, it really sucks playing against Magnus after a loss. He comes with this battle hunger in. He says, I lost this game and I'm still going to win the tournament. He is a person known to lose a game, win several in a row. Let's say Viken said this year and last year he lost 1 game, won 3 in a row the next ones, and destroyed the event. This is what people are getting worried about right now. Magnus finds himself on day 2 completely in form, a different Carlsen than yesterday, saying, I'm here, I'm winning game after game in any position. Against Kramnik, he played something that some people would consider rubbish.
Weird.
Weird is the euphemism for a very kind word for the variation that he chose. He finds himself in a position that maybe Kramnik is slightly better, but it's imbalanced. He wants that. He sees Kramnik as a weakness. We've seen Vladimir blunder a lot in the last day. In Paris, also a lot of blunders. Magnus saying, I come here, I blundered in 8 moves or 11 moves against Hikaru, and I'm still going to win the event.
That's the attitude the champion has, and that's why he is the world's best player. Now, Aronian did come back in this event, but it's kind of weird watching Aronian when he's winning these games, and he comes in and he's kind of joking about everything, always jolly, the Armenian. But he's deadly serious about trying to win these tournaments. He may not lay his ambitions out on his sleeve, but you know that the fire burns trying to win this event and prove that the Sinquefield Cup from last year was not a fluke.
Our fans from St. Louis remember the Sinquefield Cup very well. Aronian coming in clear first. We know this guy can win tournaments. When he doesn't, he's severely disappointed. He came at 50% in the candidates tournament, and he didn't say that was a disappointing result. He said it was a blow to his life. This guy takes chess very, very seriously. He's a hero in Armenia, and he's proven over and over again that no matter what happens, no matter what the trends in chess are, no matter where these tournaments are being held, he is going to be one of the top players in any format.
Now, sitting at -1 point behind those leaders is Viswanathan Anand. Man, you can look like gold in rapid 1 second, and a few minutes later, the luster is gone, and people are tossing you out like cheap copper. I mean, incredible how he was at the top. He's still there, but after those losses, it looks like the chinks out of his armor. He needs quickly to stabilize himself if he's going to possibly win this tournament.
Vishy is just amazing. I cannot even count how many articles have come out in the last recent years saying Vishy will retire after X. And the only thing I see is Vishy coming into top tournaments, winning them, finishing in second, winning. Vishy's up there with the top of everybody, and Rapid and Blitz was his that was his passion. I mean, back in the early 2000s, the late 90s, you know that Vishy Anand, if there was a Rapid tournament going on, he would win without a doubt. Before the tournament started, everybody would say, every top grandmaster would say, Vishy Anand is there to win it. And he's coming here. There's a lot of young players. Vishy is definitely not the same person that he was in the early 2000s, but still proving that he has top-level chess left in him.
Yeah, fine wine certainly doesn't lose its taste overnight. Sometimes it gets even better. In Vishy's case, he's showing that he can still hang with the youngsters. One youngster, the U.S. champion, he's had just this rocky kind of road. You never know. Is he really tied for 4th place? Is he really behind the leaders? But Fabiano just does it. Sometimes he has uneven games, and then he puts together a scintillating game like the crush against Vladimir Kramnik. That was just an awesome display by the U.S. champion. And sometimes he can put it together. We saw in Paris the start was miserable, but the last 13 games in Blitz, he actually won the tournament. If you could, like, kind of erase the beginning. We can't do that there, but he certainly shows that he can beat anyone if he's on form.
I think one of Fabi's biggest strengths is that he can shrug off things. If he loses badly, he can just kind of shrug it off and say, I'm going to play again just from scratch. And he's a very strong player, very talented. He's had trouble in the blitz portions, and he's known to be a bad blitzer compared to everybody else. And yet in Paris, he scored amazing on that second day. He had a great comeback, and he's saying, if I finish +1 in the rapid, maybe +2 in this game, he would be putting himself in a position where potentially he can finally say, I am a good blitzer, just like everybody in this tournament, and I'm going to win the whole thing.
There's a situation where anything could really happen, and this round will absolutely set up everything for tomorrow's Blitz. So these games are critical. No wonder Wesley So said, a draw sounds good, let me get out of here. And these guys are still going at it. We'll see how it transpires as the games continue.
There's some very exciting things that were going on here. A double exchange sacrifice by Fabiano Caruana just exploded the game against Nakamura. Let me turn it over to Eric, because this is really exciting stuff. What's going on here, Eric?
Well, I love what Fabiano's doing, and I'm not even going to go into specific variations. There's so much going on.
We're actually going to go over, let's take a look at rook takes c4 ourselves while we fix Eric's mic.
Very good. Sorry, the mic wasn't working. We just saw this move, rook d1, e1 by Hikaru, offering this pawn on e4, but it wasn't just a single exchange sacrifice. If Fabiano was going to grab the pawn, it was going to cost him 2 rooks. He grabbed the pawn anyway. Rook takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook takes e4.
And then he had to anticipate this next move by Nakamura.
Precisely, and that was knight g4. You cannot now defend the rook, because after a rook trade, there'll be a knight fork on f6.
Little in-between moves.
In fact, Fabi sacrificing his second rook with hg, rook takes, takes on h3, takes on h3, bishop takes, rook e1. So 2 very good minor pieces against 2 rooks and 2 pawns as well. So after this move, rook e1, do we have an update of what happened next here, Jen?
Bishop g4 by...
Bishop g4?
Bishop g4 by Fabiano, threatening knight f3 check. And, you know, it's not every day that you see this imbalance. It's funny that in some variations the queen can come to h8 in order to get at the white king, since h4 is the only other accessible square now guarded by the queen on f2.
When you want to get that, yes, I understand, but be careful for rook e8.
Yes,
One of the things I really like about black's compensation here very much is this pawn on a3. It's very, very meaningful. On a very good day, we can even play moves like b5, b4, and maybe even crawl our knight to c3. You never want to see a passed pawn on the 6th rank, protected passed pawn.
From white's point of view, sometimes, like you mentioned, they can get some play with rook e8 and then a queen h2 or a queen h4. If your queen doesn't look, can come into the position, and suddenly you've got issues in the back rank. So definitely not clear. The thing is, of course, the black concept appeals to us because it's so creative.
Exactly.
And this is not the first time that Fabiano has sacrificed in this tournament, even without there being a concrete line that secures him victory. And that is a true sacrifice.
Yeah, oh yes, no question about it. This is not a sham sacrifice, but a true one. I'm thinking that it would probably be in Hikaru's favor to somehow give back an exchange and get another pawn for it, and just take off this pressure. Also, keep in mind,
taking rook d4 right away?
Not right away, because it doesn't win doesn't win a pawn. I'm thinking that on playing a move like, for example, rook e3, rook e1 to e3, covering some squares and looking for an opportunity to sacrifice an exchange for minor piece and pawn. Also, one of the other compensations that I didn't mention but deserves is the insecure position of white's king. White's king, it means that there's going to always be these kinds of queen a1 checks, you know, to get some play.
And that's maybe part of the reason that white played the other rook over to e3.
What did he do after bishop g4?
He played rook on 4 to e3.
Okay, very good.
And now a pretty quick queen f5 by Fabiano. He's trying not to get behind on the clock. He knows that can be bad news against even a Nakamura on poor form. You don't want to get into time pressure. Knight c2 was also in the air.
Exactly.
And as you pointed out, queen d4 d5 would be really sweet, picking up a very important pawn.
Exactly. I feel compelled, however, to play the move queen. Oh, then I've also f4. Well, if knight c2 immediately, I do have this check downstairs, forcing a move like king g7. Now I've got to figure out where I want to put my rook. Well, let's just go rook e7.
But if we're not even winning the exchange, why do we want to put our knight on the beautiful d4 square to c2?
Leave it there. Leave it there. And I like this build-up by black. I'm
but
not
now what?
100%
Now
sure
what?
about bishop f5. Queen f5. Let me turn it over to Eric and see what he thinks about this double exchange sacrifice. Eric.
Yes, thanks, Yasser. Well, I really like the sacrifice. I was thinking of a way.
Oh my goodness, I'm sorry. We still don't have Eric's microphone.
Well, let's move it to another game while we're waiting to fix that, and we see the consequences of this. Veselin Topalov, you guys have been loving this game against one of their tournament leaders, Aronian, and it actually seems like it's getting even better here. Leuven's positional domination, Veselin's positional domination. It's really all white here. He's trying to open up another avenue here with h4, but is it enough?
Sorry,
you have a 1 in 4 chance, man, every time.
I know, but I keep coming up with that. Okay, here we go.
So he's just played the move h4. So after knight b6, unfortunately, he did have to give away that monster on d5, but it's replaced by another monster, right?
Beautiful.
Having a queen on d5 is also quite sweet, especially since you can't challenge it with queen e6 because you're actually hanging something on b7, queen d5, rook b8 check.
Exactly.
And that in-between move will be
net a pawn.
Exactly.
And a very big pawn at that, so for sure. And this last move, by the way, really makes Black's life really unpleasant because you don't want to see h4, h5, and in case of g5, big fat juicy square, f5 square falling under White's mitts. So big pressure is being put on Leuven Aronian.
And that's why we love the Grand Chess Tour. Anyone can beat anyone. So even though Leuven is leading the tournament and Veselin isn't in those top places, he's the one putting the pressure in this game. And he also has a big time advantage. And that's why Leuven has played these last couple moves quite quickly. He played bishop f6.
He did allow h5. I know he didn't want to and play g5 as well.
Play g5. And this was what they tell you not to do. Put all the pawns on the same square of your bishop. But Leuven felt he was compelled to do that, not to create further weaknesses. And now what about this rerouting of the knight to g4?
Exactly. I like it very much. I like this knight h2, knight f1, coming to e3, or knight f2,
just straight
f3.
To g4.
Yeah.
I mean, well, you got a queen there at first, so we'd have to protect the square somehow.
Exactly. Yeah. f2, f3, and then knight to g4. It's looking very,
and
very
knight
shaky.
h2 was played.
Knight h2 was played. It's looking very shaky, and I do believe Eric's back in business. I did
third time's a charm.
I did my best to keep him off the show, and look what happened. He keeps returning. Eric.
Hello. Working? Okay, so yeah, no, I'm liking a lot of the positions I'm seeing in this one. He played knight h2. Lots of good ways to do it. You could have also done knight e1, knight c2, knight e3. In the Caruana game, I love the exchange sacrifice. I think as long as you keep the rooks contained, you don't need to look for knockout blows black. You just need to get a structure. So I think safe king, push your pawn to b4 if I'm Fabiano, and just it's a practically much easier position to play with the pieces. I don't think you need to look for anything more than that. But yeah, I really like that, and I like the way Magnus is playing against Kramnik over here. It's a sharp position, and he's ready to go toe-to-toe with Kramnik. But here, d5 is about to fall. There's no way to stop that. And when there's queen e4, but that's a very, very tough move to play because rook d8's coming in. When this pawn falls, it's not clear who's attacking who because then all the tactics come. f3, e2, they all become very weak. And so right now, Magnus is temporarily down a pawn. But as soon as he recovers it, this b3 pawn is very weak, and White's king also comes under fire. But a very sharp game, and so far Magnus is handling the complications very well. As White, you might want to play h6 here, just mess things up. Keep back rank, mate chances alive and whatnot, but that pawn could also be very weak. So a few tough decisions ahead for Vlad because Black is coming out of the position with bishop d5 very quickly.
Thank you, Eric.
Nakamura taking a deep think after queen f5. I mean, he's got only 3 minutes left on the clock here, so he doesn't look like he's moving anytime soon. Well, of course, pretty soon. But we also have Veselin Zopalov. He did execute that plan of f3 to knight to g4. Meanwhile, Leuven has moved his king off the last rank, and that means that the queen on d7 is free, perhaps, to try to get into an endgame with something like queen e6, and maybe he feels that he'll have better chances to defend in something like that than in a middle game where he also has to worry about king safety.
Yeah, but this just feels like a big positional domination by white. I'm sure both players realizing that black needs a miracle at this moment, because all of the plays on the light square, okay, you've got this great bishop on d4, but it's not as impactful as this knight on g4. I think that if Veselin keeps his cool, he's got this game.
And this is a great one to watch, because you don't usually see these super GMs get mangled positionally like this, because they avoid these types of positions. It happens, but in rapid, you do see it.
Yeah, because in classical chess, they see it 20 moves ahead. It's like they know that that position's bad, and in rapid, you move quickly and you go, oops, we are in deep doo-doo.
So pay close attention to how Veselin maneuvers here if you want to work on your positional chess. Meanwhile, let's go back to Belgium for more news as the last round heats up.
Come on, let's come to me. Well, you know, sometimes you get memories and flashbacks. Things just come to you. And I saw this position, and I knew deep somewhere back in the old days and dark recesses of my mind, there was a game I played back in the New York Open. It turns out in 1992. Where were you in 1992?
I was learning how to play chess.
Okay, well, this game I played in the New York Open against Dirk Paldoff. This position occurred also coming from this similar type of structure to a Benoni. It was actually an English opening we played. And in this moment, I went wild. I actually kind of lured him into this position because I saw this cascade of sacrifices with knight takes b3, rook takes b3, bishop takes a1, rook takes, and then this exchange sack actually just getting back material. And after bishop e4, the most important moment was this move, knight to d4. If I can get it to come. And now I'm hitting his bishop, I'm hitting this rook and rook, and I'm also hitting the pawn on h3. So he guarded his rook by moving over. I took on h3, and now I took on e4. And after the move, knight f4, attacking my queen, I sacked yet another exchange with rook takes f4. Now, of course, he can't take with the queen because of knight to e2. G takes f4, queen g4, check, king h2, and bishop c4, and now we have the exact distribution of pieces, queen, knight, bishop, against two rooks. This one, I have a little bit more stuff. And the king did, although it has pawns around it, winning. When we jump to this distribution, we see again the queen, the two rooks, the exposed king. My situation was probably a little bit better, and was definitely a little bit better. I won in just a few moves. But it's interesting to be able to go back in the past, Alejandro, and find some pleasant memories, at least, that allow us to be able to evaluate, well, what was that like versus this position? It's experience that matters in chess sometimes.
Well, a big part of experience in chess is pattern recognition, the ability to say, I had this previously, I know how it goes, how does it affect this game? And the fact that you're able to play, for example, bishop and knight and two pawns against two rooks, you just have that experience on how you handle them, how you have to put the pieces, how it involves king safety, and it's this experience that there's no substitution. You can't read this in books. The more you play, the more you understand the coordination and the difference between different material imbalances, like the one that you had here. And that's something only by playing you get better.
And playing classical chess helps you, of course, because I would never have played like that in a rapid game, but being able to delve into all the possibilities and evaluate it allowed me to play that. They, on the other hand, are playing rapid chess, and now at blitz stage, Nakamura with only 126, Fabi at 548. We'll see if they'll be able to manage all the complications as this game now proceeds towards its finish.
Thank you, gentlemen. And what games we have heating up? Let me turn it to Eric. Your choice, Eric, of the games. Which one do you like?
Yeah, there's a few sharp games going on, but I'm going to the game between Kramnik and Carlsen. As expected, Magnus has seized the advantage. He's won a full pawn for his efforts. H6 is also a weakness, so it really depends. If he gets checkmated, that's the main way this is going downhill. for black. You got the passed c pawn, this h6 pawn is weak, and yeah, black is up a pawn, and Magnus has been converting very well. So I expect here just to put the rook on c and push the c pawn down the board. I don't see any concrete mating threats for white. So Magnus, for example, one thing I'd consider doing is queen f8. I just want to get rid of this pawn. You know, queen e3 would run into moves like knight c2. You don't have a good way of dealing with this. You probably have to play rook a7 and go for broke a little bit, because there are some resources. I mean, queen h6, then it's 2 pawns. There's a rook on the 7th, so it's a bit sharp. But if Magnus plays accurately, then this should be good for him. So Magnus in control here, up a pawn and trying to convert.
And time situation, we got to keep real careful look at the clocks right now. Magnus actually played the move queen g6, perhaps because of what you were saying, Eric, about maybe not the best move, but perhaps about what you were saying about his king being the only weakness in the position. And note that Kramnik's only got about a minute left in the clock. So a very...
I think practical decision, actually, by Magnus there. I like it. And just looking at the game of Veselin Topalov and Leuven Aronian, I think Veselin has an opportunity here. There's a tactical... After this move, bishop a5, we always talk about double attacks and, you know, leaving your pieces unprotected. There's a nice opportunity here for Veselin to play the move rook e8, attacking the pawn on e6. If you defend the pawn with king f7, anticipating rook h8, king g7, I've got rook to a8 and h6 and bishop on a5 are hanging. So opportunity for Veselin Topalov, I think, to take firm command of this game.
Grind time, indeed. Yeah. Now, big news in the Nakamura game. It looks like Fabiano had a chance to try to consolidate the position a little bit and win an exchange and have compensation in the endgame with the bishop versus rook, but he decided not to do that. And now is he going to be suffering the price, because he can no longer, if we take a look at that game, he can no longer bail out as easily as he could before. Let's take a look and see what happens. So I was talking about the fact that after...
Yeah, we saw the game position of queen f5, rook queen g2, bishop h,
queen e4. So maybe he could have tried taking on e4 and then knight e2 check.
I like that, winning back the exchange like that, because then it will be bishop and 2 pawns versus a single rook. Knight f3 check instead.
Knight f3 check instead, and now after king to f2, he can still win. He can't really do the same thing, because if knight takes e1, queen takes f5, and you can't take because of the rook, the pin, right?
Right.
So that's obviously resigns.
Okay.
And therefore, how are we winning back our exchange? And the king is actually seeming to be safer with the rooks kind of surrounding it.
I think this looks like an error, simply that. I don't understand the move knight f3 check one bit.
Maybe he thought that rook takes f3 there was forced or something like that, and he was trying to go into the same line with an improved version, because you're snapping off d5 immediately.
Precisely.
It could just be a big error, because king f2 obviously cold-blooded.
Yeah.
Cold-blooded and good.
And maybe he'll just have to go back with the knight and say, oops, my bad. But that's a big slip. How about you, Eric? What are you paying attention to at this
Yes,
time?
a lot of things are happening right now, because Aronian looks like he's in a totally lost position here. After king f3, bishop here, f5. I mean, this endgame, if you take king f7, king e4, you're accessing d5. So he's played instead d5 here, which should just lose pretty convincingly. cd5, ed5, ed5, and this pawn is enough. The king is still shut out. So, I mean, d6, and the king, I mean, you can't allow 3 passed pawns here. So the king goes to f7, then h6 falls, but this pawn itself can be contained. I'm just going to play king e2. I'm just going to put my king on c2 and push these pawns, but this knight on g4 nicely controls all those squares. But a big thing also happening, Carlsen-Kramnik. Carlsen is up a piece, looking to convert. It got a little bit iffy. He had a much smoother path to victory. Right now it's a knight and a pawn for a piece, but the problem is the pawns are quite weak for Magnus. He missed a golden opportunity here that he normally would spot. It was knight f3 check. The bishop can't take because of c2, and you don't have a good square for the king. The idea is, after a move like this, I want to play knight d2. Why is d2 so critical?
Because and Aronian has resigned.
Big result for Topalov, because I think Aronian was a leader, or
yes, he was tied for the lead, indeed. And this gives Magnus a chance to take a commanding lead, right?
Yes.
But you were showing us that cute idea to win more easily, and instead Magnus is has a bigger technical task.
Yeah, this knight f3 move is very cute, but it's very effective because you're trying to actually just win outright. So here I want to play knight d2, and after a move like bishop g6, after bishop g6 I play e4, and you disconnect the pawn from the bishop. So if knight takes, just this move wins. It's not the easiest to see, but there are a lot of ideas here that work that Magnus normally would spot. So right now he's trying to convert where he has a piece for just one pawn, but there are some technical difficulties still trying to convert this because the pawns are separated.
Now, speaking of technical difficulties, let's go over to the position where Nakamura's up 2 exchanges against the U.S. champion. The battle of the top 2 U.S. players is going to be teammates in Baku. He is up 2 exchanges, and let's take a look and see whether there's any compensation left for black.
Yeah,
well,
after
there's some.
Yeah, after that poor decision, knight f3 check, there was a trade of queens, and now the rooks with the queens off the board are suddenly coordinating the weak white king. Well, without queens isn't so weak, and as we see it, the rooks now. I think the advantage is swung, is what I want to say, after this move, rook a6.
Now, king f5 played by black, trying to, you know, win yet another pawn, get a little bit of counterplay here. Remember, there's always counterplay here because of that advanced a3 pawn.
Exactly.
So if there's ever a position where we can sneak a bishop into b1 or a knight into c3, you got to worry.
Of course. Okay, but let's see concretely how it might go.
Rook d3 happened.
Rook d3?
That's right, and note that they both have only about a minute left in the clock, so we're mostly going to stay with the board position, you guys.
Exactly. Rook d3, hitting the knight. Did we see knight e4 check?
Not yet, actually. Even though Fabiano has less than a minute, he's taking his time playing this move, and now he's played it, knight e4 check,
king
and
e3.
A quick king e3 by Naka, and do note that they get 10 seconds with every move they make, so the time pressure not as dire as it might otherwise be.
Okay, I actually thought that white was winning d6, so I thought that the position had really swung into white's favor. Maybe I was premature. No, I was premature thinking on my side that I was just going to go rook takes d6, move the rook away, and let the pawn queen.
And now Fabi's played this move bishop h3, so he's just trying to activate that bishop somehow.
Absolutely.
I mean, I really want to go to b1, but if I go to f1, that's also just threatening a skewer. So
go rook d1.
He has to do something about that, and it looks like the Magnus game is over. So Magnus did manage to convert that. We'll look at how that happened and later as we keep our eyes peeled on this game that's still going on.
Okay, rook d1, I would assume, just keep that bishop, as you say, contained. Bishop is a little bit out of play on the h3 square.
So that's 4 victories by Magnus. 4 out of 4. Wow!
Day and night, isn't it?
Perfect Magnus today. And now he's going to be leading the tournament because Leuven lost and Wesley only drew.
Only drew.
So Magnus is a leader. Some fast and furious moves coming out here by our American stars. Bishop h3, rook d1, f6.
F6, rook g1.
And g5 is played, so black trying to get some counterplay on that.
My mouse isn't cooperating, so whoops.
Rook g1 and then and then g5, fg.
Rook g1, g5, yes, fg, fg?
Exactly.
Okay.
So black figures he might as well do something
while
he waits to see how white's going to coordinate his rooks.
Exactly. Not easy for white here, too.
No, not in blitz, especially because white's moves kind of come more easily, just g4 and g3.
Well, black's moves, yes.
Yeah, black's moves, sorry.
g5, g4, g5, g4, g3, g2. Very easy moves. Push.
So a position that might be technically winning for white, very difficult in what's now become a blitz game.
Yes,
rook e1. Yeah.
And is this the only game
there actually
remaining in the game?
King e5 was played now.
Yes.
So what's the idea behind king e5?
I think simply king takes d5, as well as maybe getting our bishop back into play with bishop f5 and only thereafter pushing the pawn.
And we can always protect the knight, I guess, with bishop g2. But instead, Hikaru played rook a8, and now we see knight c3 on the board. We mentioned this earlier, that this advanced pawn on a3 is always giving chances.
That's a huge, huge pawn. You don't want to see knight takes a2, knight retreats, and just this pawn always menacing.
Yeah.
To promote.
I mean, and still, it's like I'd rather be black in a blitz game. I mean, knight takes a2, knight takes d5 check. It's kind of very scary. There is a 10-second increment. Rook g8 played. Now, just
attacking the g pawn.
Big pawn to take, because finally the rooks might get coordinated if you get to play rook takes g5 check, right?
Exactly. Wow, let's turn it over to Eric for a second. Eric, get your insights into this super imbalanced position. We know that nerves and time are crucial. What's your view?
And let's also keep an eye on the board because they've got less than 40 seconds left.
I mean, I thought Fabiano had almost not a winning position, but a way better position earlier on. Now it's totally unclear. Obviously, Nakamura is looking for a way to give back the exchange in a comfortable manner. I don't see that, so I don't know. It could be anybody's game, and we pretty much have to see who holds up better in this impeding time scramble, because I don't see. If I had a 1 minute, I would just play quickly. I would just play quickly. I don't see any direct plan. But yeah, as white, I just want to give up an exchange and make life easier, because it's very hard, especially in knight in these positions. It's very hard to predict and deal with that. I would try to get rid of this knight as soon as possible and then try to figure out how to convert.
And let's get caught up with the game, because right now it is consolidating a little bit. White decided he had to go passive and put his rook on a1, but now black has gotten that bishop b1 idea I spoke about earlier. And is that good? I mean, it looks like we're just picking up a2, right?
Right.
King c1, this is what we've got right in front of us.
Right, we're at the position that the players have on the board. I've got this move bishop b1 going after, and that's where we saw Hikaru play the move king c1. Bishop, in case of bishop a2, I suppose Hikaru is hoping that the move king c2 could keep this bishop buried for a moment.
Can we play for c4?
Yeah, well, c4, I've got a check from behind, rook b8 check, to make life a little bit more difficult, and
didn't happen.
He
actually did not take. He did not play in bishop b1. Instead, he played bishop e4 and is starting to push his d pawn.
Bishop e4. There was a rook check. The king went back to c6. The rook went over to h8. You said d5, Jen?
Yeah, that looks right. d5, rook h6 check, king b5. And rook h5, and we are caught up in both players. 30 seconds for Fabi, a minute and 20 for Hikaru. The move c4 has been played.
Is really a very, very strong move. I think that's a very strong
Takes
move.
on c4, king c4 on the board.
Right.
Rook h8 by Hikaru. We see them both playing fast and furiously there.
A minute 22 for Hikaru, 45 for Fabi, and I think he just played the move d4.
He did. He played d4, king d2.
d4, king d2.
Opening up that b1 square
once again.
So again, bishop.
But d4 takes away king d4 for black, so you can check from the back.
And then play rook takes c3 to have a check on c3, right?
I'll just keep checking.
I see. So you're just going to start checking if we play bishop b1, and our king won't be able to go to a good square, you're saying?
Bishop b1, rook check. Yep. And I don't have shelter. Yeah, the move d5, d4. Maybe
I don't like a few of Fabiano's moves right now.
Right here, after that move, I think it would have been nice to put this bishop on c4. So maybe some move like bishop
the problem
here.
is I'm going to check on c8 and play rook b8.
So instead, bishop c6 was played in the game.
Instead of bishop b1, bishop c6.
And Nakamura's the one who's playing faster now, just rook c8.
Well, white is better on this end. I mean, unless you're making a pass pawn.
Wait, what happened? Oh, knight e4
check.
Knight e4 check, and Naka's on move. But yeah, it is true that having the d4 square to chill would have been really useful in those variations, wouldn't have?
Exactly, Jen. Okay, king e1.
Not played yet, but yes, indeed, it's been played.
That looks like a very straightforward move to me.
15 seconds left for Fabiano now.
And counting.
And he's played king c5.
King c5. So in this case,
king e2 by Naka.
King e2. I was going to say in this case there was rook check, knight c3, rook c2, activating the rook. But king e2.
King d5.
King d5 has been played. And now again more harassment with the white rook.
And,
no, he didn't. He played rook b8.
So a different type of harassment.
Yes, exactly. Going after the c4 pawn.
And now knight to c3 and
b5 also.
Knight c3 check, because otherwise, of course, we got to keep our eye on that b4 pawn.
d2 very quickly
king
played.
d2.
And now again, I mean, it's nerves and time and.
So far, they've both been playing pretty well considering the nerves. Bishop b5, blocking the attack against the b4 pawn.
So again, this idea of on a good day to be able to play bishop c4. And finally, we've seen this move by Hikaru, getting that rook that had been consigned to defending the measly pawn on a2 has gotten active. Rook h1 and has the position turned.
Well, now we can't play knight takes a2 because of rook takes b5 check. Although that always still has to be calculated after king c4.
Knight e4 check.
Instead, knight e4 check and king e1. But Fabi's the one really low on time. So I'm pretty concerned about his position here. He's played knight c3.
Okay. And the big question, will Hikaru essay rook h5 check or simply repeat the position? I would probably repeat the position with king d2, still fearful of some b3, a2 ideas for black.
Heck yeah, it's very scary, but you know Nakamura, he sees 20 seconds left on Fabi's clock. He might try to end this on a high note, just like he did yesterday.
Exactly.
Terrible day, but ended by beating Magnus.
There he has done it. He's gone for it. Rook h5 check. King c4 instantly by Fabi, and then king d2.
That's right. That's what we got right now. Again, Fabi is the one who's in danger here on the clock. He's down to less than 15 seconds.
So the big question is, does b4, b3 represent some kind of a breakthrough, or no? He did not play it. He played instead what move?
It looks like bishop d7 was played.
Bishop d7.
Bishop d7, trying to reroute the bishop, I guess, again. And rook b7, knight e4 check.
Rook b7, knight e4
King
check.
c1. So now the king is coming to the defense of that pawn. But first of all, we have to figure out what to do with our bishop.
Exactly.
And every time it's Fabi's move, it seems like he's really close to losing on time. So Naka keeping the pressure on. Bishop g4 played.
Bishop g4?
Bishop g4, yeah, getting the bishop out of check, if you will. And I guess d3 obviously on the menu now.
Knight c3 and king d3 and some, oh boy, really, really, really tense. And we've seen rook to b5.
Yeah, rook b5. So what's the prognosis if we just try to play d3?
Well, we need to play rook takes pawn check.
Yeah, instead Fabi had calculated that probably and didn't like it, so he played knight c3, and after rook takes b4.
Check.
That's bad. Pawns coming off the board is
king
not
d3.
good. Unless we've got something really concrete here. He hasn't played it yet.
But again, the advantage keeps turning, twisting and turning.
And he's played king c5 instead, and then rook b3.
King c5.
So I guess he didn't want to block the path of his d4 pawn. So king c5, rook b3, and now knight takes a2. Check. So we finally got that pawn that we've been talking about for ages. King d2, knight c3. Our pawn on a3 is hanging.
Yeah.
Rook a3.
And it's white is better.
Yeah, and has 2 minutes on the clock to 14 seconds by Fabi. So the cobwebs have kind of cleared now, haven't they? As you say. You like to say that.
But unfortunately for Fabi, I think he took a big advantage in this turn, and maybe Hikaru just defended very, very well. But Fabi definitely, I think he entered this endgame with an advantage and played poorly. How about you?
No, I agree, Yasser. And now Nakamura in the deep waters is very, very comfortable, and he's going to push Fabiano. Even if this position were, let's say, drawn with one side better, he's going to play this on and on and on. He's got a time advantage, and this is the best position he's had in a long time. There are ways to plunder this as black. I think objectively, would you say this is probably still a draw because as long as you keep the pawn, I think black has good holding chances. But
very good. And
let's take a look at Ani's Giri, because for you endgame lovers, this is a goodie.
This is a goodie.
Those who are trying to learn. We actually have some news from Leuven first, perhaps an interview. Let's go straight over there, and then we'll get an endgame lesson from Yaz.
And here? Yes, we are here in Leuven, and We've been trying to interview Magnus this whole time, but of course this game has kept us all transfixed. Magnus is now the highest-rated commentator in the world as he's watching this. Magnus, what do you think about this? How do you handle a situation like this with all the troubles and tricks that are happening on the board?
I think it's extremely difficult for Fabiano now. Well, the trend is very bad for him. I think earlier he was doing very well, and now he's fighting desperately for a draw. I don't know if, in fact, if this position is still lost, because it's a bit difficult for White to make progress. I assume if he gets to the d4 pawn, he's going to win. But it's not clear how he's going to do that. Let's say, for instance, we put the bishop around to c4, and then, well,
I mean, the Indians are, of course, happy with the position.
Yeah, they're saying, okay, I'm sure there is a way to outmaneuver Black, but
let's get to the game position.
It's not going to
just refresh this board.
This is going to go on for a while, I think. I think Hikaru is going to get there in the end, but I'm not sure.
Do you think about the time in this situation? It looks like the increment keeps giving Fabi extra time on the clock. That must count for the defensive purposes.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks like he played rook d7, bishop c4.
But even with the increment here, it's extremely difficult not to blunder anything.
A lot of torturing going on. Your game looked fairly interesting. I mean, you played this wild opening against Kramnik, and then he kind of didn't know what to do, and then you seemed to start getting some energy in the position. It was not a standard position, to be sure.
Yeah, for sure. I felt at some point I was doing well with my huge center, but he got his kingside play going a bit, and I feel like I messed up at some point, and that he was better.
The engine's now giving a huge edge, just keeping an eye on this game, that somehow some study-like moves maybe to win with White, and Fabi looks to be in a lot of trouble, but still not the most accurate moves necessarily being played by Nakamura. This endgame, was it lost, the one at the very end against Kramnik? Was it absolutely lost when
I think
you were up a piece?
He made a huge mistake I actually screwed up the win. He made a huge mistake by exchanging knights. If he doesn't exchange knight, I think it's a draw. But he had just miscalculated at the end.
So this puts you in first place. We hear that Anish Giri has won his game, so a big result there.
He won?
Yes.
Really?
This is what I'm hearing. So that's absolutely a big result, and it looks as though...
How did he manage to win this?
Well, I'm not sure. That looked like a draw, but we should, Magnus, I'm sorry to switch over, but we still have to stay on this game live. But he did win that game. It looks like Nakamura is not playing the most accurate moves, and it seems as though he...
No, it's extremely difficult to play like a computer in such a situation, so...
You think he'll play 100 moves? I mean, right now we're at 96 moves, is what I'm seeing, and I can't even keep up with the board. It's going so quickly right now. We have this position. They're just blitzing out. What's the emotions they're going through at this moment?
Well, I think now it's a bit calmer. So I think probably Fabiano was really upset a little while ago, but now it's calmer. It's clear that well, he is trying to win, and that he is probably going to. But Fabiano is trying as hard as he can to defend. So I think now both of them are fairly, even-minded. So.
And kind of a rhythm right now. Now back to you. You won 4 games in a row today. You couldn't do any better than today. What is it feeling like yesterday, now behind you, and having won 4 in a row, and now you're in clear first in the tournament?
No, it feels great, obviously. So I don't think my last game of the day was particularly good. So it's a good thing the day is over. But of course, I mean, after the finish yesterday, this is too good to be true to actually win the rapid part.
Can't believe you had such a great performance. Whatever you did last night, that Avalon must be working for you. You probably want to get back to that.
Yeah, maybe. Actually, I really just slept in today. I didn't even have time to eat before the game, so I really don't know why it went well today, but I'm very happy it did.
Clearly, well, congratulations. Now in first place. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you. thanks for joining us. Magnus Carlsen, of course, the world's best player, but keep the commentator job to us. We don't need to lose money. So back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice, and a big thanks to Magnus for sharing insights. Still, quite a difficult ending, both to win and to defend. And again, where do we stand on the clock there, Jen? Because that's almost a decisive factor, right?
Well, with increment, they kind of built it up a little bit. I mean, I think the more dangerous part was when there were more pawns, more tricks and twists, and Fabio was down to like 10 seconds at some point. Now he's got over a minute on his clock, and of course, the position has clarified a bit. As Magnus pointed out, their heart rates are probably stabilizing.
And of course, there's the 50-move rule, the all-important 50-move rule. Have we kept track of when the last pawn push / piece trade took place? Because of course they're into the 100
move 82 was rook takes a3, the last pawn before d4.
Move 82, so that means we've got to go out to 132 moves, and Fabiano doesn't want to spoil it by pushing his pawn at a moment.
So he's halfway there.
Yeah, letting his opponent recalibrate the 50-move rule. And what is the computer assessment, by the way? Computer assessment is very high for
it's above a rook. It's like +7, which makes... But it's been worse before. I think Hikaru did miss some wins. Obviously, it's hard to see, as Magnus pointed out. But +7 is usually past the threshold where there's supposed to be a fortress or something.
Very good. Thank you for that, Eric. +7. I wouldn't have guessed it that high. I would have thought it's something like +2, but +7.
It's +9 now.
It means that the computer sees a forcing way of winning material. +9. Wow. And again, is it Fabi who's down on time?
And yeah, Fabi's the one who has less time, but I don't think it's going to be the most significant factor unless Nakamura also challenges him on the position. Now, we should also point out that Anish Giri won against Maxime Bachir-Lagrave. And, we've been talking about how many endgames there are in this tournament, that it's very instructional for those of you who are trying to work on your endgame.
Absolutely.
And that's a good one to look at as well.
And what have we seen after we saw the last move, King B2, and then we saw some move by Fabi? Have we, otherwise I keep having to update my board. King B2.
And now it's black to move.
Right.
King B2, King C5, Rook A5.
King C5, Rook A5.
And then, of course, Knight C3.
And now we can play King B3.
And that did happen.
We're pressing.
King C6 then.
King C6.
And now Rook D8 looks strong because you can't play Knight D5.
You played Rook C8
check. Rook C8 check.
Okay.
Rook D8 looked pretty convincing. King B6 has been played.
King B6 on the board.
Attacking the rook. And now
Rook A8.
A5, A8. So Black's king has been driven back. White's king is now participating. And on a good day, if we can get just these moves, Rook D8 and King B4, and that would be winning. That I don't need a computer to tell me that's a win, because then I've got checks, and I'm driving Black's king to the side. So Fabiano in deep trouble as the net is closing a bit, and he's played the move Bishop D7, it appears to me.
That's right.
Okay, Bishop D7.
And now what if we stick in Rook B8 check and then play Rook D8?
The Rook A8 check to B8?
Yeah, forcing the king to the A file. The computer likes
very,
very
nice.
And that is what happened.
And then you shift the rook to H8 or something.
Well, we actually played Rook at B8 and then Rook D8 after that. Okay. So that's the position we have on board.
Yeah, it certainly looks like progress.
And now,
big time.
And in fact, now Fabi probably does think he's in trouble, because again, just like a few moves ago, well, by a few I mean 40, he is getting down to 14 seconds left on the clock. And he's played this move, Knight E4.
Well, just visually,
E4,
I mean, Black has lost all coordination here.
Absolutely.
And that was the whole key.
Yeah.
And now definitely wheeling in the point is Hikaru Nakamura. Knight G5, kind of a last hurrah, so to speak, at this point.
Because after king takes pawn, you have at least Knight E6 check.
Precisely. So now Now there's something to be said for just retreating this rook, like something like, I don't know, I want to make sure I don't leave
Rook
my
B2.
rook
That's what he
hanging.
did.
And
So you put it on a dark square.
right, exactly.
And
And
now
now
we're-
the king is in trouble because if I can get swing a rook to the A file, it'll be
right.
checkmate.
And bishop c6, and the pawn has left the building, and obviously very bad news. We saw the power of those pieces with the extra pawn, and with so many pawns on the board, but with a wide open board, the rooks are king.
And
rook
now-
d1, threatening rook a1
Exactly.
with a mate next move.
I think bishop b7 is kind of boxed. Did he play bishop b7?
He
Yep.
did play bishop b7, but now just rook takes b7, simplifying to rook versus king. Nakamura ending on a sweet note again, a day that he wants to forget, but hey, finishes with wins against his huge rivals. One rival.
And Magnus, the day
Exactly.
before.
His nemesis Magnus Carlsen, and then his U.S. rival,
Right.
who beat him out in the U.S. Championship this
Right.
year.
I feel that this day two was so much better in the sense that day one had that great game by Anand versus MBL. Today we've had a great game by Fabiano, and not the horrific blunders that were so ghastly of day one. But day two really feels to me like the players played some very good chess. And just get the thoughts from the panel. How did you like today's action?
I agree with you. The quality was higher, but hey, we're going to see those blunders back tomorrow because it is Blitz Day.
Yeah.
And with such reduced time, blunders are absolutely inevitable. And of course, we know who the front runner is now, Magnus Carlsen, because he's leading the tournament.
Absolutely.
But who do you think is just going to win the Blitz portion? Like, who do you think is going to get the most points in the Blitz, even though that's not a separate competition?
Yeah,
It's all one big tournament.
How can you not say Magnus? He's a great Blitz player to begin with. Number one. Well, let me take the last. Let me do the last. I'll ask Eric. Erica, answer Jennifer's question. Who's going to win the Blitz? We now know who won the Rapid.
Magnus. He's going to win it all.
That's simple.
I don't always take the favorite, but I mean the way he played today is
very impressive.
You got a Magnus. No matter what question, what do you want to eat for tonight? What kind of ice cream do you like? Magnus.
I'm sorry.
And how about in Leuven? Let's go over to Maurice and Alejandro. We pick last. I like that.
Well, you know, it's hard to call this one. It's between two players as far as I'm concerned. It's either going to be Magnus or Nakamura. But watching the way he handled himself in those last 5 minutes playing against Fabi, and not just because he's in the room right now, I got to say Nakamura in the Blitz is a pretty tough person to bet against.
I think there's a lot of people that think, okay, Magnus and Hikaru, they're going to take it. I mean, they're the clear favorites. I don't disagree. They are the favorites. But people that I want to see do well, I want to see Wesley So. He's had a very solid performance. I want to see him do well in the tournament. And then Vishy Anand, I want to see his Blitz prowess.
Okay, but you're just talking about what you want. You got to pick one. We got to nail one down. Vishy Anand, an interesting bet. So there you have it. The votes from us.
I got to pick Nakamura. I think he's angry today. He didn't do very well in the Rapid, even though he won that game. The way for him to redeem himself, get the most points in the Blitz.
Yeah, true that, but Magnus has been supreme. Really, just today, I'm a believer. What can I say? 4-0. That speaks for itself.
Believer, indeed. Well, we have got 2 votes for Magnus, 2 for Hikaru, and 1 for Anand. So it's going to be very exciting, the Blitz, in the next couple of days.
Absolutely.
I mean, we always have so much fun with that. And speaking of the guy who ends on a sweet note, we've got Nakamura with Maurice Ashley.
Well, the conqueror from Paris, Hikaru Nakamura, not playing the kind of chess he wanted to play at all. Based on his last results, based on any result, in fact, I know you have high standards. What happened over the last 2 days? That the machine didn't seem to be working quite right.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously it started yesterday, obviously against Vladimir. I should have drawn that game. And when I blundered, that wasn't that big of a deal. I mean, he played very well and converted the position. But I think really the second game was the one that just started everything. You know, everything just started going wrong once I lost the game to Toplov, because in that game, it was much better, and then, you know, slowly but surely, you know, he found very good defensive moves, but I didn't play correctly, and then eventually I found a way to lose, and from there on it was all downhill. But But you know, fortunately, there are 18 games of blitz, so there's always some hope, even if the rapid is not on my way at all.
Let's talk about those 18 games. You're definitely way behind in the standings right now, but we know you're a blitz specialist. We know you're very comfortable with blitz. You think you can make a run given the situation, or would you just like to win the blitz? How do you feel about that?
Well, I guess what I would say is I feel like in the two days of rapid chess, I don't feel like I've been outplayed in most of the games that I've lost. I think the 2 games where I was outplayed were oddly enough the game that I drew against Maxime, where I got lucky not to lose, and actually the game against Fabiano, this last one, where I started drifting in the middle and he just started playing very well. So based on that, I think that if anything, I would hope that my form has to improve after these 2 days. But there are many games. Obviously, Magnus is always going to be the favorite, but you just take it one game at a time, and maybe if I win all 18, I'll find a way to finish in first.
Win all 18, quite ambitious. Only you could say something like that. Of course, being one of the best blitz players on the planet. Nakamura seeming to be in good spirits, having assessed the situation. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, Hikaru. And the blitz, it's going to start. Can't wait.
Indeed, and I said it yesterday. Hikaru, chess players in general seem to have short memories because despite an ugly day in many ways, Nakamura just looks very happy. I won.
Well, exactly. You're remembering your last game, and that was a very, very pleasing win indeed. Let's take a look at the results and where we stand.
Yes, as we go into the blitz, Magnus Carlsen on the top of the hill. Wesley So, he's in second. Leuven Aronian and Vishy Anand close behind. Caruana still within striking distance, but a few games is a lot to make up. And remember, tomorrow we switch to blitz, where there's only 1 point at stake in each game. But Nakamura himself still thinks he's in the hunt if he gets big enough scores in the blitz. And you know what? I tend to agree with him. I think he might be in the hunt. He's still here.
Yeah, always hard to count him out, but boy, Magnus looks so good.
And we've got Maurice and Alejandro with a final word as this rapid wraps up.
Well, it's incredible to have the first 2 days done, Alejandro. We had Paris, all that excitement, and we're seeing more here. Absolutely fantastic to watch the best players in the world show their stuff. But you got to talk about Magnus. The guy gets all the shine. The guy gets all the glory. I mean, what can you say? You lose 2 horrible games, and then you win 4 in a row? It's just boss, man. He definitely is the dominant theme of the day.
Nothing to add. Magnus Carlsen was the star of the day. A lot of people came through with a relatively good day. Some of them was okay. But Magnus, 4 out of 4. I mean, how can you top that?
Absolutely not. But he's not totally by himself. It's not the 2-horse race we saw in Paris. Wesley So nipping at his heels, having not lost a single game so far in the competition. And other players on the fringe as well. Magnus is going to have to play well in blitz to maintain this lead, of course. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Here from Leuven, we'll be here to share all the details.
Thank you, gentlemen. And I'll leave it for Eric for the last word. What a day we've had, Eric. Yeah, what a day. And I don't want to repeat what everyone else is saying, but it's to me, it's the Magnus show. I think what he's going to have to watch out for is, like, for example, in Paris, he lost to Topalov in the blitz. Surprisingly, almost lost both games against them. But against his rivals, the main contenders, he's been doing very well. I was disappointed to see Fabiano lose this game right here. I thought that was a critical game in the rapid, that he was outplaying Nakamura. He lost it. He's going to have to catch up a lot. But yeah, Wesley So far shining for the Americans, and he is the main hope mathematically going into the blitz. But I'm just really excited. If they play like they did today, relatively speaking, it's going to be really exciting. New openings, a wide range of emotions. It's been a real good mix so far.
That's right, and I can't wait till tomorrow. It's Blitz Day. We always have so much fun with the Blitz, right, Yaz?
Absolutely, absolutely. It's going to be great. Yeah.
So join us tomorrow, same time, same place. That's 8 a.m. Eastern Time, 2 o'clock over in Belgium, and 7 o'clock here in St. Louis. We'll see you guys then.